Melville, Moliere, Beckett. Angelica, Nuzzo. Introduction. Thinking Transformation. This is an unconventional book on Hegel's logic. It is a book that arises out of the need to provide a philosophical account of the puzzle that is our present time of crisis. Indeed, the prelude that opens the first chapter has been written over and over again during the years I have been working on this book. There always seemed to be a situation of crisis going on, the content changing, an environmental crisis, a financial crisis, a political crisis, the predicament of crisis always the same. At stake is the dialectical puzzle of how we can provide the story of the present, a present of deep, unsettling, critical transformation while living immersed in it. How can or should transformation be thought? Moreover, since our thinking is immanent in the very transformation it aims at comprehending, thinking itself must be able to change with the actuality it describes. Hence the previous question goes hand in hand with the second one: how can or should thinking transform itself? I articulate these questions in Chapter 1. This work proposes to view Hegel's logic as what I call a logic of transformation, or a logic of transformative processes. The two questions I just formulated occupy its very core. This work also proposes to view the logical forms or determinations developed therein as pure figures of action. I justify this idea in Chapter 3. Hegel's logic is concerned with the transformation of pure thinking's most proper action. The question then is, how can transformation be assessed and performed at the same time? This I take to be the central problem Hegel addresses in the last chapter of the logic dedicated to the method. But this is also the problem that we all face in living in our times of deep historical transformation. We are, inescapably, trying to make sense of what is happening in our world as well as agents constantly engaged in this world. There is a sense in which thinking's own transformation can be followed in a linear reading of Hegel's logic that moves from the sphere of being to essence onto the concept. But there is another possibility, which, I suggest, Hegel outlines at the end of the book in finally bringing to light the method that has been immanently developing the linear progression throughout those logical spheres. This is a synchronic reading of the logic, the reading that occupies the long argument of the present book. The idea is a simple one, an Aristotelian idea. The absolute method, Hegel argues, has three moments: beginning, advancement, and end. They are the structures that articulate the mythos method that is the logic. They are the structures of all meaningful story. Now, if the dialectic speculative forms of the logic are figures of action, at stake in the method are the pure figures of the action that begins, advances, and ends. What is the action of beginning as such, in its pure form, independently of what it is that begins, independently of who it is that begins? This is the question raised by the method, and the topic of Chapter 2. Now, if at the end of our first linear reading of the logic, instead of closing the book and moving on to some other activity, we start all over again, we are confronted with being's action of beginning. At this point, instead of reading on to the end of the first logical sphere, moving linearly to essence as the sequence of the book suggests, and as we have done in our first reading, we will skip right to the beginning of essence, and from here again right to the beginning of the concept. What we produce, in this way, is a synchronic presentation or reconstruction of three logical actions of beginning in their respective specificity: being's action, essence's action, the concept's action. By doing so, we are able to confront, synchronically, these three figures of the beginning and assess in one overarching account the transformation that occurs as the way of beginning changes across the three logical spheres. The three chapters of the second part of the book, chapters 4 to 6, offer precisely such a synchronic reading with regard to the action of beginning, advancing, ending. Thus, the synchronic reading is a device, suggested by Hegel's own account of the method, whereby the transformative character of Hegel's logic is brought to center stage. Why is the reading proposed by this book important, both with regard to Hegel's logic, given the overwhelming baggage of interpretations and interpretive problems raised and debated during almost 2 centuries, and with regard to the issue I addressed earlier, namely, the understanding of transformation in reality and in thinking. Many are the interpretive questions that constitute the background of my present inquiries, issues that have occupied me for many years and that I presently take on in a somehow indirect and unconventional way. I discuss interpretive issues in chapters 2 and 3. Let me mention here only two major ones. The first regards the way in which Hegel's logic, which, he suggests, explores the realm of shadows of pure thinking, relates to the real world, the world we live in, the world Hegel investigates in his philosophy of nature and philosophy of spirit. The second issue regards the task Hegel poses to us, philosophers who think and act after him. What is to be done with his famous infamous system? What with his dialectic and dialectical method? I address both issues indirectly, answering them through the method I use in articulating the synchronic reading of the logic's multiple beginnings, advancings, endings. In order to show the real import of the logical forms, their significance for human action in a context that is not necessarily nor exclusively Hegelian, and also, in addition, not exclusively philosophical, I appeal to literary texts such as Herman Melville's Billy Budd, Sailor, An Inside Narrative, Moliere's Le Tartuffe, Oul Impostor, Samuel Beckett's Endgame, and Giacomo Leopardi's and Elizabeth Bishop's late poems. Importantly, I do not offer an alleged Hegelian reading of these texts, rather, I use other voices and other narrative forms in order to offer a fresh and utterly unprecedented analysis of Hegel's text, an analysis able to bring to light how concrete, versatile, open to unimagined possibilities, the argument of the logic is. This is, very briefly, how it works. The claim that the forms of Hegel's logic are logical figures of action allows me to exemplify their validity with regard to specific real figures of human action. I take violence as one of the many possible real figures of the action that begins, and with the help of Melville's last novella, I show what is the difference between the violence or the beginning of being, essence, and the concept, chapter 4. I take fanaticism and hypocrisy as the real figures of the action that refuses to advance, and with Moliere's Tartuffe I show the importance of parsing out different forms of fanaticism, chapter 5. The end has a split story. Indifference is a real figure of the end pursued with Beckett's endgame. But the end as the highest imaginative and creative action is exemplified by the poets Leopardi and Bishop, chapter 6. I close my introductory remarks here. The argument of this book is already way too extensive, and I want to leave the reader with the curiosity to pursue the relation between Hegel and Melville, Moliere, Beckett, Leopardi, and Bishop further with the chance to be thrilled, as I am, or skeptical and unconvinced, or perhaps even outraged as many other readers I am sure will be. Part I. Hegel's Logic of Transformation. Choose one set of tracks and track a hare. Until the prints stop, just like that, in snow. End of the line. Smooth drifts. Where did she go? Back on her tracks, of course, then took a spring yards off to the side, clean break, no scent or sign. She landed in her form and ate the snow. Consider too the ancient hieroglyph of hare and zigzag, which meant to exist, to be on the qui-vive, weaving and dodging. Like our friend who sprang, goodbye, beyond our ken and missed around at last, but of course he stood it. The shake the heart, the do hammer, the far-eyed. Seamus Heaney, from Squarings. Chapter 1. Thinking in Times of Crisis. Hegel's Logic of Transformation. These queer little sand castles, I was thinking. I was finishing Herbert Reed's autobiography this morning at breakfast. Little boys making sand castles. This refers to H. Reed, T. Eliot, Santa Yana, Wells. Each is weathertight, and gives shelter to the occupant. I think I can follow Reed's building, so far as one can follow what one cannot build. But I am the sea which demolishes these castles. Virginia Woolf, Diary, 1936–1941, Monday, November 18, 1940. Prelude, After the Crisis, telling the story. It is a well-known Hegelian claim, at once descriptive and normative with regard to what should be taken as the activity of philosophizing. Philosophy is its own present time apprehended in thoughts. This claim, however, is apparently contradicted by another, equally famous claim: in its task of comprehension of the present, philosophy comes always too late. Philosophical thinking is and is not in and of its own historical present. The synchronicity connecting thinking to the present is not perfect, as they do not entirely overlap. There is an excess at once necessary and problematic that separates them. Their developments unfold at a different pace. The question that this interesting predicament raises is the following: how can and how should the story of the present be told? In particular, how can it be told when the present is a situation of crisis and fragmentation that does not seem to lend itself to easy conceptualization and a straightforward narrative? How can the story of the present be told from the position of immanence, that is, while living in the present, immersed in the crisis of the present? This book has begun by attempting to tell the story of its own shifting present many times during the years it has taken to reach its conclusion. It has always failed. As crisis followed crisis, the current one rendering the preceding one no longer relevant, what I was able to weave together was a chronicle with little meaning and even less interest, especially when considered retrospectively. Better, then, to turn to another story altogether, to the story of thinking apprehending its own time in thoughts, to the story of thinking finding its way into the present. This different story requires, at the same time, a philosophical and a poetical endeavor. It yields, at the same time, a philosophical and a poetical transfiguration of the present. Ultimately, Hegel suggests, it is absolute spirit that is in charge of such a story. Herein, spirit's philosophical and poetic resources must go hand in hand. Perhaps what philosophical reflection cannot accomplish in the immediacy of the present, whereby its comprehension is shifted to a posthumous too late, can be disclosed by the poetic act of thinking. And reciprocally, what poetic thinking may lack in forward-looking universality, sacrificing it to the concreteness of immediacy, is overcome by the grasp of conceptual thinking. Aristotle may have been right: poetry is more philosophical than history. One from today's present to Hegel's logic as a logic of transformative processes. It is a truism that philosophical thinking is by no means neutral with regard to the historical reality in which it flourishes, for this reality contributes to shape it in an essential way. But the reverse claim should also be taken for granted, namely, that the historical present is intelligible to us only if reconstructed according to categories and conceptual tools that belong to a certain philosophical discourse, a discourse somehow sensitive, responsive, and alive to the contemporary reality, and fundamentally relevant to it. These premises, however, taken in isolation still leave the problem of historical intelligibility wide open. Among the many questions they raise is the one regarding the selection of the philosophical discourses and categories that should fulfill the task of reconstruction. Thus, in order to justify and persuasively articulate these claims, I want to bring to the fore the central point that will occupy me in the chapters that follow. My suggestion is that Hegel's logic is the crucial intellectual tool that can help us weave the elusive stories of our own present, the stories of which we seem so much in need today. My thesis is that Hegel's dialectic speculative logic can fulfill this crucial function because it is what I shall call a logic of transformation, or a logic of transformative processes, that is, to put the point in another way, a logic of crisis. The entire discussion that ensues will be dedicated to explaining in what sense Hegel's logic should be viewed as a logic of transformation, what this characterization brings to our understanding of the logic, and in what sense it helps discovering and putting to use its actuality, as well as to specify the different types and modes of transformation. By way of introduction, though, I can anticipate here two fundamental tenets that already recommend such designation as worth exploring. For one thing, if contrasted to the aims and the accomplishments of both Kant's transcendental logic and of formal logic in the classical and modern traditions, Hegel's dialectic speculative logic is the only one that aims at and succeeds in accounting for the dynamic of real processes, natural, psychological, but also social, political, and historical processes. It is a logic that attempts to think of change and transformation in their dynamic flux not by fixating movement in abstract static descriptions but by performing movement itself. By bringing change to bear directly on pure thinking, by making thinking one with the movement it accounts for, Hegel's logic does the very thing that it purports to understand. Thereby the question of the intelligibility of actuality taken in its purely logical form becomes a practical issue or an issue of praxis as much as one of theory. 1. The descriptive function that the logic claims toward actuality goes hand in hand with a fundamentally normative function that concerns the ways in which transformations are actually produced. Thereby, the doctrine that Hegel finally consigns to the science of logic and the first part of the encyclopedia differs methodologically from the development staged in the phenomenology of spirit, which still distinguished the static, external standpoint of the philosophical we from the ever-changing, experiential position of consciousness. Unlike the phenomenology, Hegel's logic is the logic of movement itself immanently developed in its pure or purely formal structures. The only way to understand change without turning it into its opposite is to take change upon oneself, that is, to perform it. On the other hand, however, within Hegel's system of philosophy this is also what distinguishes the logic from the real philosophy, the philosophy of nature and spirit. The logic offers an account, and a performance, of the structures of change independently of the question of what it is that changes, that is, it takes transformation in the constellation of its pure forms, independently of the particular contingent and empirical conditions under which it may occur. For another thing, the development of the determinations of pure thinking staged in Hegel's logic shows how thinking can and does change and why it should change the ways in which it thinks, how thinking ought to transform itself but also how thinking, in point of fact, does transform itself. Here again, the traditional descriptive aim that makes of logic the formal account of the laws of pure thinking, or, with Kant, the transcendental account of a priori concepts, is supplemented by a crucial normative dimension that prescribes to thinking its own principled transformation. It should be noted that the claim that concepts and ideas do dialectically change along with the view that a proof of this claim is the proper task of the logic, are specifically Hegelian claims and mark Hegel's radical distance from both Plato and Kant, for whom, by contrast, ideas and ideals belong to an unchangeable and ahistorical order. In sum, the transformation process with which Hegel's logic is concerned, descriptively as well as normatively, is both the movement of reality's dynamic transformation and the process of thinking's own internal transformation. The task of this logic is to answer both the question of the rational intelligibility of real changes taken as changes, how transformations in nature, society, and history can be brought to concepts or understood in terms of pure forms of change, and the question of why and how thinking can and ought to change the ways in which it thinks of itself and of the world in which it lives and acts. My contention is that these two closely interconnected sides of Hegel's program make this logic the candidate of choice for the understanding of the present age of epochal transformations, the philosophical tool that can help us weave the much-needed story of the crises we are presently living. Moreover, in framing Hegel's dialectic speculative logic as a logic of transformative processes, I intend to provide an answer to two related issues that have vexed the interpretation of this part of the system since the second half of the 19th century. The first issue comprises a set of different questions, and regards, in its core, the proper status of Hegel's logic in relation to traditional philosophical disciplines. How does Hegel's logic relate to metaphysics in general and ontology in particular? Is this logic an anachronistic reprise, after Kant, of old metaphysics and ontology? Does it inaugurate a new brand of post-Kantian metaphysics, or is it rather no metaphysics or ontology at all? Alternatively, and using cues offered by Hegel himself, the logic has been viewed by interpreters as the enumeration of the successive determinations of God or the absolute through its predicates, hence, ultimately, as a speculative theology of sort, as a new form of post-Kantian metaphysics that continues the tradition of Kant's critique, and as no metaphysics at all. 2. Another unsettled question concerns the relation between dialectical logic and epistemology. It is debated whether Hegel's logic offers a plausible epistemology that is meant to guide the development of the other philosophical disciplines, i.e., the philosophy of nature and the philosophy of spirit, or whether epistemological concerns as such are either utterly foreign to it or condemned to fail on the basis of this logic's speculative endeavor. Wide open and even more puzzling and intriguing are the questions that the science of logic's status as a logic pose to interpreters. Does it deal with categories at all, in the Aristotelian and Kantian sense, or does it rather present thought forms abstracted from the concrete reality and such as to necessarily presuppose such reality as its condition? How does speculative logic relate to traditional formal logic, for example, in the presentation of concepts, judgments, and syllogisms that occupies its second division, the subjective logic? And what is its relation to contemporary non-traditional logics, paraconsistent logic, aletheism? Finally, with regard to its general philosophical aim, Hegel's logic has generated readings as different as those that see its process as the speculative mystification of autarkic thinking, and most recently those that interpret it as a theory of meaning or a theory for the pragmatic institution of norms. On many of these questions, I will come back more or less directly at different points in the course of this study. However, it is fair for now to say that all possible answers to such questions have been attempted to date, that the decisiveness of the affirmation or denial of each question may vary, but that the entire spectrum of possibilities has been covered, and, finally, that despite all this work none of these issues have definitively been settled. In regard to this first set of issues, I have taken an indirect path. Metaphysical as well as epistemological questions will certainly come up in my discussion, yet, in my view, they are not the central or maybe, better, the original problem that Hegel's logic intends to solve. All those issues depend on the answer to the crucial problem of how transformation as such should be conceptually thought and of how it can be practically enacted. What is the formal theory that answers to both parts of this problem even before the determinate conditions under which particular changes occur, natural, psychological, historical, social, political, economic, have been specified? I suggest that it is this more original concern that orients Hegel's answer to metaphysical and epistemological problems. Once this is assumed as the unique central issue of Hegel's dialectic speculative logic, it is also no surprise that such logic leads on to a philosophy of nature and a philosophy of spirit that take into account the determinate ways in which change and transformation are produced in actuality under specific empirical and historical conditions. Accordingly, my discussion will offer a fresh look at another vexing problem of the scholarship, namely, the issue of the relationship between logic and reality, or, systematically, between the science of logic and the real philosophy. With regard to this problem as well, interpretations seem to have covered all possible positions. Here again, by contrast, I shall change the terms of the question, assuming from the outset that the problem, for Hegel, is inconsistent. The pressing issue for Hegel, just as for us today, is to find the logic that can account for the critical complexity of the present age and that is, at the same time, co-original in its internal development to the movement of the very reality it attempts to understand. Indeed, such logic succeeds in its task of comprehension precisely because it is co-original with its actuality. In the remainder of this introductory chapter I offer an initial discussion of the status of Hegel's dialectic speculative logic. I am interested in the function of Hegel's dialectic for our philosophizing in and understanding of the contemporary world. The central thesis of this book is that the abstract forms of Hegel's logic find unexpected underpinnings in the reality of the contemporary world because they are co-original with the development of Hegel's own historical present. To articulate this thesis, I start by raising the general questions mentioned previously. What kind of theory does Hegel offer in the first part of his system of philosophy? What kind of logic is dialectic and what are its philosophical aims and tasks? And what is this logic about, or, what kind of objects does it thematize? These questions are all indirectly addressed in a first step that frames Hegel's logic as a logic of transformative processes. For thereby I lay the foundations for an argument that moves from the study of the modes in which transformation is logically thought to the exploration of the ways in which transformations in thinking and in reality are practically achieved and brought about. In the next sections, I will get to the question of what Hegel's logic is about, and hence to the question of what kind of logic it is, by first discussing and determining the problematic context in which it should be placed and read. In other words, I will start out by indicating the broader issues, which, I contend, lay at the heart of the development of Hegel's dialectic from his early years. 5. This will give us a peculiar perspective on the crucial aim of Hegel's logic, and consequently will indirectly allow us to measure its distance from and proximity to the concerns of traditional and Kantian logic, as well as to the problems faced by philosophy today. 6. I then turn to Hegel's idea of a dialectic speculative logic able to overcome the flaws of the logic of the understanding, Verstandeslogik, the flaws that Hegel assesses precisely in relation to the objectives he set for philosophy with regard to the contemporary world. 7. Herein I discuss in a first general way the idea of a logic of transformative processes. The fruitfulness of this framework is supported by a look at Hegel's account of the beginning of the history of philosophy. 8. In his view, the problem of thinking movement and transformation in their pure abstract form is the chief philosophical problem of philosophy since its Greek inception. Only dialectic can solve such a problem, but, as the history of philosophy and contemporary philosophical endeavors clearly show, this function can be fulfilled only by a dialectic that is itself speculative, that is, by a dialectic that is able to overcome the fixations and destructiveness of the understanding, and to gain the dimension of speculative reason. 9. Finally, in the conclusion of the chapter, on the backdrop of this idea of a logic of transformation, I present the general strategy that the argument of this book will follow in order to explore the two interconnected ideas presented in these opening sections, namely, briefly put, how to think change and transformation, and how to change and transform thinking. While the present reality of multiple crises is a challenge to our capacity of understanding and reconstructing actuality in a philosophical way, it also presents us with the inescapable necessity to change the way in which we structure our thinking of ourselves and of our natural, social, and historical world. To another crisis, times of change and Hegel's dialectic. In 1781 Kant discloses the historical debt of the philosophical project expounded in the first edition of the Critique of Pure Reason by placing it in the age of critique, that is, in the period of the Enlightenment, KRV axi, thereby drawing motivational and explicative force from the act of positioning the work in its own historical present. In a relationship of mutual interdependency, the age of critic gives rise to reason's own critic, while reason's philosophical self-criticism continues and radicalizes the social and political critique that pervades its own epoch. The idea of critique gains its force and normativity from this connection. Kant's declaration in the 1781 preface is full of promise and optimism. The French Revolution is a disruptive event yet to come, even though, to repeat the common division of labor between the French and the Germans often heard at the time. It is anticipated by the Copernican revolution in thinking announced by Kant's critique. In 1807, in the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel refers to a different present as informing and indeed requiring a new philosophical way of thinking about the current historical situation as well as about the human subject who lives and acts in this reality. The idea of dialectic is precisely such a new way of thinking. The phenomenology is written in the world deeply transformed by the events begun in 1789. It is not difficult to see, Hegel registers in the preface once the book is concluded, that our time is a time of birth and transition, Übergang, to a new period. Spirit has come to a break with the previous world of its existence and representation and is about to sink this world in the past and to start the work of its own transformation, Gestaltung. Indeed, spirit is never in a state of quiet, as it is caught in a constant progressive movement, TW3, 18. 11. Hegel writes during the transitional period that sees Europe coming out of the turmoil of the French Revolution, prey of Napoleon's sweeping designs of conquests, stage of new social, juridical, and political experimentations. In this Europe the Industrial Revolution has already begun. For Hegel, the contemporary observer, the present is an open process full of uncertainties, just as an open process is the work of the philosophical science at the beginning of its tasks of comprehension. We do not know anything of the new age about to begin except that it is new and different from the one we have lived in so far, and that it results from the complete shattering of the institutions and the certainties of the old world. A radical break has occurred, a revolutionary break, the chronological beginning of which one can date back to July 14, 1789, and the end of which may be sanctioned by Napoleon's coup of the 18 Brumaire, 1799. Passing through the events of 1794, the development out of such a beginning has eclipsed an old social and political order, erased old institutions, forms of life and ideas, and thereby has ushered in a new epoch in world history. In the chapter The Absolute Freedom and Terror, Hegel attempts a philosophical reconstruction of such a story as part of the phenomenological development of contemporary spirit's consciousness. If there is, to be sure, a measure of promise and confidence in Hegel's portrait of the present age in the cited passage of the preface, there is also the awareness of the effort required to carry out its momentous change. The movement of spirit is hard work, TW 3, 18, of the price that one has to pay for every step undertaken along a path that is all but certain and straightforward. 12. But more than anything else there is in Hegel's remark a sort of puzzlement in front of the task that the present world poses to philosophy. For, Hegel's real focus is not so much to predict the possible contours of the new epoch about to begin, but to comprehend the transition itself, to comprehend the Übergang that leads to it and produces the new, to grasp the process of deep transformation or Umgestaltung in which contemporary consciousness is inexorably caught. 13. In effect, this is the true object of philosophical understanding, this is the chief challenge to it. How can the historical transition itself, or the birth of the new, for that matter, be understood? Neither the past nor the future, but the changing present in its changing quality, neither the origin nor the destination of the historical process of transformation in their isolated, static occurrence, but the very movement of transformation taking place between the beginning and the end, the movement in which our lives are presently immersed and engaged. How can transformation be conceptualized when all distance between the process and its apprehension, and hence the possibility of a distinct standpoint or a perspective of sorts, is erased, when thinking is one with the changing process that is being thought? 14. To be able to tell the story, our own present teaches us, we must wait for the anniversary. The story seems to emerge only in relation to the past, and seems to be only about the past, although its chief interest lies in the present. It is at this point that we first meet our challenge. Philosophy, Hegel will declare in later years, thereby drawing a sort of empowering limitation to its task, should not attempt to make predictions with regard to the future. Philosophy's job is rather the understanding of the present in situations of crisis, namely, in moments of transition and indeed conflict and contradiction between different life and thought formations, between the old that is no more and the new that is not yet. But how can the contradictory tension that separates and at the same time brings together the slow continuity of growth and the sudden unexpected hiatus of birth be brought to conceptual knowledge and thereby explained by a unity of sense? How can these opposites be part of the same story, and how should this story be narrated? Speaking to his contemporaries, Hegel can indeed say, it is not difficult to see that we live in a time of transition to a new epoch. It is not difficult to see because life provides immediate evidence for this claim in lived uncontroversial facts. But he famously warns that what is known to common sense, what is Beckett, is still not conceptually grasped, is not yet philosophical knowledge, is not Kant. 15. On the contrary, what is most easily seen, felt, and lived in its immediate certainty is the hardest thing to grasp conceptually, is the real challenge to philosophy. The day-to-day chronicle of events is quite different from the unified, allegedly meaningful story told on the anniversary after a form of life has completed its course, and can no longer be rejuvenated, only understood. This is precisely the task to be undertaken, to give conceptual, rational form to the mere feeling, perception, or indeed experience of change, to tell, philosophically and reflectively but also paradoxically, the story of the present at the only proper time in which it can be told, namely, years later. In 1807, with the Phenomenology, Hegel provides a logic of change that takes consciousness as its concrete object, that is, as the place in which change occurs and becomes visible as concrete subjective experience. Accordingly, the philosophical understanding of transition is the understanding of how transition and change take place in and for consciousness, the latter being a concrete example or instance of the pure, i.e., logical, form of Übergang. 16. The project of the science of logic, which will take transition as such to its object, in its logical form independently of consciousness, is yet to come. But before getting to the logic, we should take a step back. Hegel's concern with the historical present and the idea that the dimension of one's fractured actuality poses to philosophy a fundamental task of comprehension, that this is indeed the fundamental philosophical task, can already be detected in a fragment probably written between 1799 and 1800 and belonging to the work on the Verfassung Deutschlands. Already at this early point, Hegel addresses a situation of deep institutional crisis and uncertain political transition, a situation in which the dangers of dissolution and self-destruction facing the German people are a felt, troubling reality. As in 1807 the starting point for philosophy is the apparent evidence of what is not difficult to see, the painful and opaque truth of the day-to-day chronicle. The real challenge to the disillusioned philosopher 17 is the understanding of what is. In this period, i.e., in his last Frankfurt and early Jena years, in his theoretical writings Hegel arrives at the central thought of his dialectic. 18. It has been observed that the confrontation between the Verfassung Deutschlands and Hegel's works on political philosophy of this and the immediately successive period, System der Sittlichkeit, Nachrichtsaufsatz, yields the impression of radically conflicting views. 4. While the philosophical reflection leads Hegel to the attempt at overcoming the contradictions found in the historical world, in the Verfassung Deutschlands all those contradictions are left unreconciled as plain and hard facts, as facts that should remain, as it were, in their contradictory, unmediated character. 19. This is an important observation that supports, however, the contrary view, which I propose here, namely, the thesis of the fundamental continuity and solidarity between Hegel's occasional political writings and his dialectic speculative philosophy. Neither could be understood without the other. As the comprehension of the present political situation leads to a contradiction that can neither be healed nor overcome, the effort of philosophy struggling for a conceptual comprehension of the dynamics of change leads precisely to the thought of a possible conciliation and to the conditions thereof. Since the real contradiction is insurmountable in the actuality of facts, the question is, what would it take to advance beyond the present predicament, to change the way things are? This is the effort of thinking, herein lies thinking's practical task and commitment. Thus, I suggest framing the project of Hegel's logic as the project of a logic of transformative processes, precisely because it arises, from early on, out of the need to learn how to live with and give a philosophic account of the fundamental contradictions and transformations of modernity, transformations that we face, in new form, in our contemporary, postmodern, world. 20. Hegel's idea of logic is determined from the very beginning by the intellectual and practical need to remove the limitations that prevent human life from coming to its full development. Der Philosophie Leben lernen is Hegel's telling claim in one of his early Jena course lectures, a claim that reflects a position to which his dialectic always remains faithful. 21. As a logic of change, Hegel's dialectic cannot be separated from the analysis and the understanding of the present world. Yet, to expose the contradictory, unreconciled character of the present is also, at the same time, to comprehend the ways in which contradiction develops and thereby may be overcome. The fragment Der immer sich vergrößernde Widerspruch. 22, placed by many editors of the Verfassung Deutschlands at its beginning, offers at the same time a philosophical diagnosis of the historical crisis faced by Germany at the end of the 18th century, and the first emergence of the fundamental tenet of Hegel's logic of change. The abstract problem herein is, what is change? How shall the philosopher conceptualize the moment of historical transition, the unrest that everyone feels as the prevailing dimension of the present, the necessary pull, trieb, drang, toward the unknown and the new that one must grasp and embrace in order to survive its unstoppable affirmation? Indeed, unlike the dead fixation of life in positive institutional forms and in their destructive, blocked contradictions, the contradiction that shapes transformative processes is a condition of survival, both individual and collective, both personal and national. For the latter contradiction bears within itself the possibility of a way out and the conditions of a new beginning. Der immer sich vergrößernde Widerspruch offers Hegel's philosophical diagnosis of a period of radical change, the phenomenology of a historical crisis, and the assessment of the different directions in which such crisis may develop and resolve. Significantly, however, Hegel does not point to any guaranteed solution to the growing contradiction. Insecurity and the striving for the unknown remain the prevailing tone. 23 The predicament of the present age. The fragment indicates in the growing contradiction and the need for its Aufhebung or Widerlegung, GW 5, 18/TW1, 458, 459, the logical structure of change, GW 5, 16F/TW1, 457F. Herein we already meet the fundamental terms of Hegel's dialectic. Contradiction is a real force operating in history, is a force moved by its own inner logic, which is a logic of immanent development. Contradiction now defines for Hegel the relation between the ideal and the real, between nature and life, respectively, GW 5, 16, 17/TW1, 458, 457, between what political and juridical institutions have to offer to their citizens and what individuals more or less consciously seek and desire but remains unfulfilled by those institutions. The tension catalyzed in contradiction is the mark of an epoch in which all certainty and security has been shattered and the only hope for survival, individual and collective, lies in the acceptance of transformation, in the capacity to face the negativity to which life has been reduced. Knowledge by itself cannot effect transformation, although it may be one of the conditions thereof. And not even a pure act of the will, be it individual or collective, nor a social contract or mere revolutionary violence can bring change about, GW 5, 16F/TW1, 459. Rather, Hegel seems to suggest that transformation lies somehow in the nature of things, in the inner logic of the contradiction that animates the present time once the obstacles to its radicalization and free development are removed and contradiction is let grow to its extreme consequences without being fixated into a static, self-standing absolute, GW 5, 16/TW1, 457. Contradiction is a force independent of human cognition and will, is the force within which all human activity is rather inscribed. Only nature, that is, the recognition and expression of real needs and desires, can lead to the articulation and thereby, solution of the growing contradiction. 24 Change takes place as contradiction gives rise to a need and thereby to the movement of its own refutation. 4. The need that contradiction be overcome, a need that arises once life has met pure negativity and has recognized that it can no longer live with it and in it is already in itself change, GW 5, 17. Contradiction is neither a merely mental entity or operation, nor a fixed, static not in reality. Contradiction is movement and development, it is the movement of its own overcoming or Aufhebung. In sum, contradiction is for Hegel the sign of historical crises. Transformation and change are the manifestation and internal development of the contradiction, namely, the movement that contradiction necessarily marshals in once it is not taken as static and absolute, once it is not fixed within illusory limits, for those limits have been erased once and for all by the revolutionary turmoil, or repressed. Hegel's later Science of Logic will elaborate this seminal thought into the first, foundational part of the system of philosophy. In its basic terms, however, Hegel's dialectical logic of change is in place already in his early political works. The logic of change that captures from within the features of the historical present is both descriptive and driven in its development by a normative and evaluative impulse. We want transformation to be progress, change to be change for the better. Change seems indeed to have a direction, and the direction it takes does make a difference to us. And yet, as we face the unknown, we must acknowledge that change in itself is not necessarily progressive nor has the certitude of a guaranteed, let alone positive, end. Progress, whatever it may mean, can never be taken for granted. However, the need that accompanies change, or at least the need that refuses to take contradiction as absolute and static and refuses to take the limiting, suffocating conditions of the age as something irrevocably fixed, aims at radicalizing and thereby overcoming the further contradiction between the worse life of increasing human suffering and the indeterminate but forceful desire for a better life. GW 5, 17F/TW1, 458. My emphasis. 25. On Hegel's account, such need for change, becoming an active impulse, drang, toward a better life, is supported by all the forces of the present age, by the action of single individuals of great character, by the collective movement of entire peoples, by the depiction of poets, even by the work of metaphysics. GW 5, 17/TW1, 458. And yet, only nature in its actual life can undermine the worse life opposing it with the force of an effective refutation. To leave no doubt as to the character of this Widerlegung, Hegel clearly states that it cannot be the object of an intentional activity. GW 5, 18. The advancement of the growing contradiction can be countered only by its objective, immanent resolution, not by the conscious, yet merely external intervention of a subjective will. This is the thought of immanence that the science of logic will later explore in all its implications. Only in this way is the apparent change claimed by an ineffective, external violence, Schwalt, or by an arbitrary voluntarism replaced by the real and necessary transformation brought about by the inner power, Macht, of contradiction. Only in this way may the worse life make room for a better life. In other words, what shall be taken as a better form of life is neither decided by an authoritarian deed, nor established by the arbitrary indication of revolutionary enthusiasts. It is instead the objective, immanent result to which the historical movement of contradiction may lead when brought to its extreme consequences. 26. This result, however, is never guaranteed. For, the result still belongs to the realm of the unknown, which lays beyond the process of transformation at its very conclusion. And the philosopher, as Hegel states in the preface to the Phenomenology, being immersed in the process, should attend only to such a process and refrain from making arbitrary predictions. Since Hegel views transformation, transition, and contradiction as the defining features of his epoch, the crucial task of philosophy is for him the understanding of the historical present insofar as this is facing the challenge of change and transformation. Such a task requires him to address two different issues. First, how can transformation be conceptualized or taken up in thinking? How can transformation be thought in its pure character and structure? Second, how can thinking itself, both at the personal and collective level, change its patterns and conceptual tools, keep pace with an ever-changing reality, and control or channel changes in the world? How can thinking be transformed and ultimately transform itself, that is, change the very way it thinks? It is this problematic constellation that, in turn, guides the internal shifts in Hegel's conception of logic from the early Jena years to the publication and republication of the volumes of the Wissenschaft der Logik in 1812/13, 1816, and 1831, and of the Encyclopaedia Logic in 1817, 1827, and 1830. The aim of both the bipartite logic and metaphysics of the Jena years and of the later dialectic speculative logic replacing metaphysics is to unravel the fundamental structures of change, to think and understand change, this time, in and for itself, namely, to think of it not as an external event that merely happens to certain contents, subjects, consciousnesses, or substrates, but rather to think of change in its logical purity as the inner tension and dynamic impulse defining what something truly is, and is not at the same time, what something is in the process of becoming or making itself what it is, and other than what it is. The exploration of this question leads Hegel to the discovery of the ways in which thinking in its purity is itself a process of transformation, neither a static faculty endowed with potentiality but no actuality, nor an absolute self-same entity separated from the changing content that it happens to think. Accordingly, the categories or logical forms are not modes of thinking and judging of given contents, but are pure modes of transformation, both of thinking and reality, of objective thinking, as Hegel puts it. In the aftermath of these early reflections, unlike so many interpretations of Hegel's philosophy, I argue that the story that Hegel's dialectic supports, methodologically and epistemologically, the story to which the logic must be brought back as its theoretical foundation, and even justification, is not a story of unmatched success, progress, and conciliation, a story the conclusion of which is already predetermined at the beginning and consequently offers neither novelty nor possibility of unforeseen and unexpected transformation. We too often forget that dialectic is inspired by those lacerating contradictions, upheavals, and uncertainties pervading European history at the end of the 18th and at the beginning of the 19th centuries, to which Hegel was a particularly sensitive witness. My suggestion is that this holds true not only for the young Hegel whose interests in the lower needs of man 27 inspire his early writings, but for the mature Hegel as well, whose system begins with and is grounded in a science of logic, not only for the Hegel of the phenomenology of spirit and, on some interpretations, the philosophy of right or the philosophy of history, but also, and in the first place, for the Hegel of the logic. As the logical process takes place in the formal timeless and spaceless dimension of pure thinking, the movement of contradiction that it narrates, and the movement that the logic itself ultimately and directly is not erased in a final moment of conciliation or in an unshakable unity, is never reduced to a past left forever behind or to a place forgotten and abandoned once and for all. That the logic unfolds with the movement of an internal and immanent necessity does not imply that the conclusion is already set and, implicitly if not explicitly, reached from the very beginning, or that the process does not know the contingency, uncertainty, ambiguity, and even the risk of alternative possibilities and alternative decisions. The logic tells us of the ever-present and resurging contradiction that constitutes every transformation as its fundamental moving force. It displays the nature of transition, including the space of vagueness and uncertainty that surrounds the emergence of all new formations in reality as well as in thinking. To this extent, however, the logic also teaches us how to relate to such transformations philosophically. The logic tells us that to understand our historical present is to understand and indeed to practice the logic of change. Perhaps, the last of Marx's theses on Feuerbach can be taken to express a similar program. 3. The need for a logic of change. If unforeseeable change, the unrest of transition, and the lacerating violence of contradiction are the prevailing dimensions of Hegel's contemporary world, that is, the features that constitute the actuality of his historical present and not merely contingent aspects of it, they are also the stumbling block that philosophy encounters in its attempts at a comprehension based on the traditional ways of cognition structured by formal logic, by Kant's transcendental philosophy, and by contemporary epistemologies, from Reinhold's and Fichte's Reformed transcendentalism to Schelling's metaphysics to contemporary forms of skepticism. Hegel brings together all these approaches under the designation of logic of the understanding, Verstandeslogik. Thereby he indicates the logic that considers avoiding contradiction, or the principle of non-contradiction, as the first and foremost law of thinking and proceeds statically by applying fixed concepts, taken from an allegedly complete table of categories, which in their empty formality have no grip on reality. Simply put, the present world is not understandable assuming traditional logic and metaphysics as the paradigm of comprehension, because this present is contradictory, has no fixed features, and being characterized by change cannot be held fast by any given concept or definition. Therefore, on Hegel's account, it is also not surprising that traditional philosophy has yielded in recent years either skepticism or various forms of irrationalism and Schwärmerei. Common to all these positions is the act of confessed defeat that radically disengages philosophy from the comprehension of the contemporary world and from the active participation in it. Significantly, Hegel contends that to the logic of the understanding corresponds the doer, Verstandesleben, commonly experienced by the German citizen of his time, an alienated form of life in which man's suffering and his servitude to things are rendered more acute than ever before, GW 5, 17/TW1, 458. Accordingly, the need for a new method of comprehension of the real world is also, at the same time, the need for a better life, the striving toward different conditions of life, GW 5, 17/TW1, 458. On Hegel's account, the fixed concepts of traditional and Kantian logic are the basis of what he calls the dead positive. 28. They categorize and classify a reality that is no longer actual since the movement of life has entirely abandoned it. They present a static picture of the world that is indeed reassuring in its clear-cut boundaries and unambiguous classifications. It is, however, the representation of an order that has no relation to the ever-changing real, no bearing on the true needs of life, no possible application to human desires, hopes, and values, no regard for the lessons of history. To comprehend the world according to a table of categories declared fixed and complete once and for all, a priori, as it were, is indeed like trying to paint a scene from life using only two colors and only two dimensions. 29. Such procedures can yield no knowledge and no truth simply because the complexity of movement, change, and transition constituting the life of the real in its actuality are thereby dispensed with and utterly eliminated. 30. The logic of the understanding engages in the analysis or dissection of what lies in front of it and proceeds by isolating the moments thereby obtained in the attempt to separate truth from falsity, the positive from the negative. To such logic, however, movement and change, the transition that lies between the terms of its dichotomies and blurs its classifications, are in principle unintelligible. The story narrated by the understanding may cater to the expediency of the moment but does not reach the dimension of truth. 4. Its chief assumption is that truth and falsity, as well as good and evil, life and death, must be kept separated, that their contradiction must be avoided and left aside with all means possible. Contradiction, which is the seed and the essence of movement, is precisely that from which the fixed order of the understanding takes flight as the worse enemy of an alleged unmovable and unmoved truth. It is easy to see, at this point, Hegel's need for a new logic that, proposing itself as a logic that has change as its object and takes contradiction as the root of change, allows for a philosophical comprehension of the peculiar predicament of the contemporary world. This logic is dialectic. 31. Dialectic provides a worldview that is not based on fixed classifications but on structured transitions, that does not pursue the determination of objects, subjects, events, or, metaphysical, substrates as something given once and for all, or transcendentally a priori and inescapable, but presents the movement of the process of determination in and for itself, that is, presents the process as process in its independent and self-sufficient unfolding. This constitutes the immanence of the logical development. What kind of transformative process does the logic present? And what does the idea of dialectic as logic of change imply with regard to traditional logic and metaphysics? Hegel addresses these issues both in the preface to the Phenomenology and in the introductory writings to his Logic in the Encyclopedia as well as in the Science of Logic. But before getting to these questions, I shall further support the view of dialectic as logic of transformation with an argument taken from Hegel's consideration of the history of philosophy. This argument shows, from yet another perspective, the way in which Hegel's dialectic advances beyond other forms of philosophical thinking, notably, Parmenides's and Zeno's, in which the logic of the understanding is historically instantiated. At stake in this discussion is the place that the problem of movement and change occupies in philosophical thinking in its inception. and the function of dialectic in overcoming the problems encountered by early philosophical thinking. For dialectic is movement, Zeno's arrow and Heraclitus's flux. War is common and justice strife, and all things come about by way of strife and necessity, reads a famous fragment by Heraclitus. 32. On his view, constant transformation constitutes the very essence of reality, the principle to which nothing existing escapes. Change, however, is generated by strife, that is, by the clash of opposites and their coexistence. To this extent, conflict is not only necessary but is promoted to the dignity of a first metaphysical principle next to necessity itself. Opposing Pythagoras, who proposed the ideal of a peaceful and harmonious universe, and opposing Anaximander, who saw the warfare of opposites as outright injustice, Heraclitus identifies strife and its necessity with justice. Contradiction does not lead to chaos but to a just order that is the order of universal transformation. Schiller's aphorism, which Hegel takes up in his idea of world history, has after all a pre-Socratic root: Weltgeschichte is Weltgericht, R. 340, because change is strife and strife is justice. Ultimately, Hegel's rejection of Kant's ideal of perpetual peace has the same metaphysical motivation as Heraclitus's polemic stance toward Pythagoras. Contradiction determines the ongoing movement of the historical process, the justice of which lies in its self-regulating development. Significantly, for Heraclitus, only thought can grasp change. It remains instead inexplicable, and even undetectable, to the senses. In a Latin rendering of Heraclitus's thought, gutta lapidem, for the senses there is no evidence of change in the inexorable corrosion of the stone by the drop of water, the ever-changing river appears to sense perception to be always the same river. But it is not the same. Thinking grasps the reality of change by grasping its underlying unity, or rather its regularity, its metron or measure. Thereby Heraclitus solves the paradox that paralyzed Zeno, leaving his arrow suspended in an unreal movement, truly, in an unsolvable contradiction. For Heraclitus, thinking but not the senses can master contradiction and the movement it engenders. Plato reads a different lesson into Heraclitus's verses and draws from them a different conclusion. He overturns the terms of Heraclitus's problem. Seeing the reality of change confined to the world of the senses, when Heraclitus only tells us that the senses are unable to grasp it, and claiming that knowledge and thinking are only of unmoved eternal forms, when Heraclitus claims that only thinking can account for the flux of change, Plato concludes that true knowledge of the sensible world is impossible because truth is foreign to it. Since all sensible things are forever flowing, thinking takes refuge in a world itself spared of change. This is the world of ideas. Hegel's presentation of the history of philosophy in its Greek beginnings follows the development of dialectic from its merely subjective forms in the Eleatic school to the recognition of its objectivity in Heraclitus. However, the interpretation of Hegel's position in this regard generally fails to see that its crucial point consists in the essential thematic connection between dialectic and the question of movement. For Hegel, the problem of dialectic is identical with the problem of how change, movement, and the contradiction that brings it about can be grasped in and by thought. Accordingly, for Hegel, the advancement of dialectic in its history is measured by the position that thinking assumes toward transformation. The issue is whether change is placed in reality or in thinking, that is, in the object or in the subject. 4. Dialectic is the movement of the concept in itself, TW 18, 295. Significantly, Hegel's argument explains why, historically, dialectic has met the problem of change as its first and foremost issue. The reason is that dialectic is itself this movement, or that movement is itself the dialectic of all things, TW 18, 305. Dialectic and movement are ultimately identical. To think movement is to perform movement. In thinking, it is to accept the necessity of thinking through contradictions and in contradictions. This is Hegel's rendering of the most original problem in the history of philosophy. Ultimately, the fact that dialectic itself changes and successively assumes different forms, hence has a history. The history that Hegel repeatedly narrates in his lectures is a corollary of the identification between dialectic and the movement of the concept. Moreover, the philosophical problem of change converges with the issue of how thinking can apprehend its own reality in concepts, a reality that is necessarily subject to change since it is fundamentally historical. As Hegel points out in the preface to the Philosophy of Right, despite his search for an unmoved ideality beyond Heraclitus's world of continuous flux, even Plato does not escape this general fate of philosophy. His ideal state is not the portrait of an unmoved idea set beyond reality, but the account of a historical moment of crisis and inner, epical transformation in Greek ethical life, TW 7:24. It is, to be sure, a paradigmatic philosophical rendering of a moment of social and political transition. In presenting Heraclitus's philosophy in his lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel famously exclaims, "Here we finally see land." And he adds, "There is not a single proposition in Heraclitus that I have not taken up in my logic," TW 18:320. Why is Heraclitus so important in the history of philosophy in general, and for Hegel's own dialectic speculative logic in particular? On Hegel's account, Heraclitus solves the impasse that paralyzes Zeno's thought in his efforts to deny movement, or alternatively to claim that movement as such cannot be thought. What is most relevant, however, is that Hegel puts quite some effort into making an additional, and not immediately evident, point, a point that interrupts the historical sequence of the exposition to bring us unexpectedly to Hegel's own present. By suggesting that in his antinomies Kant does nothing more than what Zeno has already done with his contradictory propositions or paradoxes, TW 18:317f, Hegel institutes an important historical parallel, Zeno and Kant on the one hand, Heraclitus and Hegel on the other. The dynamic of dialectical reason solves the static impasse of an undialectical understanding unable to grasp change and hence stuck in a dead antinomic opposition. In dealing with this ancient phase of philosophy's history, Hegel is actually touching on one of the most urgent contemporary issues. How can change, logical, natural, historical, be comprehended in concepts? How can logic advance beyond the stalemate between being and nothing and become, as it were, logic of the real world, or logic of objective thinking? Heraclitus's thesis of the flux of all things is the land on which dialectic finally installs itself. 33 Once it is thought through, the indeterminate movement of becoming leads to the determinate beginning of dialectic with Dasein, TW 5:113. Zeno's starting point is the realization that the representation of movement implies contradiction. Movement expresses both the contradiction in the concept and the reality of contradiction. It is contradiction posited as appearance in reality, in time and space, TW 18:307. From this claim Zeno's attempt to a refutation of movement follows. He rightly separates thinking from sense perception. He argues that what is in movement according to the senses does not move according to thinking. In thought the flying arrow is inexorably still. And truth is only in thinking. Hence movement cannot be thought. This conclusion runs opposite to the one reached by Heraclitus: movement exists only for thinking and not for the senses, and already announces the eternal world of Platonic forms. Hegel's comment on Zeno's conclusion reveals his own solution of the problem of dialectic as the immanent movement of the concept. It is necessary to think movement. So as Zeno thought of it, namely, as something internally contradictory, as the reality of contradiction. And yet, he adds, it is necessary to further bring movement into this position of movement, die Setzender Bewegung, TW 18:311. My emphasis. It is not sufficient to, statically, posit movement. Thinking must learn how to perform movement, how to transform itself. The thought of movement must itself be moving, must embrace the dynamic of the object that it thinks. Thereby Hegel announces the program of his own dialectic speculative logic. The crucial transformation introduced by this logic over and against traditional Verstandeslogic regards the method by which the logical development is built as an immanent, self-moving thought process. The method consists in calling to life The Dead Limbs of Logic Through Spirit, TW 5, 48. In traditional logic, since the categories as fixed determinations fall outside one another and are not held together in organic unity, they are dead forms that do not have in themselves the spirit which alone constitutes their living unity, TW 5, 41. On Hegel's critique, the categories of formal and transcendental logic are dead, unmoved forms. They have the same status as those political and juridical institutions of the ancien regime from which life has forever departed. They are dead insofar as they lack normativity over human practices. Their consecrated authority is no longer authority over men's lives or the guarantee of meaningfulness in relation to lived practices and beliefs. In their dead fixity and unmoved abstract existence, they are nothing but meaningless and useless relics of a long gone past. Hence, in order to reclaim new meaning to logical form, contradiction and movement must be introduced in pure thinking. Contrary to the traditional view, categories should be seen as moments of an ongoing, fluid process in which they are bound to modify their meaning, to interact with and contradict one another, and finally to constitute the organic unity of a whole. 34. The spirit that alone is able to show the living meaningfulness, that is, the actuality and authority of logical thinking, is the force of contradiction, the dynamism laboring on within the process, TW 3, 460. Thus, the project of Hegel's dialectic speculative logic, whereby dialectic radicalizes Zeno's and Heraclitus's procedures of thinking movement by directly performing it, is inspired by a fundamental practical and hermeneutic need arising from the predicament of post-revolutionary modernity. I shall end this preliminary look at Hegel's appraisal of the history of philosophy with an account of his judgment on Aristotle on the issue at hand. To the extent that philosophy's conceptualization of change is at stake, Hegel credits Aristotle with a speculative conquest. In drawing to the center the activity of realization, Tätigkeit der Verwirklichung, TW 19, 152, proper to the universal, Aristotle advances beyond Heraclitus's abstract and linear understanding of movement as the mere open-ended transition of being and nothing into one another. But he also advances beyond Plato, achieving the comprehension of the rational as actually realized rationality. While Heraclitus has set thinking on the right path by making of becoming the essential determination of all there is, he has failed to recognize that what confers universality to such determination is its permanence, identity with itself, TW 19, 153. The dynamic conception of the universal in which activity or transformation and permanence, hence contradictory determinations, are dialectically intertwined is Aristotle's merit. His chief metaphysical question concerning movement now regards the mover, das Bewegen, that which the mover is. Movement, in its essence and in all its empirical manifestations, is brought back to a moving principle and its activity. And this, in turn, is the logos, the purpose. In this way, Aristotle's metaphysical understanding of movement leads on beyond Heraclitus and Plato. Just as in opposition to the principle of mere change he holds on to the universal, so, by contrast, he values activity against the Pythagoreans and Plato. Aristotle's dynamics of activity contrasts the eternal fixity of number and the eternal forms yet maintains the mover's identity with itself within change, TW 19, 153. Tätigkeit is indeed also change and transformation, Veränderung, but it is transformation as proper to the self-transforming and self-determining universal. It is the activity that a subject ascribes to itself insofar as it remains identical through transformation. It is such permanence within the process of change that still lacks in Heraclitus and constitutes, for Hegel, the crucial speculative step leading to the thought of subjectivity. Subjectivity is the agent of transformation, which, to the extent that itself suffers change and transformation also survives it, that is, it is properly transformed and not destroyed by it, TW 19, 153. Only with the thought of the subject is transformation properly activity. This constellation of ancient positions, which Hegel outlines in his account of the history of philosophy as a progression in the understanding of increasingly complex forms of transformation, from movement and change as the mere becoming and transition or Übergehen of being into nothing and nothing into being, to the self-transforming activity or Tätigkeit proper of subjectivity, we will encounter again in the inner development of his dialectic speculative logic. The foregoing look at the history of philosophy makes it clear that the logic of the understanding is flawed, for Hegel, on different counts, all going back to its fundamental inability to grasp the movement of contradiction. In addition, this discussion recognizes that such logic has been operative throughout the history of philosophy from the early Eleatic school up to Kant and his contemporaries. Finally, it indicates that Hegel's concern is to offer a conception of dialectic that, being speculative, can offer an account of the entire constellation of transformations that pervade the modern world, an account, that is, of objective transitions and changes as well as complex subjective and intersubjective forms of free activity, an account not only of thinking's capacity for change but also of its capacity for initiating transformation and surviving it. At this point, two further questions must be raised. They regard, first, the way in which Hegel conceives his own speculative dialectic as overcoming the flaws of the logic of the understanding, and, second, the role that the understanding maintains for Hegel once dialectical reason has curbed its structural deficiency and instituted the immanent development of thinking. In short, in what sense is Hegel's logic of change speculative and dialectical at the same time? 5. Dialectic speculative logic, understanding and the power of reason. In the conclusion of the Vorbegriff or preconcept of the 1830 Encyclopedia, at the end of the general introduction to the logic, Hegel presents three sides of das Logisch form and content of the incipient discipline. These moments are, a. the abstract or intellectual, Verständig, b. the dialectic or negative rational, Negativ vernunftig, c. the speculative or positive rational, Positiv vernunftig, ens. 79, remark. 35. To prevent misinterpretations, Hegel encourages us to consider these sides as moments of every logical real formation, Jedes Logis real n, that is, of every concept and every truth, and not as three distinct parts of the logic. Thereby, Hegel makes two different points. First, these three sides do not belong to the logic or the logical element alone. Their validity is much more general and their existence much more pervasive, since they are aspects of every reality, every concept, and every truth. 36. Second, they are not to be considered each by itself in a linear succession as indicating different parts of the logical discipline, and as offering an anticipation of what will be justified only later. Rather, they coexist in all real formations and are distinct only when considered in the perspective of the logical preconcept. Their status is specifically that of moments of a dynamic process, not of static parts of a given whole. As the dominant faculty that imposes its logic on all allegedly knowable objects, in Kant's view, for example, the understanding, der Verstand, is responsible for blocking change and fixating abstract thought forms that are ultimately unable, in their fixation and abstraction, to grasp the dynamic of life proper to reality. Herein lies Hegel's critique of the logic of the understanding. However, once it is reduced to das Verständig, namely, to a limited moment of a broader process, der Verstand can be fully integrated within the structure and method of the logic. The intellectual is now a function or indeed an operative moment of the broader process of reason, or, more precisely, of the rational. What characterizes this moment is still its abstractness, its holding fast to the fixed determinateness and to its distinction, Unterscheidenheit, against its other. In contrast to the absolutist logic of the understanding, however, such characters of the intellectual are now viewed as a mere limited stage within the development of each logical real form. Within this process, the intellectual is recognized as necessary. Hegel's point, however, is that although the understanding's fixation of determination is necessary, this moment, being simply a moment, is also necessarily overcome by the specifically dialectical gesture of the transition into the opposite that belongs to reason. there is a contradiction in the understanding's procedure whereby the intellectual abstract moment is led beyond itself, consenting to its own inner Aufhebung. As determination is fixed and isolated from the process of reality, it becomes pure indeterminateness because it loses any real possibility of distinction against others. The procedure of fixation is self-defeating, meaning is achieved only in the transition to the opposite, ends. 81. If the problem of dialectic is the problem of grasping change, this is possible only by daring to perform the transition to one's opposite, that is, by taking change upon oneself, as a form or mode of thinking and not only as a thought content. This, however, is the first, negative, or dialectic moment of reason. Understanding yields to reason or becomes itself reasonable, thereby recognizing how untenable its own position is. Contradiction and self-transformation are inseparable. In becoming the moment of a broader process, the understanding consents to transform itself into reason. Taken in its sovereign isolation and stubborn rejection of transformation, by contrast, the understanding, meeting its necessary limitation, yields only to the suicidal destructiveness of skepticism. Negation is taken as the ultimate result, no transition to something other is accepted, that is, ultimately, nothing survives change. Both the fixity of Zeno's denial of movement and Heraclitus's generalized change display the same shortcoming if compared to Aristotle's more advanced, indeed, speculative position. As the second moment of every logical real formation, the dialectical negativity in which the understanding meets reason, thereby becoming reason, able, is presented as the moving soul of the scientific advancement, as the principle on which the immanent connection and necessity of the content of science ultimately depends, ends. 81. Remark. 37. Not only does the dialectic negative moment of reason, in contrast to the unilateral logic of the understanding, allow one to grasp the dynamic nature of all contents of thought and aspects of reality. As the moving soul of the scientific presentation, this moment is itself responsible for both organizing contents into a process and creating connections that immanently display their necessity. Now, this thoroughgoing connection of sense is indeed what we expect to find in the much-needed retrospective narrative of the contemporary crises from which we began. Finally, the speculative or positive moment of rationality constitutes the unity of the opposites, the basis of which is precisely that same transition achieved in the negative moment of reason, ends. 82. The unity that reason constitutes in its affirmative validity is a unity that preserves in itself that dissolution and transition from which it arises. It is, in other words, a dynamic unity that as such sets itself as the end result of the process, ends. 82. Remark. Once we accept the task of thinking reality as movement, we realize that our thinking itself becomes movement or is set in movement, that we think in and through a process, or that thinking itself is a process. To fulfill this task, however, we must abandon the logic of the understanding and expand the understanding to reason, or das Verständige into das Vernunftige. This is the original stipulation on which Hegel's logic rests. From this stipulation depend the way in which the pure movement of dialectic speculative thinking is shaped, as well as the way in which the interaction of the dialectic and the speculative takes place in the unfolding of the logical process. Hegel's reflection on these issues is consigned to the heading of method. However, before getting to the question of method in some detail, we must raise a final point concerning that initial stipulation itself. In Hegel's logic, dialectic speculative reason grasps transformation by leading the understanding to perform the transition into the opposite. The understanding, on its part, is entirely amenable to such transition. It does not remain to its untenable conceptual fixations but consents to the transition into the opposite. Understanding is from the outset defeated or alternatively persuaded by reason and reduced to a moment das Verständige. But why is the understanding so easily subjugated to reason? Why does it consent to become reasonable and perform the transition to the opposite? After all, this is not what happened in Zeno's or even in Kant's case. For them, the understanding remained stubbornly isolated from reason, dialectic remained blocked in the form of antinomies. To put this point differently, what kind of necessity governs the articulation of the three sides of every logical real formation? The first answer to this question is systematic and carries with itself a historical implication. At this point, namely, at the threshold of the logic, the understanding has gone through the phenomenology, the result of which is precisely the standpoint of pure thinking or the element of the logic. This is achieved in the figure of absolute knowing. 38 And in pure thinking all opposition of consciousness has been finally eliminated, TW 5, 43, 57, also 67f. By engaging in the phenomenological path, the understanding has exhausted all its possible objections to reason, or truth, its opposition is consequently also eliminated. Brought to its last implications or to its final consummation, skepticism has finally been turned against itself, has famously fulfilled its task as sich Wahlbringender Skepticismus TW 3, 72. But the phenomenology has also presented the succession of spirit's historical figures, thereby leading to Hegel's own present and to its final, reflective recollection or Erinnerung, the same recollecting moment that we are living in today. This is precisely the historical standpoint that Hegel endorses in the preface to the 1807 work opening up the dimension of the post-revolutionary present as a time of change and transition to a new epoch. 39 Thus, the systematic standpoint of the logic placed beyond the phenomenological opposition of consciousness is also, at the same time, the historical standpoint of Hegel's present, the perspective that finally allows for a rational comprehension of the historical change brought forth by the turmoil of 1789 and felt as immediate evidence by Hegel's contemporaries, that which is not difficult to see. At this point in Hegel's system and at this point in history, the understanding must yield to the power of reason, becoming a consenting moment of its development. This historical vantage point has produced the need for the philosophical comprehension of historical change, but has also allowed for the bold methodological gesture whereby the understanding has consented to submit to the power of reason, namely, has consented to bring change to bear on its own way of thinking, or has consented to change the way it thinks. Times of historical change have brought the understanding to acknowledge the necessity for a deep change in its own logic, for a deep change in its way of thinking. Accordingly, der Verstand becomes das Verständige, and thereby consents on becoming a moment of the broader process of dialectic speculative reason. This latter consideration leads us to a further answer to the question of why, in the logic, the understanding yields so easily, or necessarily, to reason. Historically, the power of reason, die Macht der Vernunft, has become too strong to be defied by the understanding's opposition. Indeed, for Zeno and even for Kant, reason was still too weak and impotent, ohnmächtig, to sustain the force of contradiction. For them, the sovereign logic is that of the understanding, the principle of non-contradiction. Even reason's own validity and success is measured, at least theoretically, on the model offered by such a logic. So, for example, in the transcendental dialectic of the first critique, blocked by the antinomies, Kantian reason is for Hegel nothing more than understanding. Reason has not yet appeared as an independent, overarching force, certainly not as a force to which the understanding must yield. According to these two arguments, the necessity that connects the three sides of every logis reals is both systematic and historical necessity. It is this necessity that requires a change in the paradigm of thinking in order to make sense of the contemporary reality. Hegel, however, is the first to outline the possibility of a different scenario. While underscoring the mutual dependence of the three sides of every logical real formation, Hegel makes room for the possibility that they all be placed under the first moment, das Verständige, and hence considered in isolation, and consequently not in their truth. This happened already in traditional logic. 40 But Hegel does not seem to limit this possibility to something that took place in the past and has been left behind once and for all. The passage suggests that it is always possible that the first moment may take the upper hand, thereby blocking the development of contradiction, the transition to the opposite, and the access to truth. Hegel does also recognize figures and forms of life in which the understanding has become autonomous and has refused to yield to the, not yet so strong, power of reason. Skepticism, ends. 81 Remark, Irony, R140, TW7, 277 FF, and the terror of the French Revolution are different examples thereof. But additional examples may be offered by our contemporary reality, thereby disclosing new questions. It follows that if the development of Hegel's dialectic speculative logic stages the process in which the three sides of all logical real formations in their purely formal dynamism are intertwined, it also presents an itinerary that at certain stages may host the possibility or the risk for all moments to be placed under the first one. This is the risk of the resurgence of the understanding and of the absolutism of its static logic, which Hegel develops in its appropriate forms and figures in the course of the logical process. 6. Hegel's dialectic speculative logic, the path for a reconstruction. Let us now take stock of where we are and sum up the itinerary outlined earlier. I have argued that the predicament of our contemporary world has at least this in common with the historical context in which Hegel matures the idea of a dialectic speculative logic from his early years to the publication and republication of the Science of Logic and the Encyclopedia. First, to be a time of deep historical change and transformation of crisis, as it were, that requires to be understood and not simply lived and felt in the emotional uneasiness and actual pain that it produces at many levels, but also requires that traditional wisdom and modes of explanations be profoundly challenged so as to yield to new ones. And second, to be a time that demands a radical change in the way in which we think and live, precisely in order to survive the transformation of our times and possibly orient such transformation toward better forms of life. While today we are still in a vacuum with regard to the selection of intellectual resources that can help us out of the current crisis, I have turned to Hegel and claimed that his response to the demands of the time demands at once historical and philosophical. Proof is offered by the history of philosophy, is to present a logic of transformation that, overcoming the fixations of the logic of the understanding, traditional formal logic and Kant's transcendental logic, and its flaws in grasping change, is framed from the outset as a dialectical and speculative logic in which contradiction plays a fundamental role in the pursuit of truth. In this framework, I shall now briefly address the general methodological question that this book sets out to answer. How can we offer a reconstruction of the argument of Hegel's logic that justifies the claims presented, namely, that against the common wisdom of the logic of the understanding, Hegel's logic is a logic of transformation and process, which is dialectical and speculative in a very distinctive sense. 2. That it is the descriptive and normative theory that allows us to think of change as well as to change the way in which we think. 3. And that along with presenting the necessity of the development, it also contemplates the possibility and the risk that such development be halted and impeded by the resurgent claims of an isolationist and absolutist understanding. It is on the basis of these three programmatic features that I suggest Hegel's logic be taken as the most fruitful tool for an understanding of our contemporary world. Accordingly, in offering an argument in support of such a view of the logic, my reconstruction will also, at the same time, put this logic at work with regard to some troubling aspects specific to our 21st century predicament. In the next chapter, Chapter 2, I shall take up the suggestion that I obliquely used earlier to outline the current predicament of crisis. At stake is the problem of weaving a unitary and meaningful story from an apparently chaotic manifold of details, a story that offers the development of a movement, not a static photograph of selected, fragmentary moments, or even of all moments, more or less arbitrarily juxtaposed. I contend that at issue is, first, the problem of the beginning, of the course of events as well as of their narrative, the beginning in the ordo essendi and in the ordo conoscendi. Second, the problem of a beginning that can imminently disclose the necessity of the advancement or progress to something else, different and possibly new, and not of a repetition or a pseudo-advancement that leads us back to the exact same predicament, and finally, the end or conclusion of the movement, which poses a problem in some aspects analogous to that of the beginning. Moreover, at stake are both the descriptive and the normative dimensions of our narrative/process. In the last chapter of the Science of Logic, dedicated to the absolute idea, which is in turn articulated as the absolute method, Hegel addresses precisely this issue as the chief issue proper to the philosophical method, itself the end and end result of the entire development of the logic. In the next chapter I shall give an account of the absolute method in this perspective. What we are dealing with at this level, or at the level of what Hegel calls the logical method, are the overarching structures of change and transformation, those structures that emerge only at the end of the movement and allow for its overall retrospective reconstruction precisely as movement. In this way, the conclusion of Hegel's logic becomes the starting point of my present argument. In Chapter 3, I reconstruct the movement of the science of logic, disassembling its development into the forms and figures that punctuate the different stages of logical transformation, and in the operations and actions through which forms and figures are distinctively and successively shaped. These constitute the points of crystallization of the movement, the points in which movement and progress are measured by the permanence that such forms and figures represent. 41. My chief question is, how should the logic be read in order to capture the dynamic of its process as process? How can movement be detected given that the standpoint in which the movement is produced is the perspective of immanence? How can one detect movement while being immersed in it? I show that movement is captured by a synchronic disarticulation of the whole, the reappearance of a certain form within different logical spheres, its permanence, and the variation and correction that such form correspondingly presents in the new context, its transformation, are the cipher of the advance made and the transformation produced by the process. The logical forms indicate the general modes in which pure thinking thinks. I take them to be the specific dialectic speculative successor of the categories of the Verstandeslogique. While their transformation throughout the different logical spheres, being, essence, concept, reveals the necessity for thinking to change the modes in which it thinks, the actual transition from one form to its variation opens up the space of possibility that thinking meets when confronted with the necessity of change. At stake is here the connection between understanding and reason, or better, das Verständige and das Vernunftige, and its necessity. Are there alternatives open in this space, and what does this imply with regard to the logical demand that thinking change its ways? That is, can thinking refuse to transform itself, or refuse to become reasonable, thereby following the logic of the understanding and remaining stuck at one stage of the development, incapable to move on? Ultimately, such refusal to change and to adopt new ways of thinking goes hand in hand with the incapacity of understanding real change and with the failure to provide a story that can have the power to change reality or, at least, to contribute to such change. At stake at these junctures is the interaction of the intellectual and the rational moments proper of every logical real formation. What does thinking need to give up in order to move on, and what does it gain in the space of logical transition? The logical figures stand for the real formations captured by the logic of their immanent transformation. They are natural and spiritual forms of reality even before the distinction between nature and spirit is drawn. The forms stand to the figures of pure thinking as the shadow stands to the object that casts it. With regard to these figures, the logic displays the necessity of their genesis, their resistance to contradiction, the conditions of their Aufhebung, the production of their successor in the transition. The logical movement of the figures of reality is a movement toward more complex structures, more pervasive connections, and more diffuse and acute contradictions. It is a movement toward more concrete formations or toward formations that entail more possibilities, not necessarily better ones, and in which increasingly more is at stake. Herein contradictions are, at the same time, more deadly and risky, and more productive with regard to the new that follows. To this correspond more complex intellectual strategies. For overcoming contradiction, hence forms of knowledge less hindered by obstacles and not impeded by less tenacious contradictions. In this perspective, the logical process in its entirety can also be described as a movement toward less and less unilateral connections and positions, as a movement that ultimately can be viewed, as it were, a tutto tanda. In this way, what this process describes and prescribes is the growth of freedom and the achievement of truth. By reconstructing the logical process in terms of the selected forms and figures in which the act of thinking changes and the change in thinking takes place, it is my intention to circumvent, or address from a thoroughly new perspective, traditional disputes such as the one regarding the way in which the determinations of Hegel's logic can still be considered categories, the issue of the properly logical status of Hegel's logic, and the one regarding the way in which logical forms may be said abstracted from reality, hence in need of further, successive concrete application or instantiation, the issue of the relationship between the logic and the real philosophy. In other words, I intend to leave behind all the dichotomies in light of which Hegel's logic is generally read, such as, first and foremost, the opposition logical real and abstract concrete. On the basis of the distinction between forms and figures in the logical process and going back to the analysis of the absolute method, the last three chapters, chapters 4 to 6, bring to light the structures of movement, the beginning, the advancement, and the end indicated by the method, in which forms and figures are successively caught in their immanent transformation. Thereby I offer a synchronic reading of the entire logic. I shall examine the forms and figures assumed, respectively, by the methodological beginning, the advancement, and the end across the successive spheres of being, essence, and the concept. In this way, it will become possible to measure, in a synchronic comparison, the transformation that dynamically connects them. Thus, for example, in order to measure the movement or to assess the progress made between being and essence, I propose to confront the different ways in which the beginning is made, respectively, within the sphere of being and essence. What shall arise from such a reconstruction is a lesson both in how to pursue the philosophical understanding of real transformation, and in how to effectively transform our ways of thinking in order to keep up with our own changing world. Chapter 2. What is method? I am not trying to tell a story. A mind thinking. They might be islands of light, islands in the stream that I am trying to convey, life itself going on. The current of the moths flying strongly this way. One must get the sense that this is the beginning, this the middle, that the climax when she opens the window and the moth comes in. Virginia Woolf, Diary, 1925–1930, Tuesday, May 28, 1929. And I am imagining how it would be if we could infuse souls. Virginia Woolf's last diary entry, Monday, March 24, 1941, before she dies on Friday, March 27. Set on the backdrop of the failures of the logic of the understanding and making good on the lessons taught by the history of philosophy, Hegel's new dialectic speculative logic is a logic capable of capturing the flux and transformation animating the present age, and capable, at the same time, of showing the necessity for thinking to change the ways it thinks. The pure thinking involved in this logic is a thinking that progressively transforms itself. Hegel's crucial point is that only a logic that itself develops in a progressive movement of transformation can fulfill a cognitive and hermeneutic aim toward reality and display a practical and normative dimension. Two are the questions that this program presents to us at this point. On the one hand, we must start characterizing both the type of movement that Hegel's dialectic speculative logic stages and the type of thinking involved in it. On the other hand, at issue is the internal, dynamic structure of the logical process itself. The aim of this chapter is to address these two interconnected issues, taking the conclusive step of the logic, that is, the development of the absolute idea to absolute method as the guiding text, and comparing Hegel's argument at this final stage of the logic with his introductory remarks on method. The notion of method in the peculiar sense that this term assumes for Hegel stands at the intersection of our two questions. After all, method is both the modality of thinking transformation and the modality in which transformation itself takes place. Hegel addresses the first issue regarding the type of movement staged by the logic twice, once at the very beginning of the science of logic, in its introduction and prefaces, then in its conclusive chapter. The difference between these two occurrences is, in the first place, systematic. While in the introduction the considerations regarding the logical movement take place without the science and before its actual inception, hence, are not immanent but have a merely extrinsic, anticipatory validity, in the final chapter we have the direct thematization of what has occurred within and throughout the logical science itself. The perspective of the end allows Hegel to offer a final account of what the logic in its entirety has accomplished. However, since the logic is the progressive articulation of a movement, its result is not a qualitative fixed state but is itself a form of movement in which an account is given regarding the type of development that has been staged throughout. The result is the final movement in which all previous forms and figures of movement are recollected and thereby reenacted. It is precisely in this conclusive perspective that the two issues, the type of movement proper to the logic, and the mode of its dynamic articulation, eventually converge in what, for Hegel, is the structure of the absolute method. In what follows, I shall offer an answer to these questions in two steps. I begin with a general account of the logical method that follows Hegel's own introductory remarks before the beginning of the logic and still outside of it. Herein I discuss the two features of the logical process that Hegel brings to the fore under the explicit heading of method, namely, determinate negation and immanence. Then I take the last chapter of the logic as my central text and show the way in which those preliminary remarks appear once the entire logical development has made its course. At stake, in both steps, is the broader issue of the connection between movement and method in Hegel's logic. My claim is that the method should be seen, at the same time, as the overall action or the plot, the mythos or story that constitute the logic into a logic of transformative processes, and as the way in which all true action and all true plot should be constituted. Herein lies the hermeneutic function of the method toward reality, that is, its function with regard to true philosophical knowledge. 1. The nature of the process, determinate negation and immanence. Hegel contends that what distinguishes dialectic speculative logic from traditional logic as well as from Kant's transcendental logic is not so much the content, Gehalt und Inhalt, that it assumes as its theme and object, but the method, that is, the way in which the content is dealt with in the logical exposition. In particular, Hegel argues that while logic has traditionally treated its content as a dead, unmoved material and therefore has arranged it in an arbitrary and merely external way, the task of his work is to infuse life into the dead limbs of logic, hence to treat those limbs according to their own spirit. 2. The organic metaphor directly captures Hegel's position here. At stake in the logic is an organism, thinking as an organism or better as an organic process, hence a peculiar arrangement of parts and wholes. Even more specifically, at stake is a living organism, a self-regulating and self-transforming organism. An essential sign of life is internal self-movement, a form of movement that the philosophical tradition brings back to an immanent animating living principle generally designated as soul. 3. Accordingly, what the logic must formally render is the dynamic of movement proper to a living organism. The problem of method, often designated by Hegel as itself the soul of the logical process, is the combined problem of how to think of a self-generating living movement and how to actually generate such a movement. For this is the inner, necessary process of determination of pure thinking, which is the true content of the logic. Thereby Hegel's correction of the shortcomings of formal and transcendental logic offers, in addition, an answer to Kant's peculiar problem of reflecting judgment, that is, generally, to the problem of thinking life, in ourselves and in nature outside of ourselves. Thus, in Hegel's dialectic speculative perspective, thinking the movement of life becomes a logical task. At stake is, first, the issue of thinking and presenting the dynamic of a living movement capable of transforming itself and of maintaining its identity throughout its manifold transformations, and not, for example, the task of presenting a complete static set or table of categories fixed once and for all. Second, at stake is the issue of thinking and presenting a movement whose order and determination unfolds following its own internal laws, or its own soul or spirit, and not responding to external constraints imposed by the authority of a separate thinking subject or consciousness, be it a metaphysical, transcendental, or phenomenological subject, or by a set of given presuppositions, rules, definitions, or goals. In this regard, on the basis of the shared idea of a self-generating and self-regulating movement, the method and its content are said to be identical. 5. To think according to a movement and not according to fixed determinations, rules, or positions is to directly present the movement of thinking itself or to present thinking itself as a movement. Traditional logic assumes its content as historically given and ready at hand. Hegel's diagnosis is that proceeding on this assumption, such logic finds the content dead and leaves it dead, that is, unable to move and unable to express the life that pulsates in this movement. The only way to infuse life into such content is to find the method that alone can transform logic into the movement of pure science. Considering the present state of the discipline, Hegel observes that logic has clearly not yet found its scientific method, TW 5:48. And yet the paradox already raised in the introduction to the Phenomenology is that method cannot be separated from that of which, as well as from that for which, it is method, hence it cannot be given beforehand and simply applied as an external instrument to a given material. 6. Ultimately, despite Hegel's insistence that his logic does not introduce any new content, this paradox implies that to find the true scientific method, with which to treat an allegedly old material, is to deal with an utterly new content, i.e., to entirely transform that old material. 7. On Hegel's view, logic has never before assumed the process of thinking qua process as its topic, it has only classified distinct forms and laws of thinking in their static isolation. Thus, it is the process of thinking in its living dynamic that constitutes the specific content and method of the dialectic speculative logic. The new enterprise of displaying the logic of thinking as a process opens up a twofold perspective on the relationship between the method and the content of the logic. The exposition of what alone can be the true method of philosophical science falls within the treatment of logic itself, for the method is the consciousness of the form of the inner self-movement of the content of the logic, TW 5:49. In this passage, Hegel gives us an insight into the sense in which the method is identical with, but also the sense in which it is different from, the logical movement. In one respect, the true method is one with the movement of the entire logic itself. Method is that which generates the movement and thereby the content of the logic. As logic of movement, it is the developing process of thinking in the unfolding length of its development. This identity is one of the meanings of the immanence of the method movement of the logic. On this premise, it seems that no treatise on method can be formulated in abstracto, or that no method can be theorized outside of or before its actual practice. Nonetheless, concrete examples of such method can still be provided. In the Phenomenology, Hegel explains, he has offered an example of the true method in considering a more concrete object, which is consciousness. 8. However, awareness of its being an example, and specifically an example of method, is displayed only retrospectively, only after the science has run its entire course. 9. What we have in the logic is another example of method, which arises when attending to the most abstract of all objects, namely, pure thinking itself. This is also the paradigmatic example of philosophical method. In analogy with the case of the Phenomenology, however, we can expect that awareness of its being an example and, in the most general way, or rather the example of method will emerge only retrospectively, at the end of the science. In another respect, the passage quoted earlier suggests that the method is distinct from the movement that it generates, and this despite not being external but still immanent to it. Offering a preliminary definition, which will be confirmed in the last chapter of the Logic, Hegel recognizes a moment of consciousness proper to method as well as a formal character that is obtained by appealing to the form/content distinction. In Hegel's somewhat convoluted formulation, method is the consciousness of the form of the inner self-movement of the content of the logic. The consciousness of form proper to the method is awareness of the dynamic nature of the logical content. As we have seen, content of the logic is not a thing, a substrate, or an ends but movement itself. It is a movement that generates awareness of being a movement, whereby being a movement is the form of the movement itself. Method is the form of the self-movement of the content. It is precisely this consciousness that distinguishes the self-movement of the content from its form. Indeed, it is consciousness that sets the movement apart and considers it as an example of method. To be sure, the consciousness belonging to method is not the same subjective, finite consciousness that the Phenomenology takes as its concrete object and follows throughout the complete series of its oppositions up to the culmination of absolute knowing. For the logic begins only once such finite consciousness, and the necessary opposition belonging to it, has been left behind once and for all. 10. What, then, is the pure consciousness proper to logical method? To answer this question, we need to look more closely at Hegel's account of method itself. For the moment, however, on the basis of the indications offered by the introduction to the science of logic, we can claim that the consciousness of method is the capacity or, better, the proved ability to infuse life into the dead material found in the tradition. Thereby the consciousness of method is the ability to weave the unitary story of thinking's most proper inner development and ability proved by what it accomplishes in the end, that is, by the story into which thinking's movement is finally transformed. If method is the exposition of a movement as movement, the question of how advancement is achieved, or, alternatively, the question of what is the source of movement, becomes crucial. 11. Are the features that Hegel considers in the preliminary concept of method also called explicitly dialectic, TW 5, 50-51, namely, I, determinate negation and, 2, immanence or, in an alternative formulation, the consideration of things in and for themselves, that is, without reference to metaphysical substrates, subjective representations, or a transcendental I think. 12. I, determinate negation is presented as das Einzige, the one and only most necessary point to attain the dynamic progress of the logic. 13. This is framed, in a general way, as a process of determination, that is, as a development toward complexity in which a progressively richer determinateness and specificity of thinking and, at the same time, a more extended net of relationships is achieved. Appropriating Spinoza's famous dictum, Hegel conceives of determination in connection to negation. Negation, in turn, is always determinate, is always and necessarily negation of something, that is, of some determinateness and of some content, and as such becomes the chief methodological feature of the logical movement. It is the engine of this very movement. Hegel suggests that the system of concepts, that is the logic, must be built following this principle. Determinate negation implies the recognition that negativity and contradiction are always determinate and as such determining. This means, first, that they are negation of and contradiction in determinate contents. Negation is successful or produces the movement of determination because it is context dependent. An absolute negation, i.e., a negation that is not referred to the specificity of a content, neither determines nor brings the process forth, it rather halts the process and reduces it to a sterile indeterminate nothing. And this means, second, that the concept resulting from negation contains in itself that which has been negated as the determinate basis on which the successive movement is built. Determinate negation is in itself double in the sense of presenting the dynamic of, at least, a two-phase movement. It displays the succession of that which is negated and that which results from that negation. Accordingly, in Hegel's dialectical method, negation as a source of movement is not absolute, although absolute negation and contradiction do become thematic moments of the logical development itself. 14. While determinate negation produces the advancement of the process, and absolute negation brings it to an end. The opening of the logic of being offers the first example of the principle of determinate negation. Significantly, both its exposition in the introductory concept of method and its first exemplification in the inception of the movement of being are distinct from the thematic account of contradiction and its principle at the level of the logic of essence. The latter does not belong to the methodological account that I am here pursuing. It constitutes, instead, the specific content of the Wesenslogique. 15. 2. The second feature of method, namely, immanence, is introduced as an indirect justification in support of the one and only point of determinate negation. In its formulation, Hegel conveys, at the same time, the method's perfectibility and incompleteness and the inescapable necessity of its truth. I could not pretend that the method, which I follow in this system of logic, or rather, which this system follows in itself, and sich, is not capable of greater completeness, of greater elaboration in detail. TW 5, 50. My emphasis. Since in one respect the method is identical with the movement of thinking in the logic, it ultimately erases the author's presence, and his arbitrary choice, becoming one with the development that the logical system follows in and of itself. In this way, Hegel also seems to sidestep the issue of the method used in the logical presentation, or rather to reduce it to the modality in which logical determination proceeds immanently. This point requires some explanation, or, at least, some exemplification, for it sounds indeed like a shift in the burden of proof from the author to the logic itself, which thereby acquires a life of its own and a normativity of its own. Hegel's point is that to the extent that pure thinking follows its own movement, or its own soul, whereby the logical process is produced, instead of depending on an external presupposed deus ex machina for its movement, and I think, a phenomenological we, an omnipotent or all-knowing subject or substance or the philosopher's authority, and instead of being forced to fit into pre-arranged schemes, tables of categories, various external purposes, rules, etc., it will eventually prove its own truth. The method whereby movement issues from thinking's own action and is one with it, Hegel forcefully declares, is the only true one, although it can still be perfected and made more stringent in the details. 16. In other words, the truth of the method is proved by the fact that by following it as its own, thinking succeeds in actually moving on, and proceeds in an immanent determination process. It does not remain stuck in paralyzing antinomies or dead ends, it does not end up in the absolute nothing of an indeterminate negation, nor is it reduced to a dead table of categories. Since the method is one with the logical movement taken in its entirety, and with the consciousness thereof, the truth of the method is indeed a peculiar truth. It does not consist in its being given once and for all. The method is not a fixed scheme or instrument, rather, it can and should be perfected, but it consists rather in its being indistinguishable from its object and content, for it is the content in itself, in sich, the dialectic which it possesses within itself, and ihm selbst, which moves it on. 17. The method is the action itself, not the separate description of the action. If we connect this passage with the previous account of method in which Hegel brings in the distinction of form and content, suggesting that while the content is that which displays an inner self-movement, or indeed, as now claimed, is dialectic, the form is that of which there arises consciousness. 18. We can conclude that when the truth of method is at issue, at stake is the way in which form and content correspond or are adequate to each other. Method is true if the movement that is being immanently generated, when brought to its end, produces no other result above and beyond that movement but the consciousness of this very movement as movement. 19. Hegel suggests that such adequacy is only then fully reached, when the content, as living content, in its inner dynamism gives and follows its own inner method or is ultimately one with it, that is, when the content shaped by its own internal negativity, or dialectic, is moved on through determinate negation to further determination. It is clear that no exposition can be taken as scientifically valid, which does not pursue the course of this method. For this is the course of the subject matter itself, Gang der Sache selbst, TW 5, 50. This is Hegel's first explanation of the method's immanence, which is ultimately one with the proof of the method's truth. The 2 points that Hegel makes in the preliminary concept of method support each other. I. Determinate negation requires, 2. Immanence, while immanence produces the advancement of the process precisely through a negation that functions as determinate negation. It is this view of method that places dialectic heretofore considered, even by Kant, only as a part of the logic in a thoroughly new perspective and accords it a crucial function in generating the movement of determination. TW 5, 51, ends. 79. Remark. On Hegel's view, dialectic is not just a part of the logic but its pervasive underlying dynamic structure. It is a necessary moment of every logical real formation. 20. While the material of the logic is inherited from the tradition, its formal integration into a whole is not, so that the new problem that speculative logic, and specifically its method, is called upon to solve is a problem of dynamic order, namely, first, how to produce the inner necessary connection of the systematic whole, given that the organism of the logic is a living organism in which the movement of life must be reignited. Second, how to immanently generate the differences that account for the discursivity and complexity of the thinking process, and finally how to achieve the transition among successive determinations and spheres of determination, Übergang being key to the movement qua movement, TW 5, 51. This constellation addresses the methodological problem of the dynamism of the logical progress as it appears in the introduction to the science, that is, before its actual beginning. Hegel contrasts the immanence of dialectic with the procedures of external reflection, Außerliche reflection, TW 5, 50, at work in all traditional expositions of the discipline of logic. External reflection resorts to the procedure of deduction in order to justify the determinations arbitrarily anticipated in the division of the whole. This is the instrumental procedure that treats its object as a dead, unmoved material, and considers negation and contradiction as the dissolution of contents into nothingness. The necessity that deduction provides to the logical exposition is, in turn, a merely external necessity that has no connection to the nature and specificity of the content under consideration but is entirely due to an external thinking activity that organizes the exposition from without according to given presuppositions and purposes. In the static logic construed by eternal reflection, thinking is the mechanical application of an inert set of given rules, and the only movement is that of reflection itself, which, however, remains utterly separated from its content, unable to fully grasp it in its specific nature, unable to interact with it and change it in any way. In this case, to the dead static nature of the object corresponds the scripted mechanical activity of an external subject that can only think within the confines of given laws and categories. Transgressing those laws and limits leads only to antinomies, meaninglessness, and illusion. From these expositions, the inner soul of the content has been forced out from the outset. Because of the rigidity that invests both sides, this logic is unable to grasp movement and unable to be itself the presentation of a movement. The content remains dead and motionless, as does the thinking that appropriates it. On Hegel's view, the shortcomings of external reflection ultimately stem from its inability to consider the determinations of thinking in their purity. This is by contrast the proper task of the dialectic speculative logic as the science of pure thinking. For the form, when thought precisely in its purity, contains in itself, in sich selbst, the capacity of determining itself, TW 5, 61, as it contains the negativity that moves it on to further determination. External reflection can present, and indeed deduce, thinking's own determinations only insofar as they are not taken as conceptual pure forms but are anchored in some more concrete representation. For example, on this view, nothing cannot be thought in its purity and becomes the more concrete, physical or metaphysical representation of the void. 21. Or alternatively, as Kant paradigmatically puts it, in an I think that as thinking subject must be able to accompany all our representations, thereby becoming the reference point on which the entire logic and all use of the understanding ultimately depends. KRVB 131, 134 FN. Traditional metaphysics offers just another version of this inability to consider the form of thinking in its purity or in and for itself. 22. This time, however, thinking's determinations which are, at the same time, determinations of being are anchored in presupposed metaphysical substrates. Being, for example, is ens, is something or a thing, res, TW 5, 61. In both cases, thinking and being are deprived of movement. They are not viewed as themselves capable of development and action, for only that in which thinking occurs, or that which is said to be, the I think or the residential cogitans, is seen as a possible agent. Determination does not occur as a development through negativity and does not produce a necessary logical order. Summing up the results of the previous analysis, we can claim that if dialectic speculative logic is characterized, against the logic of the understanding, by its dynamic character, such character is expressed by the peculiar method properly, for Hegel, the only true method that is utterly identical with the logical movement. To this method determinate negation and immanence belong as essential features because the movement staged by the logic is generated and constituted by them. 2. Logical movement and logical action. Hegel's preliminary considerations on the method movement of the logic. The method viewed as movement outside of the actual movement, or before the process begins, leads me to the suggestion that the pure, immanent development of the logic is the action taking place in it. I shall now develop this claim in reference to the text in which Hegel explicitly thematizes the logical method. Already in the introductory view of method previously discussed, this is presented as the account of the logical action that employs the mode of enactment, not of narrative. Such action unfolds immanently, i.e., without being guided by external reflection, by given presuppositions or by a presupposed goal, until, at the very end, its ongoing sequence is conclusively instituted into the overall unity of the plot, at which point the laws of its institution come to light. Indeed, before the end is reached there is no story to be recounted, there is only the action being performed in the ongoing movement of its successive performance. The final plot or the action closing up into the meaningful unity of the plot is identical with the performed action and yet displays the added formal dimension of the consciousness of the laws of its performance. It is retrospectively descriptive with regard to the different steps of the consumed action but is, in addition, normative in its exemplarity with regard to all true action that can possibly follow from it and according to it. This is the claim that I shall explore in the following argument. In the perspective gained at the end of the development, and only at this point, the plot, or the unitary action that the logic has woven starting from the beginning emerges as the absolute method. This is also the only true method. It is the only action that succeeds in constituting itself into the unity of the plot. This is the method, the truth of which has been immanently demonstrated to the extent that the method itself has been produced as the result and final consequence of the entire logical development and now proves to be the consciousness of the form of the inner self-movement of the content. The method is true because it has pragmatically succeeded in generating the logical action and in recollecting it in the unity of a story. The method, this time as the final, thematic outcome of the accomplished movement itself, is the enactment or actual performance of the logic's entire action, not merely its narrative, that concludes it in the form of a meaningful plot. In other words, immanence is not a merely descriptive device of Hegel's new view of logical narrative, implying the rejection of the external standpoint or reflection and of a deus ex machina from which the impetus of the movement would stem and, furthermore, the absence of an external preconstituted goal to which and from which the movement is driven. Immanence indicates the fundamentally practical, and performative, dimension of the logical movement. Logical advancement is the dynamic of the action in which thinking is involved once it accepts, or indeed decides, to begin to think purely, that is, to engage in the thinking activity itself and in this activity only, not in describing or narrating such activity, not in impeding or blocking or sidetracking its unfolding with other purposes in view. Method is instituted as the overall concluded plot of the logic only at the end. That the activity of logical thinking gains its final shape in a meaningful complex action is not a presupposition of the movement, but its unintended final consequence. In this way, the logic is the proof that pure thinking is the activity of meaningful thinking. The proof is the successful institution of the meaningful plot in the form of the absolute method. The absolute idea, declares Hegel, as final truth and all truth is absolute method, TW 6, 549. In what follows, I show, first, that Hegel's idea of a logic of transformation leads to specifying the dynamic of the logical movement as the dynamic of the action performed by pure discursive thinking. Then I connect such action to Hegel's peculiar idea of method, arguing that the action staged by the logic is not only the action successively performed by pure thinking but also the action conclusively and retrospectively recollected in the unitary plot that is the method. In this perspective, I offer an account of the absolute method discussed by Hegel in the last chapter of the Logic, and a first answer to the broad problem raised in the previous chapter concerning the issue of what Hegel's logic is truly about. Heretofore, being interested in setting Hegel's dialectic speculative logic apart from the logic of the understanding and in bringing to light its distinctive program, I have underlined the dynamic character of the logical process by employing almost interchangeably terms such as development, movement, change, and transformation. Clearly, these terms need to be used in a more specific way, and the types of dynamic processes that they respectively indicate must be carefully distinguished. This is indeed what the logic does from the beginning to the end. The process that the logic presents is not uniform but is the complex succession and coordination of different types of movement, from the indeterminateness of becoming, werden, and the negativity of vanishing, verschwinden, in which no directionality seems to have emerged in the logic of being, to the reflexivity and doubleness of the processes of the logic of essence, to the free activity of subjectivity and the development, Entwicklung, of the Begriff in the logic of the concept, to the final decision, Entschluss, whereby the absolute idea transitions into nature. Accordingly, to sketch out a typology of logical transformations will be one of the reconstructive implications of this book. For the moment, however, as the overall movement of the logic is still under discussion in its most general form, I want to recall the distinctions that emerged in Hegel's account of the main problem of dialectic and speculation in the history of Greek philosophy. To sum up, very briefly, this point, we have seen that the impossibility of understanding physical movement, Bewegung, was the chief issue for Zeno, whereas the great conquest of Heraclitus was to recognize in becoming, werden, the universal omnipervasive metaphysical principle of reality. Change and transformation were opposed to the eternity and immutability of the intelligible, of Parmenides' being, of Pythagoras' number, and of Plato's ideas. Change and transformation were relegated to the material world, which is placed opposite to the intelligible world and metaphysically separated from it. The logic of change and transformation is the logic of the material, finite, imperfect natural and human world. One of the crucial issues posed by this framework is whether movement belongs to the true reality or is a mere appearance, an illusion due to finitude and to thinking's own limitations. Throughout all these positions, the dynamism of the process, be it metaphysical becoming, physical movement, historical and social change or transformation, is characterized, logically, physically, and metaphysically, by the presence of contradiction. Contradiction and negativity are the sources of the flux and instability that revokes and undermines all static truth by plunging it into the length of a process in which truth and falsity are inexorably mingled. The strategy of creating a double world free of change and contradiction and opposed to the changing imperfect world only reinforces the power of their connection. This is precisely the dialectical lesson that Hegel detects in the beginnings of the history of philosophy. The combination of contradiction/negativity and processuality is constitutive of truth and cannot be evaded. Truth moves. This is the ultimate truth about truth, even for the Socratic Plato, a truth that does not infringe upon truth's eternity. 23 For Hegel, however, the main point is that in whichever way the first principle is understood, as the static eternity of the intelligible or as the inexorable flux of becoming, philosophical thinking itself is necessarily movement because it is activity. Comprehension and understanding are movements as much as the Sach selbst that thinking makes to its object is also movement. 24 This is the key to Hegel's reconstruction of the early history of philosophical thinking, the key for its closeness to the project of the logic. The turning point in this story is Aristotle. In inquiring into the mover from which all different kinds of movement originate, and which, however, is itself unmoved, Aristotle introduces the idea of activity, Tätigkeit, as that which produces transformation, transforms itself, but also maintains its self-identity within the process. Activity and actuality, Tätigkeit and Wirklichkeit, are, in Hegel's reading of Aristotle, two aspects of the same dynamic reality. They are also the most formidable objection to the fixity and separation of Plato's ideas, CTW 19, 155. These considerations are crucial for the program of Hegel's logic. If, this time, we frame the question regarding the nature of the dialectic speculative process of the logic not in terms of the type of movement but in terms of the type of thinking involved in it, it becomes clear that the logic can be a process only because it presents the activity of discursive thinking. With an argument that goes back to the polemic carried on in the preface to the Phenomenology, Hegel claims that science, and a science of logic in particular, is possible only when thinking is taken in its discursive, not in its intuitive activity. Truth is the process of its own discursive acquisition and articulation. An intuitive understanding or an intellectual intuition, by contrast, would grasp the truth immediately or possess the truth from the beginning, or from eternity. They would never engage in any process, for they need not, and cannot, depart from their position of entitled possession of truth in its fullness. Properly, for intuitive thinking no immanent process of truth is possible or even thinkable. If one begins with the absolute, as Schelling does, in the immediacy of the famous pistol shot, there is no process of truth, there is no movement of the absolute and out of the absolute, suggests Hegel in 1807. Only discursive thinking can grasp change. Intuition is frozen in the instant, which does not change. And only discursive thinking can change, transform itself, and bear the movement of contradiction and negativity upon itself. Intuition is always and necessarily identical to itself. What is, then, the complex movement of discursive thinking staged by Hegel's logic? Dialectic speculative logic is the process in which pure discursive thinking engages in the activity of thinking. This activity is discursive thinking's most proper action. It is, directly, what thinking itself is. In the unfolding of this activity, thinking undergoes a process of transformation, maintaining, however, its own identity, or rather constituting such identity first throughout this process. Properly, there is no thinking being or subject, mental faculty or disposition, residential cogitans, or I think before and outside the action of thinking, before and outside the sequence of actions that thinking itself is. The action is here the protagonist and entirely constitutes the agent. The questions that Hegel's logic asks are, accordingly, what happens when thinking engages in the action of thinking purely? What kind of action is then successively being performed? Since thinking is discursive and not intuitive, we are dealing, minimally, with a sustained action that develops in a complex process unfolding immanently through negativity and contradiction and constituting its identity as action precisely through the unity of such a process. Hence, at stake is a movement of transformation. But what is the action of thinking, or the action that thinking itself is? Whereto does such action lead, or what does it produce when performed purely and immanently, that is, without assuming anything from without as a presupposition or goal, without appealing to an external reflection in order to advance and to keep going, but also, and most importantly, without being the thinking of something both in the subjective and in the objective sense of the genitive? What is the action of thinking in and for itself, without an object and without a subject? What is the pure action that is identical with pure thinking, that is deprived of intentionality, or rather of the intentional object, and does not inhere in a substrate, a faculty, a separate and presupposed subject or agent? What is the action of thinking when at stake is not the intentional relation to an object but the immanent production and articulation, the performance and the enactment, as it were, of the very movement that thinking is? In the Critique of Pure Reason, in the metaphysical deduction of the concepts of the understanding that occupies a central place in Kant's transcendental logic, at stake is the derivation of the categories from the logical functions of judgment. Hegel criticizes the procedure of Kant's logic insofar as it takes up, in his view with no necessity and no inner derivation, a material already given to the understanding from without, already presupposed from formal logic. The consequence is that neither the dynamic connection between thinking and its concepts nor the immanent connection between the concepts and the objects to which they allegedly refer is established. The categories remain fixed concepts, mechanically ordered in an inert table in weight to be applied by the thinking subject and meaningless without such application, while a cumbersome transcendental deduction is additionally needed to prove the objective validity and truth of the understanding's concepts, their applicability, as it were. On Hegel's view, in this logic thinking does not engage in the immanent activity within which its determinations are generated, and its reality and meaningfulness proved. Thinking, in the form of a fixed, original I think, is presupposed to the entire logic as condition of its possibility. Even granted that the transcendental subject does engage in a type of activity, this is no pure activity. The agent and its thinking faculty, or capacity, remain the seat and condition of all activity. The agent, not the action, is here the protagonist, and the agent, human thinking and human reason, determines all ensuing action, although it also requires a further justification for its action in the form of a deduction. What is relevant, at this point, is not to assess the correctness of Hegel's rendering and criticism of Kant's position, for this is indeed functional to his own program of a dialectic speculative logic. The point is rather to discern the different structure of the two projects from which the radically different procedures of transcendental and dialectic speculative logic arise. In particular, at stake here is the different and indeed crucial emphasis alternatively put on the idea of thinking as an agent and thinking as an action. And yet, Hegel's critique of Kant notwithstanding, it is significant that Kant himself, precisely in the metaphysical deduction of the understanding's concepts, draws attention to the fact that concepts rest on functions, and a function is the unity of the activity, Handlung, of ordering a manifold of representations under a common representation. This activity, this is judgment, KRVB 93/A68. My emphasis. Concepts, in other words, are brought back to and derived from the original activity of discursive thinking, which is judging. Kant's complete table of categories is obtained from the original activity of judging. 25. In other words, there is in Kant a clear awareness of the problem that will later interest Hegel. The notion of the spontaneity belonging to the understanding in its unavoidable discursivity, as well as the insight that synthesis is fundamentally an action, only reinforces this view. Be that as it may, on Hegel's account, this view is not brought to bear on the internal, methodological construction of Kant's transcendental logic, which ultimately hinges on the only unmovable point of the I think, on the transcendental subject from which alone all action depends. Thus, we can say that while transcendental logic derives the logical action, and its limitations, from the nature and the character of the presupposed, transcendental, agent, dialectic speculative logic obtains the nature of the agent as a result of the pure action that is performed throughout its development. So far, I loosely modeled the action staged in Hegel's logic on his rendering of Aristotle's energia, actus, Tätigkeit, and on his correction of Kant's notion of the understanding's activity, Handlung, of judgment. The logical action is the pure thinking through concepts in which activity is disengaged from both a presupposed thinking subject, metaphysical and transcendental, and a thought object. But since the action of the logic produces, in the end, the notion of the absolute idea that, being the unity and identity of theoretical and practical ideas, is absolute method, a further specification needs to be made regarding the type of action capable of yielding such a result. My suggestion is now that the absolute method stands to the logical movement that precedes it and produces it, as the unitary completed plot or action stands to the sequence of actions and events that constitutes it. At stake here is a type of action that lies at the intersection of theory, praxis, and the performative activity whose mimesis, for Aristotle, occupies tragedy, providing a famous definition of it. Staging the activity of pure thinking in its immanent processuality, Hegel's logic is theory to the extent that it presents thinking as a pure form of activity or praxis, and this praxis, in turn, is meaningful and has truth, and is properly all truth, that is, ultimately, is theoretically validated, TW 6, 549, only to the extent that it conclusively and retrospectively leads to the complex unity of sense of the plot of action staged by the entire development of the logic. 26. To use the metaphor that Hegel employs to counter the deadly fixations of the logic of the understanding, the plot, Mokovi, that emerges in the form of the absolute method, and as the conclusive, all-encompassing truth, is the living organism whose actions have been accounted for throughout the logical development. In the method, the plot of the tragedy of pure logical thinking is finally, and retrospectively, constituted in its recollection. Herein lies the key to the philosophical understanding of the nature and logical structure of all transformation and action. 3. Method as the enactment of truth. Method is mythos. I have insisted that the development of the logic stage is a movement in which the action, not the agent, is the protagonist and in which the action is directly performed and not merely described. It is the unfolding of the action that first constitutes and shapes the agent, not the agent that commands and determines the nature and the direction of the action. The logic stage is the movement or the action of pure thinking employing the mode of enactment not of narrative. Aristotle, Poetics, 6, 1449b 26. Throughout the logic, thinking is one with the action that it performs. It is nothing in addition to it or separately from it. It is such action that determines the forms and figures that appear as thinking's successive Bestimmungen. It is not such determinations or categories that, being already given or even deduced, produce or orient the logical movement. From this it follows that along the process no reflective account of the action can be given. The action can be only performed, reflection remains necessarily external to it, and no consciousness of what is being done is properly present. 27. Thinking unfolds following the inner necessity of its own action. It is first the whole of the plot into which the logical movement is conclusively shaped that brings to light the overall construction of the action and its laws, the unitary structure of the events through which the movement has been carried through, and hence produces a consciousness of what has been achieved and of the mode in which it has been achieved. It is only at this point that a narrative and reflective mode becomes, retrospectively, possible. In the end, Mokovi is method and vice versa. Method, the absolute method, is the first principle, the moving engine or the soul of the entire logical process. It is its last and comprehensive truth. 28. At this point the action, which has been staged as an ongoing movement throughout the logic, reveals its circular structure. The action successively performed is recollected into the unity of the logical plot. The end implies a reflective return to the beginning. The circle concludes the story by first generating it in the form of a story. Method is now the proved consciousness of the form of the inner self-movement of the content, TW 5, 49, which Hegel announced in his introductory remarks before the actual beginning of the logic. At this conclusive stage, this means that method is the capacity of telling the meaningful unitary and concluded story out of the sequence of actions and events heretofore imminently performed in their dynamic sequence. We now have to see how this scenario plays out in the last chapter of the science of logic. I have argued so far that the logic stage is the movement where the action of pure thinking is imminently articulated, that this action is the protagonist of the process, and eventually constitutes the agent, does not presuppose it. Now I want to push this claim a bit further and argue that the goal or end result of the logical action process is itself a certain kind of action, not a qualitative state. Poetics, 6, 1450-18. The final result of the logic is the absolute idea that the last chapter develops into the absolute method, TW 6, 549f. 2 are the conclusive tasks that the connection between idea and method has to fulfill with regard to the logic as a whole, its final constitution into the science of logic. First, this connection must demonstrate that the logic or the immanent movement of determination of pure thinking has indeed reached its conclusion, that is, that no further step can be undertaken that is still an action of pure thinking or that is a move within the element of pure thinking. Only if this condition is fulfilled can the sequence of actions performed be instituted into the unitary plot that now emerges as the final truth of the logical action as a whole. Second, the connection between idea and method must demonstrate that the logical process is brought to conclusion in the comprehensive unity of a system that encompasses all possible, and actual, actions of pure thinking. These two conditions are established by Hegel's claim that the logical development ultimately constitutes the system of totality, TW 6, 569. This system is the logic viewed and reconstituted retrospectively as the entire extent of the movement of pure thinking and functional from now on to each and all further enterprise and use, cognitive and practical, of philosophical thinking in the specific realms of nature and spirit. The absolute method that the absolute idea conclusively is, configures the logic into a system of totality. Or, to put this point in a different way, the successive action of pure thinking is constituted into the plot of the method, and this, in turn, becomes the normative, original, and paradigmatic action in relation to which the action of specific agents and the thinking of specific objects and specific subjects must be configured in order to be true. If we now ask what the status of this system is with regard to the characterization of the logic as a movement on which I have insisted so far, the issue at stake is the following: does the logic achieve in the system of totality a static point, a qualitative state, as it were? Is the end of the logical movement itself a negation of the logical dynamism and its opposite, or is the all-encompassing system that results from the ongoing action of pure thinking nothing but the name of a certain kind of action, and, in this latter case, of what kind of action? In other words, is the system a static poieth v or a dynamic praxis v? The suggestion that I shall offer in the following discussion is that the last chapter of the logic develops the connection between three terms, I, the entire development of the logical movement or the sequence of all the actions performed by pure thinking up to the unity of theory and praxis that is the absolute idea, 2, the unitary, comprehensive plot the muco v in which the foregoing action acquires its retrospective meaning as result and the laws of its immanent development come to light, 3, the system as the characterization of the unifying action proper to the method and normative, from now on philosophical thinking in all its systematic implications in the thinking of concrete objects, or in its cognition of an action within the worlds of nature and spirit. In the connection between the idea and the method, I, 2, lies the key for the understanding of the way in which the story or the performance of the logic develops and is structured. In the connection between the method and the system, 2, 3, lies the key for the understanding of how all successive, specific stories should be practically structured and cognitively reconstructed. Finally, we can anticipate that herein we shall find the lesson that we can hope to learn from Hegel's logic with regard to the problem of reconstructing and making sense of contemporary events in the form of a unitary narrative. In the last chapter of the logic, the absolute idea is presented, first, as the result of the movement that has led up to it, and it is defined in terms of such movement. In the way in which it has resulted, TW 6, 548, Hegel contends, the absolute idea is the unity and the identity of the theoretical and the practical ideas. Taken separately, each for itself, TW 6, 548, such ideas are still unilateral and one-sided as they indicate a still open-ended, unconcluded, and inconclusive movement, a movement that can have no proper and necessary end, hence still characterizes the structures of finitude. 29 In the endeavors of cognition toward truth and in the practical striving toward the good, the idea is still not properly or fully present, it remains, alternatively, a searched for beyond or a goal not yet attained, TW 6, 548f. In both cases, further action is required to gain the correspondence between concept and reality. In both cases, the logical action has not reached its concluded sense or its truth but remains unconcluded and unfulfilled. Action has the form of a strabon. The two unilateral ideas stage the movement of a to and fro between theory and praxis guided by contradiction. It is first in the absolute idea that we reach the unitary plot of action that requires the identity of theory and praxis, of cognition and practical activity. It is only here that the movement can come to its end. The absolute idea, Hegel claims, is the rational concept or fully realized rationality. Herein no further action seems to be required in the imminent unfolding of logical events. This, however, is by no means the cessation of the logical activity as such, it rather expresses the highest stage or the highest form of rational activity. The absolute idea expresses the dynamism of life, hence has in itself life's own highest opposition. 30 Activity now takes on a radically different form. In the action that has led from the separate pursuit of theory and praxis to their convergence in the absolute idea, a crucial transformation has taken place in the way in which logical action is configured, structured, and enacted. First, the open-endedness of the Streben, which still characterized finite cognition and the pursuit of the good, is overcome in a movement in which the idea in its reality connects only with itself. Nur mit sich selbst zusammengeht, TW 6, 549. Second, the action, at this point, finally constitutes the agent. While in Kant's transcendental logic the transcendental subject or the unity of the I think was the condition of the logic, of all activity of thinking of objects in general, and its necessary presupposition, in Hegel's dialectic speculative logic the agent is constituted only at the very end of the logical action, in the point of convergence of theory and praxis, cognition and life. Action performed is the condition of the agent. The absolute idea is not only sole the living and acting principle that pervades all manifestations of life and action. It is, Hegel declares, free subjective concept, and even more emphatically, it is Persönlichkeit. In its universality, personality is the subject of free practical activity and true cognition. Third, the movement whereby the logical action finally constitutes the agent as personality is the highest form of truth, and this is also, conclusively, all truth, TW 6, 549. This truth, however, is by no means a static form or object reached once and for all by logical thinking. It is, itself, a form of activity or the way in which the logical plot is now enacted by the agent that has just emerged. It is only at this point that the story of the logic can be told or narrated for the first time, and not only performed. This telling is now the task of the absolute method. This is the conclusive logical activity in which both the subject, personality, and the intentional object, the plot, of the logic are first instituted. Once the genealogy of the absolute idea has been presented by defining the idea as the result of the movement leading up to it, the task of the last chapter of the logic is to develop the features now characterizing the logical action insofar as this is the action in which the idea does not reach out towards something other than itself but develops in solidarity with itself. The agent is constituted as free subject, and the dimension of an all-comprehensive truth is gained. At stake in the development of these points is the very activity of philosophizing. For, Hegel explains, truth so conceived is the only object and content of philosophy, TW 6, 549. The absolute method is accordingly from now on the method of philosophizing as such. The truth that the absolute idea so conceived is nothing but a new way or mode of accounting for and systematizing the logical action, a mode rendered possible by the type of movement taking place in the convergence of theory and praxis. Hegel's first task then is to clarify the relationship between the absolute idea and the foregoing movement of the logic. The absolute idea, already presented as the result of the logical process, is additionally posited as identical with the entire course of this process itself. Retrospectively, it is now possible to say that the movement of the logic is the process of self-determination of the absolute idea. The logic presents the self-movement of the absolute idea, TW 6, 550. In emerging as the subject or the agent of the process, the absolute idea lends to it a new characterization. For, at this point, the logical movement is no longer considered in the way in which it has been considered so far, namely, as the process successively enacted, step by step, in the discrete succession of events, in the position of radical immanence of pure thinking with no final end in view, with no reflective distance from the action performed, and no constituted subject separate from and presiding over the action performed. Now that the subject has emerged, and the end appears in view, the process is reframed in the form of its enactment by the absolute idea, as the unitary story of the progressive self-determination of the idea. Indeed, Hegel presents the occurrence of the absolute idea finally coming to expression, Äußerung, as the uttering of the original word, thereby telling the story of its first coming to be or coming to life. The process that heretofore has been immanently enacted in the absence of a constituted subject is now finally told or expressed by the absolute idea as the process of its own self-determination. However, this is only the tentative beginning of a narrative. The absolute idea tells the story of its self-movement or its genealogy in a solitary narration in which it has no audience and interacts only with itself, TW 6, 550. In addition, its word disappears in the moment in which is uttered, it is nothing more than a fleeting intuition with no permanence. The logic does indeed present the self-movement of the absolute idea, but Hegel is swift to add, only as the original word, which is indeed an expression/exteriorization, Äußerung, but one that in its exteriority, Äußers, has immediately yet again disappeared in the moment in which it is. Hence the idea is only in the self-determination of perceiving itself, sich zu vernehmen, it is in pure thought, in which difference does not yet have the consistency of the otherness, Andersen, rather, the idea is and remains entirely transparent to itself, TW 6, 550 my emphasis. Thus, the expression of the absolute idea still has to gain the discursivity proper to the process that pure thinking has endured so far. Its vanishing word must gain the permanence of a self-transforming movement in which the resistance of exteriority and otherness lends concreteness and subsistence to the process. This is precisely the task of the absolute method, to translate the impermanence of the original word into the discursive structure of the logical narrative. It is only in the reflective movement of the absolute method that the story of the logic or the story of the absolute idea gains the structured dimension of a really coherent and unitary story, a story with a beginning, a middle, and an end. This is method, the act of telling the unitary mythos heretofore, only, performed in the ongoing succession of the different actions that constitute it. Hegel gives an additional reason for moving on to the direct thematization of the method as the only point where the logical action can be effectively recollected into the unitary and meaningful plot of a possible narration. At this point we can say, first, that the determination of the idea and, dynamically, the entire course of this determinateness has been the object of the logical science, and we can say, second, that the absolute idea has immanently, or for itself, emerged from the entire course of this development, TW 6, 550. But here we also reach the limit of the process articulated so far, and of what can be said in its regard. We are only at the threshold of the position from which the idea is put in the condition of considering, retrospectively, the unity of the foregoing process as its own determination process. Such process belongs only formally to the absolute idea. In virtue of its resulting from this process, it is only reclaimed by it as its own genealogy, but no proof of the legitimacy of this claim is offered yet. In fact, it is the immanent development of pure thinking's action, not directly of the absolute idea, that has constituted the logic so far. That the absolute idea results from this action is still not a sufficient proof that the absolute idea has been at work all along throughout the logic, hence can reclaim the logic as its own deed. Something more is required from the absolute idea in order to prove this point, that is, in order to rightfully reclaim as its own what has been achieved by the action of pure thinking. What is required is the actual reenactment of that entire movement by the absolute idea itself. This will be the final proof that the absolute idea is not only the result of the logical action, performed by pure thinking, but is truly its subject, if the absolute idea as such can really perform, or, rather, perform again, the action that it claims has led to the idea as a result, then it will be proven that the logic is indeed the self-movement of the absolute idea, TW 6, 550. The absolute idea must now actually do what it only claims to have done all along, to give its mere word for it even though this is the original word is not sufficient. 31 If it is not acted upon, the original word is only a vanishing moment with no consistency, with all its transparency, it does not hold the concreteness of truth. 32 New action is required at this point. In other words, we are now put through the entire logical process yet again, this time from a different perspective, namely, from the standpoint of the end, the absolute idea. What is thereby tested is the truthfulness of the absolute idea, namely, the correspondence between the claim, the word, and the deed, which grounds the possibility for the story of the logic to coalesce in the unity of a coherent and meaningful plot. Thus, the logical movement of the idea self-determination must become the actual content of a reflection on this logical movement itself, a reflection that is, at the same time, a performative reenactment, the true unity of theory and praxis. This is the final test whereby the logical action is constituted into the unitary plot of the absolute idea's story. Precisely this is the absolute method. With the initial genealogical presentation of the absolute idea we have only the claim that the logical action is completed. For, truly, it is only the conclusive reflection on the entire length of the action, the reflection that takes this action as its content, that actually completes the action, lending to it the unitary form of the plot. As such reflection, the absolute method is the conclusive action that recapitulates the plot of the logic. Method is mocovi. The method, explains Hegel, may initially appear in its traditional, more restricted sense of the mere modality, art undy, of cognition. And this it certainly is. However, the method comes to the fore once the absolute idea has been proved as the identity of the theoretical and the practical idea. Unlike the logic of the understanding, dialectic speculative logic presents the method from a position that has constitutively overcome the separation of theory and praxis, as well as the separation of concept and reality. Method is not a provisional instrument for achieving the truth, dispensable once truth has allegedly been gained. Method is a position inside the truth, hence constitutive of it. It is the form of truth's dynamic articulation, of its final recollection and reenactment. Hegel's insistence, then, is on the meaning of the modality, of the art undys and modalitat, that the method is modality of cognition, to be sure, but also way or mode of being, TW 6, 550-551. The modality proper of the method is the formal way in which the content, namely, the overall action of pure thinking displayed in the course of the logic as a sequence of discrete and necessarily interconnected actions, is structured so that, the dynamism proper to it as a whole is preserved and accounted for, 2, the laws of its inner development come to light, which the introduction anticipates as determinate negation and immanence, and, 3, the unity of sense proper to the different actions that constitute it finally emerges as the unity of a process of transformation. Method, Hegel shows, is itself a type of action. It is, we shall discover, the dynamic nature of the process itself, the true moving principle of the action when this action ought to be concluded in the meaningful unity of the plot. The method, Hegel contends, is form. It is form in the living, dynamic sense of being the soul of all objectivity. It is immanent, absolute, infinite form, not external form. 33 As form, it is the condition of the truth of all possible content. 4. A determinate content has truth only when enacted, hence brought to life, within this form. 34 Aristotle defines the mythos as the first principle, arche, and, as it were, the soul, psyche, of tragedy, Poetics, 6, 1450-35, 40. Method mythos is the first immanent moving principle of the action performed. It is the principle of its formal unity and the dynamic end of the overall movement. In its formality, method mythos is the principle of order that structures from within the succession of events constituting the action. This is one of the functions of the soul operating within the living organism. This unifying function of method mythos, however, emerges only at the end. The logical development has presented all the different figures, gestalten, displayed by a given content. 35 However, being the overall movement of the enacted action, the logic has successively presented these figures in their untruth, unwahrheit, and hence in their transition, Übergang, to the opposite, TW 6, 551. Essential is only the movement itself, the method mythos, not the characters or the single figures that appear in this process. Poetics, 6, 1450b1, 5. These have no truth in themselves, they are only functional to the process generated by their untruth, by the necessity of their being overcome in the transition into the opposite. Hence, Hegel contends that none of the determinate figures assumed by the logical content can be taken as the foundation of truth, to which method, as a merely external form, should then be applied. This is instead the view upheld by traditional logic. Such an understanding of logical determination and method would halt the process before its end and ultimately render movement impossible and incomprehensible. Instead, the method as the absolute form in which all movement is inscribed is the only absolute foundation and last truth, and it displays this nature because in the entire course of the logical action it has proved, Erwiesen, itself to be the absolute foundation and last truth, TW 6, 551. In the conclusive chapter of the Logic, Hegel clarifies that what should be developed as method is only the movement of the concept. Since, at this point, the concept as logical determination is already known in its nature, at issue is solely its movement, which is now framed as the universal absolute activity, Tätigkeit, TW 6, 551. These two stipulations, namely, I, that method is the movement of self-realization of the concept, and, 2, that this movement is the universal and absolute activity that pervades everything as condition of its meaningfulness and truth, make the starting point of Hegel's retrospective presentation of the method. But what does this claim of absoluteness and universality of the method mythos mean? Method is soul and substance, repeats Hegel, since everything true and meaningful owes its truth and meaning, hence its very subsistence in the order of rationality 36 to its being part of the overall logical action. But once we get to the presentation of the absolute method, the logical action is complete. That all particular and determinate action is part of the comprehensive, indeed, absolute, plot that is the logic, is, at this point, a demonstrated fact, is indeed in the proper sense of factum. For, having the entire and complete course of the logic behind, of every particular action we can say that it has been performed in its determinate place and modality. Within the course of the logic, and for this reason it has now become part of the logical plot, hence part of the method or of the universal movement of the concept, TW 6, 551. This is indeed the condition of truth and meaning for all particular discrete events, and things in the world to be part of the broader and more comprehensive movement of objective reason or thinking. Conversely, Hegel maintains that it is the only and highest trieb of reason to find itself in everything through its own action, TW 6, 551 to 552. This is the meaning of the method's universality, that is, the universal validity of the story enacted in the logic by pure thinking. Thus, Hegel's account of method must show, first, what is the immanent dynamic structure of the omnipervasive activity of reason, and it must show, second, that the logical movement described and commanded by this structure is indeed finally recapitulated in the unitary plot of a system of totality, TW 6, 569. This amounts to a reenactment of the logical movement in the perspective of the end. What here constitutes the method are the determinations of the concept itself and their relations. Now they must be taken in the sense of being determinations of the method, TW 6, 553, method, recall, being the movement of the concept, TW 6, 551. In its immanent successive unfolding, that is, before the actual end is reached, the logic has been the presentation of the determinations of the concept and their relations, namely, the successive enactment of events that have been brought back to the realized concept, or better, to the absolute idea as perfect correspondence of concept and reality, as their agent. When such unfolding of determinations has reached its last stage, in the absolute idea, at stake comes directly the movement itself, namely, the form or structure of the succession generated by the unfolding of the concept's determinations. The complex yet unitary form of this movement is the method. This is the action's conclusive plot. The deeds imputed to the concept, as the course of its determinations, are now framed as the successive determinations of the logical movement itself. The determinations of the action now viewed as the formal determinations of the overall plot, or of that whole that is the movement of the method mythos, are the beginning, the advancement, or, in a different formulation, the middle, and the end. 37. 4. Method, beginning, advancing, and ending the logical action. The method first begins with the beginning. 38. What does it mean to raise the question of the beginning as a methodological question? What kind of question is this, properly? Unlike the beginning of the logic, where at stake is the very first logical action, and the first logical content, and unlike the introductory considerations on the topic with what must the science begin, that occupies the logic before the beginning, and is still a question of content, we are now dealing with the problem of beginning once the logic as a whole has already begun, indeed, once many discrete beginnings, or all the figures of the beginning taken as a content, TW 6, 551, have successively punctuated the different stages of the logical movement. The beginning, or the action that begins, becomes a question of method, or form, once the whole of the plot has been completely enacted. But to inquire on the beginning methodologically means to enact all the logical beginnings yet again, this time viewing the course of the logic synoptically and synchronically out of sequence, as it were asking what all those beginnings as beginnings formally or structurally have in common. In the new enactment of the logical plot, all beginnings shall be viewed together, their action being formally characterized by the same modality of movement, despite the different contents at stake in the successive stages of the process and despite the changing contexts in which such beginnings respectively occur. 39. This opens up to a new consideration of the logical action, a properly methodological consideration. It is at this level that out of the different actions presented in the course of thinking's movement the unitary and true story of the logic is woven for the first time. What does it mean for action as such, for pure thinking's most proper action to begin? What is the beginning in and for itself, as mode, art and wise, of movement, independently of what/who it is that begins? How does the structure of beginning inform the process staged by the logical plot, the movement of the concept as movement? Significantly, these questions now replace metaphysical, theological and cosmological questions of origin. In the difference that separates the question of origin from the issue of what is, methodologically, the action of beginning lies the difference between traditional metaphysics, and Kant's critique thereof, and Hegel's dialectic speculative logic. 40. A beginning, archie, is that which does not itself follow necessarily from something else, but after which a further event or process naturally occurs. Poetics, 7, 1450b, 25-27. Methodologically, there is a formal beginning of the logic as a whole, and there are different intermediary beginnings along its development. To begin, as intransitive or absolute action, is the action characterized by being an immediate, unmiddleburies, that has the form of abstract universality, TW 6, 553. As moment of the method, the beginning has no other determinateness than this, being simple and abstract, TW 6, 554, immediate and universal. Once the beginning has been made and the logic has developed out of it, the issue is, how should such a beginning be understood or, more properly, be made again in order for the logic to reach its conclusion? In the last chapter of the logic, immediacy and abstractness are not characters that define the content of a certain beginning. Immediacy and abstractness are rather the very modality with which logical thinking begins to act as logical thinking and begins to know what logical thinking as such is, that is, what it does. At the level of the method, Hegel is not concerned with sen as the first beginning, or with the issue of what it is that constitutes the first beginning, but with the way in which, i.e., the modality in which, the beginning is made, whatever the beginning in its content determination is, in order for the logical movement, and eventually for the end of the entire movement, to imminently issue. 41. Dynamically viewed, the act of beginning necessarily entails the instance of the realization of the concept, TW 6, 554, the trieb for a further advancement, TW 6, 555. Hegel notices that external reflection, while embracing the claim put forth by speculative thinking that the beginning is simple and abstract, accepts such beginning only for the sake of a promised content, which it strives to develop. Thereby, the beginning is transformed into an arbitrary assumption, or into a provisional or merely hypothetical beginning, made only in order to satisfy the streben of thinking aiming at moving on away from it. In fact, the action has always already begun, we are always already in the middle of it, incapable of truly, and freely, moving on because haunted by the arbitrary assumption that makes the true beginning, the absolute beginning, and hence the necessity of movement utterly impossible. Moreover, mere opinion in its Bewusstlosigkeit defines the simple and abstract character of the beginning as a content that is actually given, es gibt, TW 6, 555, either in reality or in thinking. On the contrary, the method, which is the consciousness of the concept, 42 understands the simplicity and abstractness of the beginning as its mere formality, as the objective, immanent form that is in itself lacking, mangelhaft, and endowed with the trieb to realize the concept. In other words, the illusion of streben affecting the beginning, but truly affecting external reflection, which seems to make all beginning alternatively provisional, instrumental, or irrelevant, is overcome once we recognize that such trieb is nothing else but the immanent form of the action of beginning, taken as moment of the method. The beginning is necessarily lacking because it is only the beginning of the overall movement, of an advancement, hence necessarily incomplete. To begin is necessary in order for thinking to be set in motion. Yet the beginning taken in isolation is not yet a sufficient characterization of movement but only its inception. To consider the beginning as moment of the method, then, is to gain the consciousness of the fundamental incompleteness of all beginning action as such, of its need to be followed by an advancement that completes it, but, most properly, it is to gain consciousness of the fact that the beginning itself is immanently endowed with the impulse, trieb, to further develop and determine itself, TW 6, 555. This is the universality of the method. It is precisely in this way that the beginning leads on to the second moment of method, which is the fortgang or advancement, TW 6, 555f. However, since the beginning is conceived here methodologically, that is, the problem is not how to begin, but what is the structure of the beginning action within the whole of the established plot. The beginning is not just simple and abstract but is concrete totality, TW 6, 555. In the beginning is contained the seed or indeed the impetus of the entire movement of the whole, and yet, since the beginning is inherently lacking, it is also true that the development is not, analytically, contained in the beginning, only its trieb is. This accounts for the presence but also, at the same time, for the absence of the absolute idea in the beginning of the logic. Every moment of the process of the method, Hegel confirms, is synthetic and analytic at the same time. 43. The second moment of the method considered in its formality is the action that advances or advancing fortgang. The action of advancing is immanently developed from the first moment because the beginning, as concrete totality, is the action of beginning a process and a development, is Anfang des Fortgangs und der Entwicklung, TW 6, 556. And yet advancing is not a mere Überfluss over and above the beginning, is not a mere implication of it. 44. A middle is that which both follows a preceding event and has further consequences. Advancing is both a synthetic and an analytic moment of the method. The methodological question of the advancement is the following: what does it mean for action to proceed, to move on once it has begun? What is it for action to be in the middle of its performance, and how does this modality shape the structure of action itself? At stake, again, is the advancement not with regard to a particular action, taken as a content, but with regard to the overall structure of a whole of action, namely, to the overarching plot of the logic in its inner articulation and in the necessary progression of the events that constitute it. What is it that all second moments of the logic structurally have in common despite their specific content and the different contexts in which the content is respectively developed? The second moments are in themselves contradictions whereby advancement is made and a transition produced. Advancing is the action of dialectical contradiction. Here as well the absolute method is opposed to the way in which finite, mere searching knowledge, TW 6, 566, construes its advancement, which is ultimately no real advancement but the static reiteration or repetition of the same position. The latter implies a fundamental error. It reveals thinking's aberration, that is, the merely random searching about with no direction and no necessity with which finite thinking tries to escape the emptiness of the beginning. The imminent development of the logic has already responded to this erroneous way of construing science. Now, however, the method thwarts the further possibility that external reflection may reconceptualize the preceding movement according to that erroneous view of the advancement, hence, may weave an erroneous plot from what has been presented by the entire movement of the logic. An example is offered by the teleological framing of the logical plot as a movement in which progress is made only because a certain result must be obtained or a certain final goal is posited. Arguing against this position, Hegel contends that in order for the advancement to be made, thinking should not aim at anything else and look for anything else besides attending to a firm consideration of the determinations in and for themselves. 45.4. In attending to things in how they are, their soul, which is movement, is brought to life. And conversely, only a self-generated movement and action bring to light what things truly are. Interestingly, Streben and Trieb, for Hegel, indicate the formal character of the beginning, and even that of the end, not the character of the advancement. In Hegel's view, progress is made by staying where one is or by persisting in carrying through the action to its final consequences, not by looking away aiming at something else. Hegel expresses this character of the method by saying that the absolute method is analytic, TW 6, 557. Even though the beginning as such has no determination and even though there is no proper searching in the method finds in the universal of the beginning the new determination with which progress is made. This dialectical paradox reveals the synthetic nature of the method. The consideration of the logical form in and for itself indicates the otherness that necessarily resides within that very same form. It points to the fact that each determination is as such in itself a contradiction and consequently entails a necessary Übergehen, TW 6, 560. True otherness, as spring of all advancement, is not an external intervention but lies at the very heart of each present moment when it is dwelled on and considered in itself. Fortgang is a transition accomplished without aiming at anything else but at what one already has because what one has is a contradiction. In this sense, contradiction is the soul of all movement. Fortgang is the dialectical, transformative moment of action. It is the way in which determinate negation, already discussed in the introduction to the science of logic as the central point of the logical method, is rendered once the absolute method is thematized, that is, once a formal view is offered of the entire process that has been produced by such negation. What characterizes the action's advancement is the moment of difference, Unterschied, difference, and negativity, the transition to otherness with the duplicity that this implies, and the judgment, Urteil, that both draws differences and acknowledges, reflectively, that the simplicity of the beginning is revisited in the advancement as the unity of that which is in itself different, hence, contradictorily, not simple, TW 6, 556. Difference is responsible for the transformative character that the action manifests in the overall development of the plot. Thus, the second moment of the method brings to the fore its properly dialectical negativity. As moment of the absolute method, dialectic loses the appearance of contingency and exteriority that afflicts ancient dialectic, skepticism, and Kantian transcendental dialectic, TW 6, 558, 557. On Hegel's account, dialectic is the standpoint in which a universal first, considered in and for itself reveals itself as the other of itself, TW 6, 561. While throughout the development of the logic the dialectic of determination has been responsible for the immanent action performed throughout the logical itinerary, at this point dialectic regards the way in which the entire previous development is reconceptualized and reenacted in order to coalesce in the structure of a unitary plot, It regards the way in which the progressive sequence of its forms is redesigned according to the logic of the beginning, the advancement, and the end as moments of the method, or the immediate, the mediated, and the mediating action, TW6, 562. In the final perspective offered by the method, dialectic reveals that the process of the whole is both continuous, the method is analytic, difference is immanent, and fundamentally discontinuous, the method is synthetic, difference is in the gap that makes the transition to other, TW6, 557. In the conclusive pages of The Science of Logic, the thematization of the method leads Hegel to a synoptic presentation of the logic. The task is to bring to light the formal structure of the logical action as the unity of its mythos. In this synopsis, the logical succession followed so far is erased and reconfigured according to the different order dictated by the method's syllogism. Logical movement gains a different meaning than mere succession. What heretofore has been presented according to the logical sequence, being, essence, concept, is now reenacted according to the order of the action that begins, the action that advances, and the action that ends. The immanent development of the logical forms grounds their necessity and partial truth, properly, their unwarranted and necessary transition to the opposite, TW6, 551, with regard to their respective position within the sequence, but it does not justify the necessity of the whole itinerary, and in particular it does not justify the end of the entire development. At the beginning of the chapter, the absolute idea's attempt at a narration of such itinerary failed to embrace the whole course of the logic in a systematic way. The original word only began narrating its story, but the immediate vanishing of the pure word signaled that narration was not yet possible, that the logical process had to be reenacted, not simply recounted, in order to be systematized in the final form of the plot. And this led to the thematization of method. It is only the reconfiguration of the logic according to the syllogism of the method that eventually grounds the necessity of the whole logical science as a system. A methodological, synoptic reenactment of the logic out of sequence staging the actions of beginning, advancing, and ending must be performed in order to reach its conclusion in a circular system. Thus, the second, dialectical step of the method reduces the necessity of the logical progression to mere contingency and thereby negates it. Another development is possible and indeed necessary than the one followed by the succession of logical actions, then replaces that progression with the different sequence dictated by the syllogism of the method, and finally sanctions the true necessity of the logical development by leading it to the conclusive form of the system. With regard to the methodological task of constituting the unitary plot of the logical action, the negative, dialectical moment fulfills a crucial role. It is, Hegel argues, the turning point of the movement of the concept, the Wendungspunkt of the action, its peripeteia as metabole to the opposite direction of events, TW6, 563, Poetics, 11, 1452-22, 27. The metabolic reversal achieved by the negative moment of the method allows for a radically new consideration of the development of the logical events. It is the beginning of the restructuring of the logical sequence in the circularity of a systematic whole. This is properly what advancing as such is. Moreover, such a turning point is recognized as the inner source of all activity, of the living spiritual self-movement, as the dialectical soul, which everything that is true has in itself, and through which alone it is true, TW6, 563. The dialectical reversal is the place where the truth of the logical story properly emerges. In this sense, the turning point of the method, Wendepunkt, also produces a reversal in the structure of logical cognition, bringing it back to itself, TW6, 554, thereby generating the fundamental reflective stance of the methodological appraisal of logical action. In discussing the synoptic sequence of second moments or advancing actions, all characterized by the immanent negativity of dialectic, Hegel draws the following conclusion: hence, if the negative, the determinate, the relation, judgment, and all the determinations that fall under this second moment do not appear for themselves already as the contradiction and as dialectic, it is merely because of the insufficiency of thinking that does not bring together its thoughts, TW 6, 562. Thereby Hegel formulates the further point that the method makes, in addition to the immanent production of the sequence of logical forms realized up to the absolute idea. It is not sufficient to bring out the succession of logical determinations, that is, to immanently perform the logical sequence in its successive discrete determinations. It is necessary, in addition, to bring together those forms synoptically, as it were recognizing their belonging to the second, dialectical moment of the method. Only under these two conditions can advancement be made, as the successive action is constituted into the unitary structure of the plot wherein alone advancement can be measured. Only under these two conditions can the unitary story be told out of a multiplicity of successive events. Hegel's suggestion is that it is possible to have followed through the entire development of the logic in the necessity produced by the inner contradiction of each moment and still be unable to recognize what constitutes the dialectic, or the advancement, proper to the method, still be unable to understand what the logic as a whole has achieved and what it means, that is, what is the overall story that it ultimately tells. 46. Thus, in order for the logic to reach its conclusion in the form of the system, the logical progression needs to be reenacted and rethought so that its determinations are brought together according to the syllogism of the method, TW 6, 563. In this way, the method provides the cognition of the result produced by the logical development, TW 6, 566. At stake is the fundamental issue of knowing what the logic has done or what is the overall story that the logic has performed and told. Such dialectic speculative knowledge is method. Hegel's claim that the method is both analytic and synthetic, the analytic and synthetic moment constituting respectively the two premises of the syllogism, TW 6, 563, 566, means precisely that the method does not simply analyze retrospectively the given determinations and the gang that has produced them and in which they have previously been presented. 47.4. In the method, analysis yields a result that is different from the one previously obtained and that arises from the action of gathering together the preceding moments according to that which they have in common, beginning or advancing. The end of the logic is not the absolute idea but the methodological moment of the end or the action of ending. Properly, there is no result to analyze when the analysis of the result sets out to perform its task. The result arises instead from analysis revealing itself as synthesis, that is, from its moving on a step further and truly doing something different or other than what was anticipated. Recognition of the result, the overall plot of the logic, produces the actual end result, the end of the logic in the action of ending. 5. In the end is the beginning of the story. The enactment of the method disrupts the immanent sequence of the logical action and establishes a new relationship, Verhaltnis, among the logical determinations and their foundation, TW 6, 567. Simply put, what comes last is truly the first, only the method is absolute, method is the basis, Grundlage, of the entire logical development. It is that which unifies all the events of the previous action into a coherent performance and into a coherent narrative. 48. While heretofore the consideration of the method has remained on the formal level, beginning and advancement concern the form of the action, at this point the content enters the scene. 49. The method is articulated according to its own content and this leads to the extension of the method to a system, TW 6, 567, 569, Erweiterung. At stake is now directly the issue of the conclusion of the logic, the end, das End, or the act of ending. Method is not just immanent production but also reflective cognition, the only true speculative cognition of the result of the syllogism of the method. The formal syllogism is derivation and deduction, Ableitung, of the content, TW 6, 567. In the new relation that the method establishes among the logical forms by rearranging them in the comprehensive structure of the syllogism, the beginning is finally connected to the result of the advancement. Thereby the beginning is no longer immediate but rather determinate, is not mere form but demonstrated content, while the advancement proceeds to and from the mediated standpoint of a new beginning. Yet, at this point, the possibility of a disruptive, non-dialectical reading of the results of the method surfaces again, thereby disclosing a double threat to the conclusiveness of the plot in which the logical development is now being recollected. The Begriff slows reflection, TW6, 567, is ready to encroach on the results of dialectic, transforming the mediation of the beginning into the open-ended regress of an inconclusive proof and turning the conquest of a new beginning into an advancement that stretches on ad infinitum. 50. In this case no ending and no end is possible. Against this final possibility, Hegel's absolute method construes the argument in which the logic will reach its conclusion. Only the structure of the system is able to defeat with its circularity the linear inconclusive progression of the bad infinity for which no end is in view and no beginning is a necessary beginning. This is yet another consequence of the claim that sets a certain logical form as the absolute or as the foundation and reduces method to external form. Herein the difference that separates the formal moments of beginning and advancement from the end comes to the fore. While external reflection still operates within the methodological framework of a beginning and an advancement, it can by no means provide a true end to the process. The action of the end as the end of the overall logical action is the uniquely speculative moment of the absolute method. As Hegel puts it, concluding the Encyclopaedia Logic, the infinite progress lässt sich in das Ende auf, ends. 242. The end is the unique solution with which Hegel's dialectic speculative logic defeats the open-ended bad infinity of the logic of the understanding, thereby overcoming the arbitrariness of the stories woven by external reflection and conferring to its story the necessity and uniqueness of truth. The action of ending is by contrast the methodological construction of the logic to the system of totality, to the circle of circles, TW6, 569, 571, respectively. The opposition between absolute method and external reflection reveals how the speculative method is at work in bringing beginning and advancement to the necessary end of the logic. First, unlike external reflection, the method determines the formal indeterminateness of all beginnings 51 to be their very content and indeed to be their peculiar determinateness. Formal indeterminateness is precisely the content determination of the beginning. 52 From which the contradiction arises that produces the mediation of the immediate beginning and, with it, brings the process to its necessary advancement. 53 Second, having the method as its permanent foundation, the advancement is no longer a linear progression, a fliason, from one determination to another, the order of logical succession, but is the cumulative, concentric process through which the universal is enriched in its particularization, the order of the system. Thereby, all second moments are synoptically rearranged with regard to their content, reality, the particular, judgment. The content becomes more and more concrete, no determination is left behind or lost, the linear progression is overcome in an organic structure that grows on itself, TW6, 569. Considered the true basis of the logical process, the method articulates a second syllogism, which, this time, is not merely formal but content determined. This syllogism extends the method to the further determination of a system of totality, TW6, 569. In this last systematic syllogism of the method, the analytic moment is the universal that communicates itself to all particulars, the analytic universal. The synthetic moment is instead Bereicherung, that is, the movement that gaining content constitutes the synthetic universal in which all particulars finally receive their meaning. The twofold movement of this syllogism is expressed by the convergence of the opposed directions of the movements of Außersichtchen and Insichtchen. The widest extension is at the same time the highest intensity. This is the structure of the system. Thus, the absolute method is the absolute dialectic, TW6, 570, that through the two syllogisms, the formal and the content determined one, finally establishes the systematic structure of the logical development as the end result, the overall meaningful and concrete structure of the logical story in its achieved and proved truth. At this point, the correction of the error and arbitrariness, TW6, 549, of external reflection unable to reach a definitive conclusion and unable to find the necessity of a first ground, hence ultimately unable to tell a coherent story out of the action performed so far is accomplished. The method can be described as the movement in which each step of the advancement of the further determination, by getting further away from the indeterminate beginning, is also getting back closer to it, and in which consequently that which at first may appear to be different, namely, the retrospective grounding of the beginning and the progressive further determining of it, coincide and are the same, TW6, 570. At this point, the method that knows what the beginning is and how the advancement is performed is said to be the method of truth, TW6, 571. Such method yields knowledge of the logic as system. This is the only true conclusion of the logic das Ende. The logical action structurally reenacted through the moments of the method is now a concluded mythos, a story that can be narrated and thereby known in its truth. To be sure, its narration does not take place in the medium of the purely transparent, unimpeded, yet constantly vanishing original word of the absolute idea, TW6, 550. It is, rather, a narration that cannot be disjoined from action. Expressionsäußerung is the conclusive action, is the action of the logic's absolute ending, its final Endschluss. Such action is Entäußerung. Significantly, Hegel insists that the modality of movement expressed by the absolute action of ending with which the logic actually concludes its itinerary is neither the recollective modality of having been, geworden sein, nor that of the transition, Übergang. It is instead absolute liberation, Befreiung, TW6, 573. Properly, in the freedom of such an action no transition takes place, TW6, 572. This is the true end of the logical story. The movement of freedom is the movement of Entlassen, the letting go and letting be proper of freedom. While Kant defines transcendental and practical freedom as absolute spontaneity, thereby capturing the character of the unconditioned beginning of an action, Hegel's logical freedom is the action of absolutely and unconditionally ending. What does the development of the absolute method analyzed so far, particularly in its establishing the succession of the logical events into the unitary plot of action that is the science of logic, have to say with regard to our task of composing a meaningful narrative out of the scattered events offered daily to us on the contemporary world scene? The complexity of Hegel's presentation of the method should suffice as a warning against the temptation of finding a too easy and quick answer to this problem. The absolute method may put us on the right track in our search for an answer, but certainly does not provide us with a ready-made solution of our problem with an instrument or tool to mechanically apply to whatever facts may fall under consideration, which is the sense of method used by the logic of the understanding and by external reflection. But even though there is no set recipe for telling or composing a story, Hegel's logic does offer important guidelines for addressing this issue. The reconstruction of the movement of the logic culminating in the absolute method that I have proposed in this chapter shares the important insight of Vico's De Nihilita, Verum est factum, to which Hegel, and already Kant, fully subscribed. Presenting the development of pure thinking, the logic stages the enactment of thinking's pure activity. The truth and intelligibility of the process Hegel's logical and Vico's historical process is due to the central role that the action's performance plays in instituting such process. A story can be told, and indeed retold, because if action has been performed it can also be reenacted, brought to life again, and this, theoretical and practical, reenactment, the absolute method teaches, in disassembling what previously has been immanently presented, brings to light the fundamental modalities and laws of its unitary recapitulation. The story emerges as the succession of events is interrupted, broken up, and reconfigured and then reenacted in the new configuration. Beginning, advancing, ending, when seen as the dynamic immanent structures of the performed action, constitute the methodological framework that allows for the unity of the plot, for the necessity of the transitions, even for the subjects of the action, and finally for the immanent reflection on the overall development to finally emerge. Moreover, With regard to its truth, the absolute method takes into account the alternative configurations offered by external reflection, suggesting that the confrontation with such alternatives is integral to the path taken by the true method itself. Chapter 3. All the world is full of escape, and chance left free to act falls into an order as well as purpose. Gerard Manley Hopkins, Journal Entry, February 23, 1873. After a story is told, there are some moments of silence. Then words begin again. Because you would always like to know a little more. Not exactly more story. Not necessarily, on the other hand, an exegesis. Just something to go on with. After all, stories end, but you have to proceed with the rest of the day. What happens to the story of the logic after its end? What does thinking do after the absolute act of ending has been performed, after the liberating action of Sitchenschließen? If we follow the prescription of the absolute method, we know that a new beginning shall be expected. And if we look at the construction of Hegel's published system of philosophy, the Encyclopedia, we see that the philosophy of nature, the first part of the so-called real philosophy, makes precisely such a beginning. This, however, is not the route that I shall take in my argument. After all, the problem with which I opened the book is still far from its solution. What we have now is indeed the story of the logic first, its imminent progressive performance, and, then, the systematic concluded method mythos, in which that movement is synchronically reenacted and narrated through the moments of beginning, advancing, and ending. But we still have given no answer to the question of how such a story relates, normatively, to the objective and historical changes undergone by the contemporary world, Hegel's own and our own, and manifested in its crises, how it informs their rational comprehension and guides the corresponding required changes in the mode of thinking of such complex reality. What we have reached in the conclusion of the previous chapter is the end of the logic, the action through which the imminent development of pure thinking has yielded the unitary plot that the logic can be said, finally and retrospectively, to have staged. The story ends in the moment in which it emerges, precisely, as a concluded story. Such is the action of ending. This is also the peculiarity of Hegel's logic as a logic of transformative processes to end when its plot first takes shape. And the question now arises, of what use is the story of the logic for telling other stories? The logic has offered a story on the basis of the development of the absolute method, which has appeared as the formal reenactment of the entire course of the determination process of pure thinking. What shall we do now with this method, which, Hegel suggests, is the method of philosophizing, of all philosophical cognition and action, the structure on which all mythos is enacted and narrated, the form that all discursive truth necessarily displays, TW 6, 549. In the conclusion of the previous chapter, I suggested that these questions cannot be answered yet. There is still a long way to go before we can plausibly attempt such an answer. But we can now start putting the absolute method to a test and see where it can lead us. This is the task of the argument of which the present chapter shall lay the foundation, and which will be developed in the next 3 chapters. It is generally assumed, and the assumption is never questioned, that if the method thematized at the end of the logic has to be used or applied as a method, then it has to be used or applied outside of the logic, in the philosophical disciplines that systematically follow it, in the non-logical philosophical knowledge, or in the knowledge of other, real sciences and other, real contents and objects. I propose, by contrast, to use the absolute method on, or to apply it back to the imminent development of the logic itself, within this very movement. This, I suggest, is the first and foremost intention and value of such method. For, we do not need to leave the logic in order to encounter reality. In the previous chapter, I have discussed Hegel's idea of logical method according to 2 different perspectives. I have started with Hegel's introductory reflections on method before the beginning of the logic, still outside of it, and I have ended with its direct thematization in the conclusion of the logic method as the last course of action presented by the logical movement. Then, in addressing the relation between the absolute idea and the absolute method, I have distinguished the immanent performance of the logical action by pure thinking throughout the succession of logical forms, from the emergence of the unitary logical plot, the method mythos, which is the object of both a final reenactment of the logical movement and of its possible narration. Now I shall turn to a third perspective, namely, to the presence and the workings of the method within the successive moments and stages of the logical development itself. What if, once the story has been told, we turn back to the long course of its successive immanent performance? What if we start all over again with the logic itself? What does the achieved unity of the logical story, the gained consciousness of the form of the immanent self-movement of the content, TW 549, that is, the method, along with the freedom of ending, or having ended, bring to our willingness to begin again with the logical movement? In order to answer these questions, however, we still need to spell out the fundamental structures of the logical action. In discussing the problem of method so far, I have established the following points. First, the modality in which the logic stages its process is the immanent performance of the action of pure thinking. Second, it is this performance that in the end institutes the agent, which is still absent throughout the immanent unfolding of the process. Herein pure thinking is nothing but the action it performs, it is fully determined by it, is nothing beyond the deed, and only the complete determination of the action finally constitutes the agent, namely, subjectivity proper and the subject of thinking and acting as free personality, TW 6, 549. Before the end, pure thinking has no distance from the action it performs, it is neither consciousness nor an I think, transcendental, psychological, or phenomenological, nor a metaphysical substrate or ends. But if we take these two claims seriously, a fundamental change in the way in which the logical process is viewed and in the way in which it is performed occurs. Such change discloses the perspective of the absolute method. The absolute idea is absolute method. It is first in the perspective of the method that we can assess the extent to which Hegel's logic should be viewed as a logic of transformative processes, both as a logic of objective transformations and as a logic of thinking's own subjective transformation. Change emerges and can indeed first be detected, precisely as the method reenacts, retrospectively, the entire course of the logical action, structuring it out of sequence or synoptically, as it were. It is first here that the beginning can be directly connected with the end and the advancement made can be assessed. In other words, only by assuming the methodological, absolute action of the beginning as a criterion can all the successive logical beginnings be confronted with each other and the transformation that distinguishes them brought to light. Only on this basis can we start understanding transformation in its dynamic character. Only in the framework of a coherent story can transformation be detected. Transformation is instead elusive as long as thinking is immanently immersed in the dynamic of action, utterly identical with it. But in what sense does such new perspective make us change the way we think? While the 3 chapters that follow will offer examples of such a synoptic reading of the logic and an answer to this question, the task of the present chapter is to develop the interpretive framework in which this synoptic reconstruction will take place. At stake is the gesture that moves from the methodological question explored in the previous chapter: what does it mean for action to begin, to develop, or advance, to end, to the different question: what are the successive forms and figures that the methodological beginning, and advancement and end, assumes throughout the logic, and how should their difference be construed and the transformation leading from one to the other assessed? What are the modes of action or the dialectical operations through which the logical forms and figures are determined at the different stages of the process, the modes of action that make of those forms different stages of the logical process? While the beginning as moment of the absolute method is crucial, as we have seen, in constructing the overall story or plot of the logic, what we still have to consider is the particular story that the different, immanent logical beginnings, in being, essence, the concept, do tell when considered together under their common methodological heading. It is in this synoptic perspective, whereby the beginning of being is confronted with the beginning of essence and with the beginning of the concept, not in the linear dimension of the logical succession, whereby the entire sphere of being is followed by essence and this by the sphere of the concept, that the progress made will emerge. 4. This comparative, synoptic consideration of the different figures of the beginning will give us a measure of the immanent transformation that the action of beginning as such undergoes throughout the process. In other words, it is by confronting the beginning made by being with the beginning made by essence that we will be able to assess the transformation that occurs between the two logical spheres, the transformation that the action of beginning undergoes in the logical process, hence the transformation that thinking itself, which is identical with its action, undergoes as it experiments with two different ways of beginning. But we first have to lay out the interpretive framework in which such reconstruction can take place. While in my reading of the last chapter of the Logic I have insisted on the centrality of the action in the process as a whole, pure thinking is one with its very action and is not distinct from it, now I shall concentrate on the agents or carriers of such action, namely, on the forms and figures that structure the logical development in the sequence of its partial, determinate beginnings, advancements, and ends. The present chapter starts by proposing to view the pure forms of Hegel's dialectic speculative logic as the agents that carry out the logical action. 2. It then develops the suggestion that such forms or agents are the logical figures in which thinking's pure activity gains its significance in relation to reality. The notions of Gestalt and Gestaltung are finally discussed both with regard to their general use in the phenomenology of spirit and in the science of logic, and briefly with regard to two systematic places in which references to Plato and Goethe can be brought to bear on the interpretive idea that I am proposing for my reconstruction of Hegel's logic. My intention in this latter discussion is to expand the set of references in relation to which Hegel's logic is assessed precisely as a logic, and the interpretive issue of the status of its forms, generally considered, alternatively, categories, metaphysical forms, abstractions that stand for some concrete extra-logical content, can be raised anew. In sum, this chapter is dedicated to presenting the protagonists of the reconstruction of the logic that I set out to offer in the next 3 chapters of the book, taking the development of the absolute method as my guiding thread. Crucial to the present discussion is the fact that the forms as well as the operations of Hegel's logic move, change, and undergo transformation throughout the process. But this point has, I suggest, an even stronger validity. It is only because they change and transform themselves, hence do not have the fixity and immutability of Platonic ideas or Kantian a priori categories but are indeed more akin to the moving statues of Daedalus, that these figures and modes of action are presented as forms and operations of Hegel's dialectic speculative logic. 3. 1. Logical action and logical agents. In the discussion of the absolute method I have argued that central in the development of the logic is the action of pure thinking, and that the agent in the proper sense, i.e., pure thinking as an independent subject in the speculative sense of the free personality, emerges only at the very end, at the level of the absolute idea, TW 6, 549. Now, however, I want to suggest that even though not in the proper sense of speculative subjectivity, one can nonetheless speak of the agent of the process well before reaching the end agents, although not subjects, being present throughout the different stages of the immanent unfolding of the logical action. The agent, in the sense that I shall henceforth propose, is the specific qualification or determination or indeed the figure that the enactment of the logical movement receives in different spheres, contexts, or moments of the process. In other words, the agent gives the specific difference that the methodological action of beginning, advancing, and ending respectively displays at specific stages of the logical process, or, to put the point differently, the agent ties the methodological action to a specific logical content and context, whereby beginning in being differs from beginning in essence. Such agent is a determinate figure of the beginning, advancement, end. Moreover, with this term I indicate the dynamic aspect of determination within the process, or action, not subjectivity or substantiality. With it I locate the discreteness of the logical movement, its spheres and stages, in reference to the different points in which its enactment occurs. Agents have a character, covey, through which they perform the action. At different stages of its development, the logical action is carried out by, or channeled in and presented through, agents, which display a specific determinateness or character, and it is precisely because of such character that they perform in the way they do. In this character the action crystallizes as in its determinateness, thereby assuming its specific logical form or figure. At each stage of the process, the logical action is shaped by particular contextual conditions for its enactment, the most general ones we encounter respectively in the logic of being, in the logic of essence, and in the logic of the concept. I consider these sets of conditions, precisely in their specific difference, as constituting the character of the agent. They indicate that in virtue of which the logical action is performed in the particular way it is performed in a particular sphere, how the beginning is made or immediacy/unmittelbarkeit and otherness/Andersen is handled, for example, in the logic of being, in the logic of essence, and in the logic of the concept, respectively. Viewed in the overall perspective of the logic, the indication of the agent provides the determinateness of the action as well as its systematic context or position within the plot. Thus, in the view I am proposing, a category or determination of Hegel's logic can be described as a moment of the method, beginning, advancing, ending, that is carried out under the specific conditions given by the systematic content and context of being, essence, the concept as the conditions that inform the character of the action or the specific modality in which thinking actually begins, advances, ends. The character of the action performed brings out, in turn, the agent as the point of crystallization in which the dynamism of the action coalesces and can be reflectively abstracted from the overall movement as a knot or a point of relative permanence. On the relationship that Hegel's dialectic speculative logic establishes between the action and the agent of the process hinges its being a logic of transformative processes as well as its difference from the traditional, formal and transcendental, static logic of the categories. The protagonist of the latter is the agent and its already formed character, the faculty of the understanding or finite thinking, for example, and the agent's action, categories, judgments, syllogisms, is taken into account only to the extent that it follows from the agent's character. In Kant's case, categories as functions of the understanding's activity are taken as revealing this faculty's nature, constitution, and, eventually, limits. In Hegel's dynamic logic, by contrast, center stage is taken by the action, while the agent, itself a product of the action, is relevant only because of the action it performs. Verstand as a faculty is transformed by Hegel into das Verständige, into a moment or characterization of the dialectic speculative process in which every logical real formation for is involved and inscribed, ends. 79. At a given specific stage of the process, the action brings forth the agent as a specific form or figure of its progressive development. In the figure, the action reveals its transformative effects. While in Kant's transcendental logic the truth of the judgments in which the categories are used depends on the faculty that employs them, that is, alternatively, on understanding or speculative reason, in Hegel's dialectic speculative logic truth is a function of the movement not of the agent enacting it, the latter's truth, or the partial truth or rather untruth of every successive moment of the process, depends on the action performed. It is not the truth of the action that depends on the character of the agent. At stake, at each stage, is what a certain determination of thought performs or does for the advancement of the process, not what it is in itself, taken in isolation or how it is used by a thinking subject. In Hegel's logic the determinations of thinking, or categories, have truth only to the extent that they deliver certain results within the logical movement. Alternatively, if they are able to begin a distinctively new thinking process, to effect the transition to the opposite, thereby advancing the process, to put an end to a certain type of movement avoiding the progress ad infinitum or a mere repetition of the same. Generally, between the character of the agent and the logical action performed by it runs a double, reciprocal relation that is analogous, mutatis mutandis, to the one that Aristotle sees at play between virtuous character and virtuous action. Action forms character, but virtuous character reinforces, and indeed determines, the performance of virtuous action. Within the dynamic of Hegel's logical process, the character of the agent or the figure of action is determined or formed as a result of the preceding movement. It is the truth of the preceding movement. Once formed, however, this character guides or determines, in turn, the specific way in which logical action is performed at that stage. Thus, essence is formed in the preceding sphere of being from the Erinnerung of which it results, while the concept finds its genesis in the movement of essence. However, the new process action characterizing Wesen at first, for example, its reflexive structure or, alternatively, the Begriff in its proper Entwicklung, are determined by the conditions that characterize Wesen or the Begriff as figures of the logical movement and inform all the specific determinations belonging specifically to these spheres. As we will see in the next chapters, it is precisely in this way that advancement is made in the logical process and the peculiar form of dialectic speculative truth is established as the truth of an unfolding, transformative movement. Thus, to sum up, I suggest that the pure forms, the categories, as it were, of Hegel's logic be viewed as the carriers of the logical action, hence as the agents successively performing it or enacting the different partial moments of the logical plot and thereby specifying their determinateness and position within it. These agents are not subjects in the proper sense, neither in the sense of the subjectivity and personality attained at the end of the logic, nor in the sense of a metaphysical, transcendental, psychological subject of sort. They are the ways in which the logical action is carried out and specified in its imminent progress. Agents have a character, which is constituted by the determinateness and the set of context conditions, which both result from the preceding logical action and orient the further performance of logical action at a certain stage of the process. But agents also fulfill a certain demonstrative aim in the overall development of the action. They stand for thought positions that are dynamically tested and carried through to their consequences at that stage or within that context. They are indeed modes of thinking. In the Vorbegriff to the Encyclopedia, which offers the preconcept of the logical science before its inception, once the notion of objective thinking has been established as the proper topic of the logic, 5 Hegel presents the typology of 3 Stellengegedanken zur Objektivität. At stake herein are the 3 fundamental, irreducible modes in which thinking positions itself toward objectivity. They can be recapitulated by their historical figures, and described, respectively, as a. Metaphysics, b. Empiricism and Kant's critical philosophy, and c. Immediate knowledge. What we have in this presentation, which is meant to introduce the concept of the logic or to offer its preconcept, is a first attempt at a logical, and not, importantly, phenomenological, figuration of the imminent development of pure thinking. Its moments are fundamental positions or modes of thinking, which are presented as the successive unfolding of a process in which thinking finally achieves its dynamic grasp of objectivity in Hegel's dialectic speculative logic. 6. Thus, I have suggested that the agent, conceived in this functional impersonal non-subjective way, is the figure that logical action displays at a specific stage of the logical development. This designation now needs further grounding. After all, if we consider the general use that Hegel makes of the terms Gestalt and Gestaltung in his works, it seems that one of the differences between the logic on the one hand, and the phenomenology and the philosophy of nature and spirit on the other, lies precisely in the fact that we encounter figures in the latter, very generally, figures of consciousness and of spirit, organic figures in nature, but not in the former. On a first assessment it seems that figures, in contrast to categories or abstract logical forms or determination, are real and concrete. On which basis, then, do I advocate indicating the pure forms of thinking presented in the logic as logical figures? 2. Phenomenological and logical Gestaltung. Logical forms as figures. The distinction between logical forms and real figures whereby reality is withheld from the logic and figures are considered the exclusive province of the real sciences may have some basis in a superficial consideration of Hegel's use of the term, with so many exceptions, however, as to put the generalization into question. The distinction, however, is unacceptable because predicated on a view of the logic as opposed to the alleged real world of the phenomenology and the real philosophy that itself needs justification and already betrays a very specific interpretation of Hegel's logic and of its systematic function. By contrast, in designating the forms of Hegel's dialectic speculative logic as agents and figures of the logical action, I propose an interpretive meaning of the notion of figure that, while compatible with Hegel's own employment of the term, in the logic as well as in the phenomenology and the real philosophy, also extends it in a fundamental way. In rejecting the simplistic alignment of forms with the logic and figures with the real philosophical disciplines as well as their stark opposition to one another, my aim is to challenge the assumption of a clear-cut dualistic division of the system and furthermore to reject the implications that this assumption carries for the interpretation of the real validity of logical forms, within the logic itself and in relation to nature and spirit, and hence, ultimately, of the method. I begin with a few brief considerations on the term Gestalt and its use by some contemporary authors and then examine its general employment in the phenomenology, in which the term does indeed appear as frequently as in no other later work. 7. This discussion is specifically aimed at the justification of my interpretive use of the term with regard to the logic and is accordingly restricted to this objective. The concept of Gestalt is already employed by Kant and then by Schiller in the aesthetic sense displayed by the human figure as the peculiar embodiment, or sensible presentation, of the idea/ideal of beauty. 8. It gains, however, central stage in Goethe's philosophy of nature, in particular in his morphology, while the Faust I/II offers an additional meaning, important for the connection that I am presently pursuing. In short, in Goethe's philosophy of nature the term Gestalt expresses the dynamic character of natural, organic structures, it is closely connected to the process of Bildung or formation and growth, and indicates the internal transformation of the individual understood as an organic part of the totality to which it belongs. 9. Figure is predicated of a whole as totem, not as compositum, and expresses the way in which the whole is subject to immanent self-transformation, for example, growth. In Goethe's aftermath, in reference to the realm of organic, living nature, we can say that the figure is the function, 10 of an individual existence that indicates its formative activity within a whole or a process, and that Gestaltung is the movement of individualization or particularization and internal articulation of an organic, living totality. Moreover, Gestaltung designates, for Goethe, the process of both natural and artistic formation. In his later poetic work, in the Faust II in particular, the word Gestalt channels the difficult problem, indeed Faust's own distinctive problem, of finding the convergence between the unchanging formality of the ideal or eternal type, for example, the beauty and perfection of Helen as die einzige Gestalt or die Gestalt aller Gestalten, Faust II, verses 7439 and 8907 to 8908, respectively, and the real, concrete action and Streben that with all its imperfection and contingency animates the transformation of everything that lives and operates in history and nature. An additional semantic field opens up when we consider that the German term Gestalt renders the Latin figura, the meaning of which is connected to the eschatological interpretation of history. As Erich Auerbach has shown in his seminal work on Dante, significantly mentioning Hegel in his discussion, a figural interpretation of history directly refers every earthly event or phenomenon as earthly figure to the divine plan that eventually completes or realizes this figure, inscribing it within the overall Providen tile order. Although the earthly figure has its meaning only beyond itself, in its heavenly fulfillment, it is nonetheless historically real, its reality is not lost in the abstraction of allegory or symbolism. 11. Figura has, in fact, a double reality. On the one hand, it displays the earthly reality of the finite individual events that it raises to the status, and meaningfulness, of figure. On the other hand, it displays the ideal reality that it owes to the divine plan that it instantiates. The reality of figura, in opposition to the symbol and the allegory, is underscored by Martin Luther, an important reference for Hegel, who renders Tertullian's Latin with Gestalt. Luther occupies a crucial place in the history of figural interpretation. He disrupts the tradition of figural reading started with St. Paul and Augustine, challenging the linear, or rather chiasmatic, relation of fulfillment that connects the Old and the New Testament, flesh and spirit, the will, slavery and its freedom. 12. Moreover, with the term Gestalt, Luther opposes Ulrich Zwingli's symbolic and allegoric interpretations of the problematic notion that Christ's body is in Gestalt of bread. 13. An interpretation that all too easily avoids the difficulties of the notion of figura by emptying it of all reality. For Luther, instead, the figure of bread indicates the real, sensible, and material presence of Christ's body within the community evoked by the ritual. It is to this real significance that a further, figurative meaning is added. In other words, the figurative meaning is not the opposite of the real meaning but its complement and actual fulfillment. The figure is materially real and, in addition, is even more real than the material because of its added theological significance, i.e., because of its inscription in the overall divine plan. I want to draw three implications from these sketchy considerations. First, it is clear that if the figure is indeed real, earthly, and belonging to the real world, to the world of organic, living nature and to the historical world of human activity, the ontological and epistemological status of this reality needs specification, as the term figure always expresses some kind of ideality beyond its reality. The figure singles out the real or an aspect thereof as more than simply real, even already in the different, aesthetic sense in which it is used by Kant and Schiller in reference to the ideality contained in the human figure. Taken as figure, an aspect of reality is seen as belonging to the broader process of natural life and not simply reduced to mechanism or as historical event, the meaning of which will be fulfilled within a broader, perhaps providential, order of things. Herein the process through which the figure cuts out and encompasses a determinate realm of the real is as crucial as its referring beyond the real itself. The figure exceeds the real, although, at the same time, it encompasses and fully inhabits it. In exceeding the real, the figure deepens and articulates precisely its real meaning. Importantly, however, the figure does not exceed the real in the symbolic or allegoric order. 14. And yet, at the same time, while more than real, the figure carries in itself only a limited, partial, or unilateral significance and necessarily refers to a higher or broader and more complex order of things for its fulfillment and true realization. The figure is never the whole truth. But it necessarily implies a reference to the whole, and truth, Hegel famously insists, is the whole. Thereby the figure produces a sort of structural mediation between the real and the ideal. This mediation, however, is always postponed or deferred within the process in which the figure itself is surpassed and reinscribed within an always higher order of things. The figure's fulfillment or full realization is its completion. This movement, in turn, echoes the evangelical consummatum est, Titus Esti, which Luther translates Es ist vollbracht and Hegel references in his notion of the phenomenological development of consciousness as sich vollbringender Skepticismus, TW 3, 72, John 19:30. 15. At stake here is the completion of the process in its properly figurative meaning. I shall point out, for the moment, only that the consummation of the whole is precisely the way in which a systematic totality is constituted insofar as in it we reach the conclusion of a dynamic process. Titus Esti is the movement of ending a process. Figures are real in their unilateral, partial truth only as moments or stations of the movement toward their fulfillment. Once such movement has ended, they are even more real, or they are truly real for the first time as internal parts of the divine plot. Second, the figure generally indicates a dynamic structure caught within a larger process or involved in a broader activity, and within the process it denotes the activity itself rather than its result. In general, both in the natural and in the historical context, the figure refers to movements of change and transformation, to movements of lawful and imminent change and transformation. The movement of Gestaltung unifies processes as different as the growth and transformation of organic life, formation, Bildung, historical development, and freedom's specific way of realization. Significantly, from its first emergence in the Latin vocabulary, figure is often accompanied by the attribute nu, nova figura, thereby hinting at the inventive, creative, forward-looking, and generally non-mechanical and unforeseeable character of the processes in which it is involved. 16. Figure is itself a structure of movement and transformation, it is that in which transformation occurs, and it is that which itself affects and channels transformation, indeed the emergence of the new within broader processes. And yet, although internally changing and itself part of a process of immanent transformation, the figure, or the reality singled out and functioning as a figure, has the status of a sort of ideal type, displaying a certain degree of permanence, from the position of which change and variation can be assessed, and drawing the limits of permanence or self-identity within change. Third, the structure of the figure accounts for the dynamism of a process in which individuality is constituted as the function of an organic totality, and in which, conversely, the totality is fully realized, enriched, and becomes concrete, and in the case of spiritual realities becomes self-conscious and free, through its immanent articulation in individuals. This is, for example, the structure according to which Hegel develops, from early on, the reality of ethical life, Sittlichkeit. 17. In this regard as well, the figure is the operative place in which the mediation between the universal and the individual occurs, whereby the concrete universal is instituted, i.e., the synthetic universal, which is itself individualized and enriched by the individuals, as opposed to the analytic universal, which is obtained from abstraction from the individuals. Viewed in this perspective, the figure presents conceptual similarities with the logical form that Hegel calls the speculative concept, Begriff. All these references Goethe's morphology and the figural interpretation of history, the Latin figura through Luther's translation Gestalt, along with the general meanings that I discussed in relation to them, should be kept in mind when assessing the role that the notion of Gestalt plays in Hegel's writings, first and foremost in the development of the phenomenology. Moreover, if we recall the interpretive framework in which, in the first chapter, I presented Hegel's dialectic speculative logic as logic of transformative processes, those features of the concept of Gestalt begin explaining why figure may indeed be a fitting designation for the forms of this logic. In the phenomenology, the term Gestalt generally designates the figures of consciousness, that is, the successive positions that consciousness assumes in its self-correcting experiential path toward truth, hence, ultimately, toward absolutes Wissen and the beginning of the speculative science, the logic. The figures are stations in consciousness's process of self-transformation. This description briefly recapitulates Hegel's initial program for the work, or the plan of its first 5 chapters, the itinerary from a. consciousness to c. reason through b. self-consciousness. As is well known, however, the plan changed at some point, and from chapter 6, Der Geist, the phenomenological development departs from and greatly expands on the original demonstrative aim. 18. At this crucial juncture, history enters the scene. But, as history emerges as the protagonist of spirit's vicissitudes, Hegel is forced to rethink the entire organization of the work. The use of the term Gestalt significantly reflects this change. The figures of consciousness yield to the figures of spirit's historical worlds. In the first pages of chapter 6, Hegel pauses to consider what has been achieved in the previous itinerary and the extent in which the emergence of history is bound to modify the successive phenomenological development. He announces that the figures of spirit that will concern the phenomenological movement from now on are no longer just Gestalten des Bewusstseins, they are now Gestalten einer Welt, figures of the manifold historical worlds in which spirit articulates its changing reality. At this point, the process of consciousness's transformation yields to the process of spirit's historical development. This is the shift at stake in the new reference Hegel gives to the notion of figure. It is the historical and collective context of such worlds in which individual consciousness from now on appears as necessarily rooted. The figuration of this context, that is, ultimately, the presentation of the dynamic structure of history, poses a new methodological challenge to the phenomenological development. Throughout the phenomenology, in the conjoined development of the figures of consciousness and the figures of spirit's historical worlds, Hegel brings together in the notion of Gestalt and the process of Gestaltung the two semantic fields that I have briefly discussed and that the end of the phenomenology announces as the forms of alienation, Entäußerung, of the concept, namely, nature and history, space and time, TW3, 586, 590. At the end of the chapter on absolute knowing, in spirit's final alienation in nature and history, the phenomenology comes to an end and discloses the Begriff and the element of pure thinking as the new dimensions in which pure speculative science, that is, the logic, can finally begin. 19. In absolute knowing, Hegel announces, spirit has concluded the movement of its figuration, die Bewegung seines Gestaltens, insofar as this figuration, insofern das Elbe, is affected with a difference of consciousness that still has not been overcome, TW3, 588. My emphasis. Accordingly, Hegel explains that in the movement of science, i.e., in the logic, the moments of the process are no longer presented as determinate figures of consciousness but rather, since its difference has been repealed in the self, as determinate concepts and as their organic movement, TW3, 589. Methodologically, the phenomenological presentation or the process of consciousness's figuration, Gestalten, is characterized by the development of the successive figures of consciousness, which are determined, precisely in their succession, by the resurgence of the opposition of consciousness, Gegensatz des Bewusstseins. TW5, 43, 57, or by the permanence of consciousness's unreconciled difference. Figuration is a dynamic movement that is fueled by the difference or the opposition that still persists in consciousness between knowledge and truth, subject and object, the subject and its substance, and only insofar as such difference persists. 20. This movement, and with it the phenomenology as a whole, ends when no more figures of consciousness, along with the figures of spirit and its historical worlds, can be generated, that is, when the system of all consciousness's figures is complete. This occurs when the opposition of and the difference within consciousness is finally overcome, aufgehoben, which coincides with the final completion of the system of skepticism. Consummatum est/es ist vollbracht, the figure of consciousness is here finally fulfilled. At this point, the movement of ending displays the same character that we have seen at the end of the logic. The end is a consummatum est and this is Entäußerung. As the phenomenological movement ends we reach the beginning of the logic. Since in the element of pure thinking, that is, in the logic, the opposition of consciousness, or the difference between subject and object, knowledge or certainty and truth, has been left behind once and for all, TW5, 43, 57, also TW3, 589, and logical thinking is utterly free because it has been freed from it. 21. The logical movement now proceeds fueled by a different principle or soul than the opposition of consciousness. We have seen how in the introduction to the logic and then in the chapter on the absolute idea, Hegel indicates the soul as the method, which, I suggest, is responsible for the peculiar figuration or dynamic order that the logical content assumes in the process of its determination, TW5, 48. On the basis of Hegel's argument at the end of absolute knowing, we can easily infer that unlike the phenomenology the logic will not be the presentation of figures of consciousness. However, this argument does not exclude that the movement of Gestalten could still describe the unfolding of the logical development. The logic may very well be the dynamic presentation of a different kind of figures. The figures of the concept, may be also the figures of the method, namely, the figuration of the structure that the last chapter of the phenomenology announces as the distinctive element of the logic, itself a free/freed figure, Befreitgestalt, TW3, 589. Indeed, the introduction to the science of logic in offering the anticipatory, hence merely external and extrinsic, general partition of the logic articulates the entire movement to come in terms of the determination of the pure Begriff, TW5, 56f, while its last chapter, dedicated to the method, confirms this view by looking back at the entire development of the logical element. which itself is the movement of the Begriff in which all the figures of a given content have been spelled out, TW 6, 551. Now, in declaring the end of the process of Spirit's Gestalten, the passage of Absolute Knowing quoted earlier specifies that the phenomenological movement comes to an end insofar as this figuration is effected with a difference of consciousness that still has not been overcome, that is, insofar as Gestalten is specifically phenomenological, in other words, fueled by the opposition of consciousness. Which leaves open the possibility of a movement of logical figuration, the nova figura of the method. In other words, the end of the 1807 work, as well as the introduction to the science of logic, in separating the logical from the phenomenological process unequivocally removes the dimension of consciousness from the incipient logic, but leaves open the possibility that its process could still have a figurative course with regard to the concept. After all, the internal development of the phenomenology has shown that Gestalt has a validity that is not restricted to consciousness, and that the change in the subject of the process of Gestalten, namely, consciousness yielding to spirit and history, or the change in the type of Gestalten produced, namely, figures of a world and not simply figures of consciousness, has crucial consequences for the internal development of science itself. The task, then, is to understand the conditions and the structure of the logical figuration of the concept, and to see what the understanding of the logic in terms of such a process implies with regard to the systematic validity of the logical forms. In the introduction to the science of logic, underscoring the method's function in generating the processuality of the logical movement, Hegel maintains to have offered in the phenomenology of spirit an example, Beispiel, of such a method in a more concrete object, namely, in consciousness, adding in a footnote that later on further examples will be provided in the other concrete objects and respectively in the other parts of philosophy. 22. In what respect or due to what, exactly, is the phenomenological presentation an example of the method? Hegel has just defined the method as the consciousness of the form of the inner self movement of the content of the logic, TW 5, 49, a definition that I have extensively analyzed in the previous chapter. The phenomenology has produced the immanent succession of the figures of consciousness according to the principle of determinate negation, a principle that has worked on the basis of the negativity and opposition proper specifically to the concrete object that is consciousness. Each one of consciousness's successive figures, Hegel explains, is overcome in the movement of its realization, produces its own negation as a result, and in this way affects the transition to a higher figure, TW 5, 49. This process provides an example of how the method works when at stake is the experience of consciousness, that is, the process in which a succession of figures of consciousness is immanently generated on the basis of consciousness's own negativity. Accordingly, I take the exemplarity of the phenomenological dialectic to consist in the reference of the general process of Gestaltung to consciousness and its specific opposition, not in the process of Gestaltung as such. Phenomenological figuration is an instance or indeed an example of the more general movement of figuration, which Hegel endorses precisely because of this generality, hence of its versatility with regard to a constellation of possible specifications, in order to account for his conception of dialectic as method. Similarly, the dialectic that is operative in the other parts of philosophy consists in the specification of the general process of Gestaltung with reference to other concrete objects, TW 5, 49, namely, successively, nature and spirit in their respective and distinctive way of displaying opposition and negativity. This claim is confirmed in the logic where, at the beginning of the absolute idea, the idea is declared the sole object and content of philosophy, and philosophy's task is indicated as that of recognizing the idea in its different figurations, Gestaltungen, TW 6, 549. We have, in this way, two matching perspectives on the movement of dialectical figuration that confirm what we have seen so far. On the one hand, at stake is the immanent production and successive enactment of the movement of Gestaltung, while on the other, at stake is the recounting of the story once the end has been achieved, the recognition that the individual events are Gestalten of the one idea. Method is the production of an immanent movement guided by the principle of determinate negation that unfolds as the successive realization or figuration of a specific object or content, thereby showing the inner life and necessary development of the content itself. But method is also mythos, whereby figuration hints at the broader story in which the single figures are inscribed in order to fully realize their meaning. Method is both the production of the movement of figuration and its recollection or narrative in the higher order that fulfills each of the successive discrete figures by connecting them with their realized truth. In this way, Gestaltung indicates the very modality in which Hegel's dialectic speculative method stages the activity of its content as a living, immanent, organic process of development. 23 While method as such is the movement of figuration, the specificity of Gestaltung, or the different examples of method, is offered by the specific way in which negativity and opposition are generated in different contents, the way they coalesce in the determinate character of each figure. Now, the most general and universal content is thinking in its purely logical activity or the purely logical activity itself. The figuration of pure thinking's action or the dynamic unfolding of all the figures in and by which such activity is performed is the task of Hegel's logic. This is indeed confirmed by Hegel at the end of the Logic, where the entire development of the logical element is viewed as staging the occurrence of all the figures of a given content, TW 6, 551. 24 In the last chapter of the Phenomenology, at the level of absolute knowing, the concept emerges to immediately alienate itself in the two realms of nature and history, space and time. In deciding for its own becoming, Werden, or for its own alienation in nature and history, spirit finally gains its true self-conscious freedom, TW 3, 590. The notion of Gestalt, as I have argued on the basis of some references close to Hegel, such as Goethe and Luther, encompasses precisely the realms of nature and spirit. Throughout the phenomenological process, the structure of the figure has rooted the successive realities taken on by consciousness and spirit in the determinateness of space and time, nature and history. The figure itself, however, is neither natural nor spiritual. It rather denotes the structure of movement that traverses nature and history and, at the end of the phenomenological process, is consigned to the power of memory, Erinnerung, yet again, in form of Gestalt and Nova Figura, at this point, TW 3, 590. In bringing together the natural and the historical semantic fields, Gestalt indicates a theoretical realm that, is somehow neutral with regard to both but immanent in both, 2, is logically more original than or rather precedes, but perhaps also follows, both, and, 3, systematically occupies a curious space, a space that extends across the natural and the spiritual worlds and connects them. This, I suggest, is precisely the place that the logical figure occupies, a figure that thereby comes the closest to the original meaning of the term. In the last pages of the Phenomenology, two antithetic results obtain. They are conjoined or mediated in the structure of Gestalt by the dialectical relation that in the figure plays out between the reality of nature and history. On the one hand, spirit gains true freedom by alienating itself in the exteriority of space and time, nature and history. Here a new process of Gestaltung seems to press forward. On the other hand, by contrast, with the emergence of the Begriff, hence of the element of pure thinking proper to the logic, the reality of time and space, nature and history is suspended or revoked, aufgehoben, reduced to moment of the new conceptual element or reduced to the virtual figure that it maintains in memory, its Gestalt is consigned to Erinnerung. It is only at the conclusion of this double movement of alienation and recollection, of Entäußerung and Erinnerung, that the logic can begin. And the logic begins with pure being, the simplest, barest, and most immediate horizon of that which is in no space and in no time but simply and immediately is. This is the first figure of the logical beginning, and the first figure of the methodological action of beginning. But while the end of the Phenomenology, by gaining the dimension of the Begriff, leads us systematically forward to the new process of Gestaltung that is the logic, the nova figura of the method, it also leads us back again to the preface of 1807, to Hegel's historical present and to the task of comprehension that the present poses to philosophy. This task, which already inspired the phenomenology, cannot be set aside at the beginning of the logic, neither in 1812 nor in 1831, but represents the ongoing effort, on the part of Hegel's philosophy, of providing all the different examples of the method, the phenomenological, the logical, the real philosophical method. What we have at the beginning of the science of logic and at the beginning of the new, post-revolutionary era is the whole, that same whole that for Hegel constitutes the truth, the same truth that famously ought to be expressed and exposed not as substance but at the same time as subject, TW 3:23. The whole, however, belongs to the past. In the beginning, it is truly always a result. It has become a totality by traversing the succession of time and by populating the extension of space with its figures, and it has then sunk into itself, thereby closing an epoch of its development and consigning it to memory. Thus, what we have now, in the present, at the beginning, is not yet the reality of this whole, a reality made of time and space and contingent existence and events, but, only, its simple concept as somehow virtual, shadowy existence, its having been, in time and space and memory. In fact, the whole is now present in the Erinnerung, TW 3:19, and in memory it has a merely virtual, abstract reality, the reality of a figure. It is mere concept. The concept is reality in the figure of its recollected having been. On the other hand, the empirical reality that we see around us has the appearance of shattered fragments from which the unity of the whole and the sense of a unitary story seems to be utterly absent or, at least, presently lost. Hence, to constitute the actuality, Wirklichkeit, of this whole, of a whole that otherwise lives only in memory, in hope and desire, and in its objectively felt absence, is the problem of the present. Now, the task of the logical figuration is to translate this memory, and the figures of memory, into figures of the concept, thereby bringing the whole into its actual existence. Since the task of the logic, as a figurative and conceptual task at the same time, is the task of constituting the meaning of a shattered reality, the logic, far from being a flight away from reality, is that which leads us the closest to the reality of historical crises. Thus, reflecting on his own time of transformation and epochal change once the phenomenology is concluded and the science of logic is about to begin, Hegel explains that the beginning of the new spirit, despite its abrupt, revolutionary emergence, is the product of a widespread upheaval in various forms of culture. The beginning is the whole which, having traversed its content in time and space, has returned into itself and is the simple concept, Begriff, of the whole as a result. But the actuality of this simple whole consists in this, that those figures which have become its moments will now develop and take figure afresh, this time in their new element, in their new acquired meaning. 25. If we read this passage after the movement of absolute knowing has produced the Begriff, of the whole, and we face the task of beginning the logic, it becomes clear to what the new, logical figuration of the concept refers and what kind of program the logic sets out to develop. Ultimately, to give logical figure to the beginning of the logic, and to the methodological action of beginning, and to find the first figure in the process of the concept's Gestalten is the translation, in terms of the speculative science, of the task of comprehending the beginning of the new world, der Anfang des neuen Geists, TW 3:19, programmatically voiced in the preface to the Phenomenology. The phenomenological process has not fulfilled this task, but it has prepared us for it. The logical starting point, the position of the beginning, is the actuality of the present. Wirklichkeit, however, on the basis of the just concluded experience of consciousness, is made of figures that have become moments of the Begriff. They are figures of consciousness only in memory. Now we do have a concept of the whole, and this makes the beginning. But we are still only at the beginning in the development of the new world as well as in our path of philosophical comprehension, and the concept itself is not yet actual. In fact, actuality is a new process, a process of figuration that is presently only in its inception. It is the movement in which those moments of the concept, to which the figures of consciousness have led, must take on new figures, this time, however, in their new element, in their new acquired meaning, namely, in the logic. Thus, Hegel's logic is the process of figuration of the concept, a process the reality of which is deeply rooted in the historical present. This reveals that there is indeed, in addition to a systematic necessity, also a historical necessity to the logical figuration that begins in Hegel's dialectic speculative logic. 3 logical figures, reality in the realm of shadows. Contrasting the opposition between phenomenological figures and logical forms often found in the literature, I have suggested that both the contemporary use of the term Gestalt and the conclusion of the phenomenology recommend a view of the logical process, the action of pure thinking, as a process of Gestaltung in which the successive figures assumed by the different moments of the concept are immanently produced in the element of pure thinking. This Gestaltung process is the logical method itself. Now I want to make a further point regarding the relation between phenomenological and logical figures, a point that brings me to a closer consideration of the specific meaning to attribute to the latter. At stake is the issue of the reality to be recognized as proper to the logical figure. In suggesting that the logical forms should be understood as figures, I am advancing a notion of figure that, while compatible with Hegel's general use of the term, takes on an additional interpretive significance. In sum, while I claim that the forms or determinations of Hegel's logic do have reality, namely, the reality of the figure, I am also setting out the framework for the discussion of the type of reality belonging to them. On the basis of the crossed references disclosed by the end of the phenomenology, which leads, historically, to the unrest and uncertain shape of Hegel's present and, systematically, to the beginning of the logic, on the basis, in particular, of the idea of an ongoing, system-wide process of Gestaltung identical with the method and specified by the different objects or contents to which the figuration refers, I suggest that the logical figure somehow fulfills the meaning or brings out and completes the truth of the phenomenological figure. Hegel claims that just as the concept obtains from the completion of the process of consciousness's figuration, whereby the beginning of the logic is gained, so to each abstract moment of the concept corresponds a figure of spirit in its appearance. 26. The notion of a correspondence or Entsprechung between the logic and other disciplines and parts of the system is an idea that Hegel repeatedly announces and tests in the course of his work without, however, further explaining in what sense the correspondence is to be taken and in which way it is carried through. 27. This has led from early on to unending, unresolved debates among the interpreters. While I do not intend to take up this discussion at this point, the core problem at stake herein is indeed my concern, namely, the issue of the systematic status of the logical forms and, in particular, their validity with regard to reality, their objective validity, in Kant's terminology. If we recall the meaning of Gestalt discussed earlier in relation to the figural interpretation of history, we can suggest that the figure as such always alludes or points to a different order in which the meaning and truth that the figure already carries in itself are fully realized or fulfilled. Presently, I only want to suggest that this structural feature of the notion of figure promises an interesting solution to the problem of the logic's relation to the other disciplines of Hegel's system, just as the logical figure fulfills the phenomenological, the figures of the real philosophy fulfill the whole course of the logical Gestaltung of the concept. Clearly, the burden of proof lies now in explaining what exactly the fulfillment of a figure is, as opposed to the Spinozistic sounding correspondence of independent, parallel orders invoked by Hegel. What happens, more generally, to the notion of figural fulfillment when this idea is secularized and then even translated in purely logical terms? I shall leave the proof of this claim to the exemplification of the argument carried out in the next 3 chapters. Now I turn to a famous passage of the Introduction of the Science of Logic in which Hegel offers important hints for our understanding of logical figures and the process of logical figuration. In the logical figure, time and space, nature and history are suspended but are also, at the same time, virtually copresent. Their suspension is an implication of the way in which the dimension of pure thinking obtains from the end of the phenomenological process, their copresence is an implication of the meaning of the term Gestalt reflected in Hegel's own use in the 1807 work. Now I will discuss both points on the basis of two passages of the science of logic. My claim is that as logical forms are generated in a process of Gestaltung that is neither in time nor in space, the figure in which those forms become agents of the logical movement provides the systematic coordinates of the process and thereby the measure of its advancement. The figure indicates the logical place occupied by the present action in the progress of thinking's pure determination and its position within the overall plot. This is the logical time and logical space proper to the forms of pure thinking. And this is, in turn, the basis for the assessment of their inner transformation throughout the process. At stake in the logical figure is the constitution of the structure of order of the logical action, the structure of its imminent advancement. Moreover, the figure expresses the neutrality of the logical form with regard to natural or spiritual contents without losing the content determination, even the materiality 28 that distinguishes the forms of Hegel's dialectic speculative logic from the formality of traditional categories. Content of the logic is objective thinking, that is, Hegel warns, thinking that does not lack matter for real knowledge, TW 5, 43f. This matter, however, is not specified in its reality as natural or spiritual. The reality of logical forms is the reality of the logical figure. In other words, the figure is the structure that channels reality and content into Hegel's logic. Such reality, however, is the reality proper to the figure itself. 29 This explains, among other things, why the abstract/concrete distinction, with which many critics and interpreters, starting with Adolf Trendelenburg and Karl Marx, have attempted to understand or challenge the status of Hegel's logical forms, does not succeed in the task. Significantly, Hegel derives the objective or real or, as I am suggesting, the real in the sense of the figurative status of the logical forms from the way in which the dimension of the logic has been obtained from the truth of the phenomenological absolute knowing. Thus, the figure indicates what Hegel calls absolute form, in which content or matter and form imply each other and constitute a dynamic unity, TW 5, 44. The figure, however, more directly denotes the reality of the logical form, a reality that does not involve space, time, and the specific determination proper to nature and spirit, but is indeed purely logical, a reality, in addition, that is fundamentally dynamic, since it is the reality of a process of figuration and the activity of formation. On this basis, Hegel declares, in a famous formulation, the logic is to be conceived as the system of pure reason, as the realm of pure thought. This realm is the truth as it is in and for itself without veil. For this reason one can also say that this content is the presentation of God, of how he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and of a finite spirit, TW 5, 44. My emphasis herein the correction of the program of Kant's transcendental logic as a critique that does not reach the system of pure reason is coupled with a controversial theological image. From the way in which the logic is understood as the movement of pure thought that yields, however, a content-determined truth, Hegel obtains the definition of that content as the presentation of the divine essence before the creation of nature and of a finite spirit. The logic is the presentation of an essential reality that, systematically, precedes the distinction between nature and spirit. It is the logical figuration of such essence. The distinction between nature and spirit can intervene only after the logical figuration of the pure form of the concept has been fully displayed. This interpretation is confirmed by a passage from the introduction to the logic of the concept, in which at stake is a similar connection between Hegel's critique of Kant's transcendental logic, his critique of the need for a transcendental deduction of the understanding's categories that aims at establishing their objective reality, 2. The claim of the objective reality of the forms of dialectic speculative logic, the Begriff, and, 3. The specification of the character of such reality as preceding the distinction between nature and spirit and as somehow neutral with regard to it. This, I suggest, is the connection that is brought to light in the structure of the logical figure and its peculiar reality. Hegel maintains that when at stake is the different relation that the logic and the other parts of philosophy, namely, the sciences of nature and spirit, respectively entertain with truth, one may indeed say that the logic is a formal science, TW 6, 264. Yet, this formality is certainly not the lack of, or abstraction from, real content. It is not the formalism of traditional logic already overcome by Kant's transcendental logic as a logic of cognition, and it is also not the formalism that, on Hegel's view, still affects transcendental logic, which needs a transcendental deduction to prove the objective reality and validity of its categories. Hegel maintains that the concrete sciences that deal with nature and spirit are concerned with a more real form, realer form, of the idea than the logic. TW 6, 265. Emphasis in original, the comparative here giving an accurate sense of the relation that Hegel establishes between these sciences and the logic. The distinction is not between the concreteness of the real sciences and the abstractness/formalism of the logic, but between a real and a more real form of the idea it concerns, in other words, the figure that reality respectively displays in the different philosophical disciplines. The real form of the idea is already present in the logic, but reality is at stake herein in its logical figure, not in the manifold empirical givenness of nature and spirit. In addition, Hegel maintains that the sciences of nature and spirit, in order to gain their more real form, do not simply go back to the unilateral positions of consciousness toward reality that have been overcome in the logic, that is, do not simply refer to an empirical, given reality from which abstraction would have allegedly been made in the logic and which needs only be called back into the picture after the conclusion of the logical science, CTW 6, 265. Rather, the logic is precisely the discipline that first discloses the systematic place in which the introduction or the creation, as it were, TW 5, 44, of a reality specified as nature and spirit can take place. In other words, the natural and spiritual reality can be known and thought of meaningfully only on the basis of its logical figuration, that is, systematically, only on the basis of the logic, or of the real form of the idea. The logic indicates the ascent of the idea to the level in which it becomes the creator, die Schöpferin, of nature, and moves on to the form of a concrete immediacy, and from here on to further overcome this figure of its concept to become concrete spirit, TW 6, 264f. This passage, which complements the one from the general introduction previously discussed, interests me for the relation it establishes between the logical form as absolute form, TW 6, 265, and a reality that is already real in the logical form even though it has not yet been created or indeed conceptually as well as empirically specified as nature and spirit. It is real, I suggest, in its logical figure. It is real with the reality of the figure, to which the more real forms of nature and spirit will add both conceptual and empirical specification. But the relation has an even stronger validity. The presentation of the logical form is the condition of that creation, is the condition for reality to be the determinate reality of nature and spirit. In their logical figure, the determinations of pure thinking have a validity that in and for itself is neutral with regard to their further figuration in the realms of nature and spirit. Accordingly, the logical concept can be said to constitute as much a level of nature as a level of spirit. For, it is the internal simple structures supporting both the forms of nature and those of spirit, TW 6, 257 my emphasis. The latter fulfill or realize the former. Thus, I indicate as logical figure the dynamic structure that is neutral with regard to the further specification in nature and spirit, time and space, and yet is fully real and as such displays objective truth. In addition, the logical figure is the structure that entertains with those natural and spiritual specifications a peculiar dynamic relation that is a figural relation. The logical figure signifies not only itself but also the natural/spiritual reality, while the latter involves or fulfills the former. 30 In the introductory passages considered so far, both the introduction to the entire science of logic and the introduction to the logic of the concept, Hegel expresses such relation only metaphorically as that of a creation. Although more will need to be said on this point later on, this may suffice for the present purposes. Now I turn to another passage in which Hegel argues for the peculiar reality proper to the logical form, a passage that further recommends the designation of logical forms as figures. In the general introduction to the science of logic, endorsing a standpoint that is still external to the logical movement, Hegel discusses the issue of the logic's formality and truth from the perspective of the pedagogical relationship of the individual to the science. Although at issue, this time, is the place that logic occupies within the individual's Bildung and life experience, the point that Hegel makes regards, yet again, the specific type of reality proper to logical form. The claim is that the logic appears in a twofold relationship to the individual, and this, in turn, discloses the double position that it receives in his system of philosophy as the first and last systematic discipline, the logic before and after the creation. 31 In this regard, Hegel explains, the logic is similar to grammar. One may consider it according to two different perspectives. First, to the person that does not know a certain language and first approaches it coming from the study of its grammar, grammar just as logic appears as a random collection of dry and abstract rules and forms, as a multiplicity of fixed, isolated determinations whose connection to each other seems arbitrary and utterly incomprehensible, and the meaning of which lays only in their immediate sense as they do not seem to refer to anything real or meaningful beyond themselves, certainly not to anything that may fall within the individual's immediate experience. The dialectic speculative logic, in this perspective, appears to be just like traditional formal logic, namely, a list of abstract categories and isolated laws ordered in a table, with no real validity in themselves and implying nothing beyond themselves. In this perspective, those forms are indeed without life and without movement, like dead limbs severed from the living body, like a language that is not practiced in its living connections, TW 5, 48. Entirely different is the position endorsed by the person who approaches grammar coming from a good mastery and knowledge of the living language. In this case, the logic shows a completely different meaning and a validity that is part of a much broader connection. Grammar is now alive as the inner structure of the used language, which, in turn, reveals the life, the history, and the spirit of a people. Grammar is no longer a dead, meaningless scheme but the fluid and dynamic web that allows thinking, speaking, and communication to move and to connect people and experiences, traditions and histories. Similarly, the laws and forms of the dialectic speculative logic display in this perspective a fulfilled, erfüllten, living validity, TW 5, 53. They are not isolated, empty determinations but are connected among themselves in a fluid ongoing process and are connected to all other forms of knowledge and all manifestations of spirit as their basis, CTW 5, 54. Indeed, logic is the deepest expression of the life of spirit. It is not an abstraction from reality but entails the fundamental, fulfilled truth of all that is real. The parallel between logic and grammar with regard to the real significance of logical form and the mastery of a living language is further extended to the relation between the logic and the other sciences. If considered in isolation from the experience of the other sciences, the logic appears yet again as a formal and abstract discipline. In this case, the force and the value, indeed the figural reality of the logical form cannot be appreciated. But when the logic is considered in connection with and as the result of the experience of the other sciences, then the force of its content, namely, truth comes to light, and the logic appears as the real foundation of all self-conscious scientific knowledge. The point of Hegel's argument is clear. His dialectic speculative logic deals with the dynamic process of determination of real, content-determined, living forms. This process involves the broader connection with the life of nature and spirit. However, as we have seen in the previous chapter, what characterizes the logic in this way, both in relation to traditional logic and in relation to the real philosophy, is not the specificity of a content but the method, namely, the perspective in which the development of those forms/contents is inscribed. Now, in a similar vein, Hegel underlines that to endorse or to recognize such a methodological perspective depends on the position that the individual assumes toward the logic. Logical thinking is a mode of thinking. It is, yet again, determined in the first place by the position, Stellung, of thinking toward objectivity. This position, as I have argued, is revealed by the method. Thinking's capacity to become one with the dialectic speculative movement of logical transformation depends on it. And here we get to the point that interests me in this discussion. The question regards the type of reality proper to the logical form, given that such reality is disclosed precisely by the method, namely, by the modality in which the content is logically presented and generated in the continuity of a movement. This reality, I contend, is the reality of the figure. It is the structure of the figure that brings or channels reality into the logic, lending it the fulfilled, living validity, TW 53, whereby it is distinguished from traditional formal logic, but lending it, at the same time, a specifically logical validity. The figure is the function, the agent, of the method that eventually constitutes the logical action into the logical plot and articulates it in its discrete moments. 32. With regard to the individual or to the subjective thinking resulting from the logic, the method has a normative validity. It changes the way in which we think insofar as it makes us think not reality, directly, but its logical figure, i.e., the function that an aspect of reality plays in a broader process, disclosing the reference to a more complex connection and meaning, to a vaster story, not isolated rules and categories but the ongoing movement of thinking's self-determination. It is only under this condition that we encounter truth as well as the possibility of reconstructing the manifold pieces of a shattered reality into a coherent story, thereby becoming aware of the method itself as mythos. Hegel claims that the system of logic is the realm of shadows, Reichtherschatten, the world of the simple essences, free from all sensible concretion. The study of this science, to dwell and work in this shadowy realm. Schattenreich, is the absolute Bildung and discipline of consciousness, TW 55. My emphasis. 33. Thinking's engagement with these logical shadows is an apparently estranging business far removed from sensible intuition, feeling, and the common representation of things. And yet, it is through the discipline learned by dwelling and working among these shadows that thinking conquers freedom and independence, gains the capacity of capturing the real in the dimension of truth, namely, the capacity of recognizing rationality at work in it, the capacity of understanding what is essential and of leaving aside what is merely extrinsic. 34. To put this point another way, it is only by dwelling in the realm of shadows that thinking learns how to live self-consciously, truthfully and responsibly. 35. In the real world, how to fill the abstract structure of the logical element with the content of all truth, to give it the value of a universal now able to embrace all the content and confer to it the intelligibility of truth, TW 55f. This is precisely the task of the logic with regard to the issue of the intelligibility of the real. But why does Hegel portray the logic as the realm of shadows in order to convey the idea of its function for our cognition of truth? Why does thinking have to dwell in the shadowy realm of the logic in order to be able to capture the meaning and rationality of reality? And, in particular, what does the image of the Schattenreich say of the status of the logical forms, of their status as figures, as I am suggesting? In a crucial episode of another, grandiose phenomenology of spirit, in the first act of Faust II, in order to evoke the much-desired Helen Gestalt aller Gestalten, Faust II, verses 8907 to 8908, Faust must descend with a magic key to the dark realm of the mother's Die Mutter and bring back the flaming tripod that, he is instructed by Mephistopheles, he will find at the very bottom of the abyss. In order to conquer the ideal Helen, a journey is demanded into a reality of quite the opposite kind than the ideal, that is, into the deepest and darkest abyss. The realm of the mothers is neither in time nor in space, is a boundless world with no geographical dimensionality. 36. It is a dark, impenetrable, unexplored abyss, in which absolute solitude and emptiness reign. Faust II, verses 6223 to 6227, 6251. The challenge presented to Faust by the dark and solitary residence of the mothers is measured by the comparison between this empty otherworldly realm and his former practice of the social world, with the different kind of emptiness and the contradictions of its superficial dealings, the practice that has eventually led him to the pact with the devil. Mephistopheles warns Faust that while in the human world everything, even the seemingly unlimited emptiness of the ocean, is still something that is determinately real, the discipline required for the descent to the mothers is the endurance of the absolute void, of the sheer absence of all reality, the endurance of the lack of all sensation and sensible intuition. Faust 2, verses 62:39 to 62:48. And yet, the descent into and the endurance of this extreme emptiness produce force and wisdom. It is a discipline from which Faust will come out empowered to meet the highest ideal, the most complete figure. Estrangement is necessary to conquer the ideal. In the words with which Faust addresses Mephistopheles as he enthusiastically sets out to descend to the mothers, in Die einem nix hoffe ich das all sie finden, Faust 2, v 6256. This is precisely the challenge, to find in nothing the key to everything and the fullness of the whole, to find the highest reality in the total emptiness of the void. But who are Goethe's mothers? The world of the mothers is utterly separated from that which has come to be. Faust 2, verses 6277 to 6278. Its shadowy forms do not share the sensible image of things nor the conditions of space and time in which things become visible and indeed real for us, objects of sensible experience. So metaphysically separate is this aspatial and atemporal world from ours that Faust's descent could be just as well described as an ascent. 37. It is a world as desolate and empty as the universe was before God's Spirit hovered over the waters, although its forms seem to refer more to something that no longer is than to something that will come to be. Faust 2, v 6278. 38. Neither spatial nor temporal coordinates can be appealed to in order to define this realm and find orientation in it. Here the Gestaltung and Umgestaltung of all things occurs before or perhaps after their sensible empirical individualization has taken place. This is how Mephistopheles anticipates to Faust the encounter with the mothers. Gestaltung, Umgestaltung / de Wiggensins Unterhaltung, / Schwet von Bildern aller Krieger, / siec Handiknicht, den Schemen sen sie nur, Faust 2, verses 6287 to 6290. 39. The mothers do not see things individual and real, hence they will not see Faust, but only their shadows, their figures, or schemes. They are surrounded by the nonsensible images of all creatures. They are the eternal power placed outside space and time that determines the constant figuration and transformation of all that is real and individualized. Figuration and transformation, or transfiguration, not creation, is their activity. But the images that hover like clouds around the mothers' heads are not archetypes that pre-exist all earthly phenomena. They are neither Plato's ideas nor Goethe's phenomena. They are neither models of utter perfection nor do they subsist in their truth independently of those real things and phenomena. Rather, they reflect as eternal dimmed shadows that which once was in full light and shine. Faust 2, v 6431, also v 6278. 40. They are indeed eternal images, but they do not pre-exist the creation of the real, they remain as shadowy traces once the real has vanished in the past. They are virtual images of an eternal memory similar to the Gestalten that the end of Hegel's phenomenology consigns to memory and to the logical dimension of the Begriff, that other realm of shadows outside space and time. Moreover, even though the images that surround the mothers are images of life without life, Faust 2, v 6430, they are still animated by a faint movement, by an inner drive, Regsum, toward a renewed earthly existence. Faust 2, v 6430, v 6432. The world of the mothers is the poetic rendition of Goethe's ontology, is the museum of being, as one interpreter aptly defined it. 41. Herrengestaltung and Umgestaltung, replacing the idea of creation, ontologically and logically precede being. The mother's first function is conservative. they are the keepers of all the forms of being. 42 As the eternal memory of the world, they maintain the shadowy images of all that has ever been, of all that has been individualized, determinately real. The realm of the mothers does not precede the creation but conserves what has survived its destruction, in the order of time. But their second, most important function is dynamic and transformative. Even conservation is conditioned by it. The images of what has been are conserved in order to be transformed or transfigured into something yet again living and moving. Placed outside of space and time, the movement of Gestaltung and Umgestaltung that describes all the activity taking place in the world of the mothers plays itself out in the tension that separates the eternity of the shadowy non-living images of life, and their earthly living embodiment and individualization. A third term, however, mediates between the two and characterizes the peculiar movement of Gestaltung. In their dynamic formative and transformative activity, the eternal play of the eternal mind, Faust 2, v 6288, the mothers transform the empty schema by shaping it or by conferring to it the figure of an individual real person. Not, however, of a person that anyone has ever contemplated. Rather, they form the absolute image in a unique Gestalt, the Einziggestalt, the eternal essence, Faust 2, verses 74-39 ff, that is Helen, or Paris. This figure, as shown in Faust's relationship to Helen, is indeed real and not a mere shadow. And yet it is also more and less than empirically real. It is a figure that is individual but at the same time also universal in its unique individuality. Like Helen, the figure is alive but does not live our human earthly life and does not die our human earthly death. It is rather past and present and future at the same time. Faust 2 never explains how the moth's process of Gestaltung and Umgestaltung that leads from the absolute image and empty schema to the unique figure takes place. Nor does it explain how from the unique image the further transition occurs leading to the multiplicity of empirical earthly individuals, which instantiate that figure in our world. However, what is relevant to our discussion is the progressive transition leading from the shadow scheme to the figure to the empirical individual, a transition that Goethe expresses through the eternal process of Gestaltung and Umgestaltung, describing the fundamental function and power of the mothers and their otherworldly realm. My intention in presenting this crucial locus of Faust 2 is not to claim that the realm of shadows of Hegel's logic is and behaves just like the shadowy world of Goethe's mothers. For the constellation opened up by these parallels is much more rich and complicated than the assimilation of one to the other would suggest. Instead, I am interested, first, in what Goethe's poetic creation says of the relation of Gestaltung that connects the mothers to the real world of nature and human action, in what this teaches us once we accept viewing Hegel's logical forms as logical figures and the method as a process of logical Gestaltung and Umgestaltung. And I am interested, second, in the inversion of Platonism common both to Hegel's logical realm of shadows and to the shadowy world of Goethe's mothers and their figuration. In both cases, despite the differences, Gestaltung is the process that mediates two ontologically and epistemologically distinct orders and opens up a fruitful dialectical tension between the ideal and the real. In presenting the logic as Richterstätten, Hegel inverts the famous Platonic myth of the cave. Goethe does the same with his idea of the realm of the mother and their power, playing, in addition, with other Platonic references from the Phaedrus and the Timaeus. 43 In both cases, the structure of Gestalt and the dynamic movement of Gestaltung are responsible for highly complicating and ultimately overturning the Platonic dualism between the ideal and the real, the fixed intelligible, immutable world of the ideas and the changing world of visible and sensible things. At this point, the discussion is relevant to the issue of conferring to the forms of Hegel's logic a place within reality precisely as logical figures. In Book 7 of the Republic, Plato famously uses the myth of the cave to account for the status of human knowledge with regard to the eternal ideas and true reality. 44 Although unbeknown to us, prisoners chained in a dimly lit cave with our backs to the entrance and to the bright fire that burns therein, the world of human cognition is a subaltern world of shadows, not of real things, is a world of darkness far removed from the pure light of the ideas, a world in which we use sense perception, but the pure intellectual faculty is impeded by our chains. The world of shadows is indeed the paradigm for our human condition. This is a dependent world, as shadows depend on the material objects that cast them. The pure light of truth instead is independent of its projection and is the object of pure vision or intellection. Accordingly, the latter not the former constitutes the object of pure science. On the contrary, both in Hegel's logic and in Goethe's realm of the mother's worlds utterly alien to the empirical world, it is the pure forms of truth and being that are reduced to mere shadows. Light belongs to the manifold, individualized natural and human world, not to the pure forms of thinking, or to the mother's nonsensible and non-visual Wiedersehen. However, the logical forms and the absolute images hovering around the mother's heads, placed outside of space and time and removed from sensible intuition, disclose the dimension of truth only to the extent that they are realized or formed in a dynamic process of Gestaltung, only to the extent that they are enacted in the performance of a unitary plot leading up to the threshold of the real world. Those pure shadows depend on and are one with reality as they grow and move with it, even though they do not leave their shadowy world. The reality of the shadow is a function of the movement of formation and transformation, of figuration and transfiguration in which the shadow as such is always implicated. Such reality does not depend on the fixed and eternal reality of an allegedly separate ideal archetype, as for Plato. The museum of being guarded by the mothers, taken in itself, in its merely conservative function has no truth, just as no truth inhabits the thought determinations arranged in the fixed tables of formal and transcendental logic, and no truth inhabits the rules of grammar isolated from their concrete practice in the living language. In these cases, all we have are dead forms that were once living but are dead and meaningless when severed from the living connection with the real world of nature and human activity. These forms, however, can still be called back to life, even though they show no life. They are still faintly moving. Regsum, Faust 2, v 6430. They have to be let act and show themselves in the movement of their figuration and immanent transformation Gestaltung and Umgestaltung. The movement that calls the shadow to life is the movement of figuration. This is the power of the mothers. And this is Hegel's point about the method as the soul of the logical content. Indeed, as Hegel claims, it is entirely a question of method. 45 At issue is not the opposition between the light of the ideal world and the darkness of earthly shadows, but the different way of conceiving true reality alternatively as a fixed world or as a world of necessary transformation. 46 Now, to conceive transformation as such, in and for itself, is precisely the crux of the matter. It is the problem that philosophy has faced since Parmenides. 47 Hegel's suggestion, which Goethe's mothers seem to confirm, is that to conceive transformation purely one must step out of the world of space, time, vision, and sensible intuition and representation in general, descend into the realm of shadows, dwell in it, and attend solely to the way in which shadows progressively take figure and thereby transform themselves into something living and moving. This is the key to the understanding of reality and to the truth of all particular sciences. This is the pure activity of thinking. Thus, in the inverted Platonism common to Goethe and Hegel, Gestalt, and the movement of Gestaltung, is the dynamic structure of mediation that connects the shadow to the object that casts it, bringing to the fore the way in which the shadow gains the consistency of reality without being identical with any of the empirical manifestations or instantiations of the idea, yet being inescapably connected with them. Moreover, the figure is the condition of the intelligibility of the real but is not separated from the real by the unbridgeable distance that Plato sets between the eternal ideas and their mutable copies. And yet, the logical discipline imposed by the realm of shadows, like Faust's endurance in the empty abyss of the mothers, does follow in Plato's aftermath insofar as they requires, in a formulation in which Hegel explicitly invokes Plato, attending to things in and for themselves, without their sensible substrates. 48 All these features we find in the structure of the logical figure. To conclude, in the argument of this chapter I have suggested reading Hegel's dialectic speculative logic as the process of Gestaltung and Umgestaltung of logical form. Ultimately such figuration is the logical method. While in the preceding chapter I presented the logic as the ongoing action of pure thinking, now I have indicated in the logical figures the agents that successively enact the logical plot, anchoring it in the different moments of its immanent determination. The reference to the phenomenology has confirmed the sense in which the notion of logical figure and figuration that I propose is compatible with Hegel's own use of the term and with his systematic view of the beginning of the logic, the way in which the dimension or the element of the concept is reached at the end of absolute knowing. The peculiar way in which the figure relates to reality, discussed in reference to Goethe to his use of Gestalt in the philosophy of nature and Faust II, has led me to recommend viewing the realm of shadows that is Hegel's logic as the realm of determination of logical figures. What interests me with regard to the general problem laid out at the outset, namely, the use of Hegel's logic for the understanding of real historical transformations, is the peculiar complex relation that the figure establishes between the formal structure and its real contents. This is a dynamic relation of mediation, and is, in addition, a relation that unifies the individual and the universal in what Hegel calls the concrete universal. The complex set of relations proper to the structure of Gestalt will prove crucial in assessing the value of Hegel's logic in the understanding of the present world. Viewing the logical forms as logical figures will allow me, in the next 3 chapters, to attempt the synchronic reading of the logic prescribed by the method with a focus on the real significance and validity of the determinations of pure thinking. On the basis of the peculiar structure of the figure, I will be able to attribute a reality to logical forms without having to resort to distinctions, such as the abstract/concrete, logical/real philosophies, etc., which a long-standing history of Hegel interpretations has proved ultimately useless. Part 2. Structures of action. Logic and literature. Non si comprend come dalla pianura spunti al conch. Non si comprend perci dalla buona ventura esca la mala. Tutto era liceo lucente emulsionato di infinitudine. E ora cel intrudent il bugno la scintilla dall'inquietudine. Eugenio Montale, La Diacronia, Satura, 1962-1970. Chapter 4. Beginnings. Vladimir, what was I saying? We could go on from there. Estragon, what were you saying when? V. At the very beginning. E. The very beginning of what? V. This evening. I was saying. E. I am not a historian. Samuel Beckett, Waiting for Godot, Act 3. Die Gewalt versichert, so wie es ist, bleibt es. Keine Stimme und außer der Stimme der Herrschenden. Und auf den Markten sagt die Ausbeutung laut, jetzt beginn ich erst. Aber von den Unterdrückten sagen wir jetzt, was wir wollen, jet niemals. Wer noch let, sage nicht, niemals. Das sicher ist nicht sicher. So, wie es ist, bleibt es nicht. Bertolt Brecht, Lob der Dialektik. We now have at our disposal all the interpretive tools needed to begin a new reconstruction of the action of Hegel's science of logic and of the story of this action. This we shall henceforth pursue by applying the absolute method retrospectively to the entire course of the logic, or by beginning again, after the logic's conclusion, with its entire movement. This reconstruction will show the way in which Hegel's logic is a logic of transformative processes, the aptest philosophical tool for the understanding of times of real historical changes and transitions. But first let me sum up what we have accomplished so far. I have argued that the chief issue at the center of the program of Hegel's dialectic speculative logic is twofold. On the one hand, at stake is the problem of thinking real change and transformation in its purely logical form. On the other hand, at stake is the problem of how thinking itself changes and transforms the ways it thinks. Both sides of the issue are grounded in Hegel's attempt to philosophically comprehend the present time as a moment of deep historical transformations. This is for Hegel the fundamental task of philosophy. Accordingly, I have proposed to consider his dialectic speculative logic as a logic of transformative processes. It is precisely on this basis that Hegel's logic recommends itself to us today. The main tenet of this doctrine is the idea of staging the process of thinking's pure activity as the imminent development of the logical action. I have begun the reconstruction of the argument of the logic from its last chapter, dedicated to the absolute method. Method, I have suggested, is the final action whereby the entire logical development is retrospectively constituted into the unity of the action's plot. The logic's method is its mythos. Such retrospective consideration of the logical action implies its reorganization according to the three moments of the method, namely, the actions of beginning, advancing, and ending. The suggestion entailed in the method chapter is that transformation objective in reality and subjective in thinking can be assessed only on the basis of the reconstruction of the entire logical action taken, this time, synchronically or out of sequence, as it were. To such reconstruction will look at all the determinate beginnings, all the determinate transitions, and all the determinate ends performed by pure thinking, and then, by comparing them, will evaluate the progress made from one to the other. 3. But in order to carry out such a reconstruction in detail, a further step had to be undertaken. I introduced the idea of the logical agents, namely, the non-subjective functions that differentially enact the plot or that perform the logical action in a distinct modality or in a specific determinateness, thereby sanctioning the discrete progress of the logical movement. These agents are the forms or categories of the dialectic speculative logic. They are the figures successively taken on by the logical action, while the method is the method of the logical Gestaltung, and Gestaltung, of the action itself. The logical action is indeed a developmental process in which transformation can be assessed because the methodological action of beginning, advancing and ending, as such is spelled out according to different figures of beginning, and because these figures can be compared synchronically with each other and related to the unitary plot to which they are functional. Relevant to the understanding of the logic that I am proposing is the peculiar relationship that the notion of figure as a dynamic structure of movement and as a function of the pure thinking activity entertains with reality, with the actuality of the world of nature and spirit. It is through the structure of the figure that reality is channeled into the logic and given its purely logical form. For this is the overall interpretive basis on which I shall now proceed to the synchronic reconstruction of the argument of the logic or the logical action. Following the method's prescription, I turn back to the very beginning of the movement, considering, however, at the same time, its entire length. The way in which the absolute method thematis its three moments beginning, advancement, and end constitutes the basis on which I shall assess the progress made from one figure of the beginning to the next, from one figure of the advancement and end to the next. The synoptic analysis of the different figures assumed by each of the logical actions beginning, advancing, ending as such will bring to the fore both the logic's increasing understanding of real movement and transformation, and the progressive transformation that thinking itself undergoes in the course of the logical action. The first issue concerns how the understanding of real beginnings changes throughout the logic, as well as how thinking improves in its capacity of beginning all kinds of action. The criterion or the paradigm of what it is, methodologically, to begin is given by the development of the absolute method. To such beginning, the absolute beginning, as it were the successive determinate beginnings or its logical figures, shall be compared. The second, connected issue is to present the real figures or examples of real figures in which the logical beginnings under discussion can be considered as fulfilled and the advancement made from one to the other can be seen as instantiated in an exemplary way. In both respects, the reconstruction will ultimately account for the view of Hegel's logic as a logic of transformative processes and justify the claim of its usefulness as a philosophical tool for the understanding of our own contemporary world. Some preliminary remarks: the synchronic perspective, or reading the logic all over again. I begin with the action of beginning. The reconstruction of select moments or episodes of the logical action in its beginnings will display a non-linear consideration of the logical development. If compared with the successive development to which the linear reading of the book, from cover to cover, has accustomed us, the reading I propose will have indeed an estranging effect. Although the appearance in my reconstruction will be that the movement is constantly interrupted and fragmented, hence, all but a movement, this, I submit, is instead the perspective in which the dynamic character of Hegel's logic is truly and uniquely allowed to come to the fore. We have to disassemble the movement in order to capture its dynamic quality as a movement. Indeed, this is the perspective that the method proposes as the one that accounts for the development of the logic as the concluded, comprehensive movement of truth. But it is also the perspective that Hegel himself endorses in many passages throughout the logic, some of which I shall discuss in what follows. These passages do not belong to the immanent development but provide a methodological reflection on the results obtained in it, even before reaching the conclusion of the logic. When considered in the immanent succession of its determinations before reaching the end and the thematization of the method, the dialectical development seems to flow uninterrupted except for the major transitions among its spheres Sen, Wesen, Begriff. Once the end is reached, by contrast, and the method turns us back to the consideration of the overall action as forming a unitary concluded plot, the development is broken into many beginnings considered together or synchronically, to which different advancements and ends follow. Significantly, it is only in the perspective of the method that we can properly speak of beginning, advancement, end. Now the beginning of being, that of essence, and that of the concept are grouped together under the same methodological heading, namely, the action of beginning as such, as if nothing had happened in between, and we are told that this is precisely the overall movement of the logic. 5. In other words, the movement is measured by the difference that beginning in being as opposed to beginning in essence or the concept makes, not by the fact that being flows into essence and this into the concept. It is only by this synoptic comparison that we can detect how the action of beginning changes or is transformed throughout the logic. Thus, taking Hegel's reassurance in the method chapter seriously, even though it seems to run counter to all appearances, I contend that it is only this latter perspective that offers the possibility of assessing the logical process as a process and, most importantly, of using such an assessment in the philosophical understanding of real processes of transformation. In order to follow this perspective, however, the logical figure that distinguishes the beginning of being from that of essence and the concept must be spelled out in its specificity. While in the absolute method Hegel dwells on what all beginnings have in common, namely, the absolute action of beginning, our task in this chapter is to ascertain what constitutes their specific difference, and this leads us through the specific figures that the action of beginning assumes in each logical sphere. Let me now briefly present the two perspectives on the movement of the logic. The first perspective on the development, the immanent perspective that unfolds step by step and is endorsed in a first linear reading of the text of the logic, is blind to movement and its direction, since it has neither a sense of where it is heading to nor a reflective view of where it is coming from. For the process gains these characters only in the final reflection on, and of, the movement that is the method. In addition, at every step of its unfolding, the development cannot be anticipated, for example, on the basis of mechanical calculations or logical inferences. Hegel clarifies these conditions right at the outset in the introduction of the science of logic, both by drawing the difference between the development of the logic and that of the phenomenology, no distinction between a consciousness making the experience and a we or a for us observing it is operative in the logic, and by framing the logical process in terms of an organic living movement, which excludes any mechanistic determinism for the process. Mechanism will be rather one of the modes of action thematized within it, in the logic of the concept. Finally, the logical procedures of inference from which the necessary consequences obtaining from a given form could be inferred are themselves the topic of the logic and cannot be presupposed by it. 6. Lacking the possibility of a comparative and reflective perspective due to the radical immanence of the development, the process in its unfolding cannot use recurring figures, such as the beginning, for example, as points of stability and orientation from which and in which movement as such can be assessed and thought. Herein movement can only be performed in the necessity of the ongoing flux prescribed by the inner dialectic of the action of pure thinking. But at no stage of the process is an awareness of where one stands within it at hand, not even the consciousness of being at the beginning of an unfolding action. Only the method provides such an awareness. Method is indeed, as we have seen, the consciousness of the form of the inner self movement of the content, TW5, 49, 7 Because only in the method does the overall logical plot coalesce and come to light, thereby revealing, retrospectively, the inner structure and order of the action performed. Accordingly, the method first discloses in the necessary actions of beginning, advancing, and ending the recurring points of stability within the flux of the process around which the action repeatedly organizes itself in its specific determinateness. It is precisely in these points of stability and thanks to them that variation and change can be detected. Such points cannot be established arbitrarily at any moment before the end. And only in the end do they emerge in their necessity, thereby making it possible to reconstruct the process as a moving process, the logical action as the unfolding of a unitary plot in which things happen that change the way thinking thinks and movement is conceived, and accordingly making necessary different ways of thinking and acting changing the way the beginning is made, for example. In other words, the dynamism of the logical process does not simply consist in the capacity that pure thinking displays of moving, on the basis of its own dialectic or inner negativity, from the sphere of determination of being to that of essence to that of the concept. This common way of understanding the immanence that characterizes the logical development is certainly right, but is not a description that sufficiently captures the novelty of Hegel's logic as a logic of transformation. Immanence does not by itself imply the dynamic of self-development. The crucial further point is that the logical progress is measured on thinking's capacity to transform the way in which it begins its action, of making a beginning in the sphere of essence that is logically different from the beginning made in the sphere of being and different yet from the beginning of the concept, the measure of such transformation being established by what beginning or to begin as such is as moment of the method. Now precisely the change in the ways in which pure logical objective thinking begins betrays, at the same time, a change in reality and in the understanding of reality. The difference that separates the way in which thinking begins, respectively, in being and essence reveals both the transformation that thinking has undergone in the way it thinks, and the transformation displayed by the reality that fulfills the figure of the beginning. The first perspective, the immanent performance of logical action blind to movement because utterly immersed in it, does not entail the narrative account of its own development, it is the development in action, not its reflective account. This emerges only in the second perspective on the basis of the structure provided by the method, namely, in the second reading of the logic, this time as a unitary plot. It follows that the story that the interpretations, and commentaries, of Hegel's logic usually offer, the linear narrative that develops sequentially from being to the absolute idea, is not really faithful to the nature of this logic. It is an account that recognizes neither the specific processuality proper to dialectic nor the fundamental constraints that the dynamism of logical movement imposes on the reflection upon it, in particular, the returns, repetitions, and variations of what only the method can eventually bring under a unitary heading. In the present chapter, bringing together a sample of figures of logical beginnings, I endorse the second perspective, the perspective of the second reading of the logic. In my reconstruction, the logical development will appear in the complexity of a movement that is nonlinear, implies returns on itself and exploratory diversions, displays repetition and variation, and is fundamentally multiple in the agents that it calls to action and in the figures that it generates. The complexity of the logical movement is due to its being structured on multiple levels that occur at the same time or synchronically. I shall give examples of the synchronic reconstruction of the logical process by selecting different figures of beginnings and taking them as cases for the assessment of the progress of the logical movement as a whole. Because of the selection of figures, the presentation may seem at first sight arbitrary. I leave it to the persuasiveness of my sample cases to dispel this suspicion. But I can add, with Hegel, that I intend to offer here an example of the method, after which others may follow. 8 After all, the dialectic speculative method lives on in the spectrum of ever new examples that it is capable of generating. Finally, another apparent difficulty must be preliminarily mentioned. With the only exception of the absolute beginning of the logic of being sen, reigns sen, all successive beginnings, due to their position within the more advanced process, are also, at the same time, something else as well besides beginnings. Hence, they can somehow be taken as cases of beginnings but also as cases of advancement. This happens, for example, in the opening of the sphere of essence, the second sphere of the logic. My claim is that in these cases we have precisely figures that qualify the act of beginning from a different, more complex position, the beginning of the advancement or the action of beginning again, as we shall see. And to understand and measure this progress is precisely the task of the present discussion. For this is the peculiar nature of succession, Nachfolge, in Hegel's dialectic speculative logic, a succession construed by an action in which neither time nor space plays a role but which, in turn, is responsible for constituting the structural or logical time-space in which the overall logical plot unfolds and is finally recapitulated. Ultimately, this apparent difficulty reveals the fruitfulness of the perspective endorsed in this study. In the first part of the chapter I offer a textual examination of successive actions of beginning, namely, the beginning in the figure of being, in the figure of essence, and finally in the figure of the concept, or the beginning as enacted by thinking as being, as essence, as concept. Thereby, on the basis of the reflective and retrospective consciousness provided by the method, I reconstruct from the immanent, diachronic movement of the Logic 9 a synchronic slice of its development. The claim, as stated earlier, is that precisely in this synchronic or synoptic rearrangement of figures or actions the specific dynamic cipher of the overall logical movement comes to the fore. Moreover, it will be clear that when the beginning of being, and respectively that of essence and the concept, is at issue, the genitive should be understood as both a subjective and an objective genitive. The beginning is what enables thinking to do what it specifically does in the different spheres of its activity. In the sphere of being, the action with which the beginning is made absolutely first institutes what being is, that is, first institutes the being whose movement the following development presents as constituting the logical sphere of being. In the figure of the second beginning it is the mediated act of logical memory, the logical memory of being, that first institutes essence, its beginning orienting and informing essence's further movement in a decisive way. Finally, the return to immediacy mediated by the appropriation of the logical story in the form of a genesis first brings to light the proper action of the concept. In other words, it is the different way of making the beginning that institutes the successive spheres in their peculiar character as being, essence, the concept. In the second part of the chapter, I turn to some real and literary figures that fulfill or instantiate the structure of the successive logical beginnings analyzed in the first part, disclosing, at the same time, the real meaning of the purely logical action. I discuss a select number of cases, which I consider as case studies confirming the validity of the reconstruction that I have proposed in the first part of the argument. It is here that the heuristic, epistemological, and practical value of Hegel's logic as well as its normativity for the understanding of real transformations comes to the fore. Finally, through the mediation of these real figures the progress in the logical plot is discussed. 1. Logical beginnings, the two perspectives. Hegel's dialectic speculative logic transforms the metaphysical, theological and cosmological question of origin into a logical and methodological question of action, first and foremost of thinking's pure action. As we have seen in the first chapter, at stake in the logic is the discursive activity of objective thinking, ends. 25. Remark. This is the basis for conceiving of its development as the unfolding of a discrete movement. Now, the movement's opening action is to begin in the absolute or intransitive sense, that is, the action of beginning independently of the subject who begins and independently of the intention and the content that give the action its determinateness and direction. On Hegel's view, these specifications, subject, content, direction, depend rather on the structure of the action, not the action on them. The turn from the metaphysical issue of first origin to the methodological problem of the beginning is a crucial transformation in the philosophical discourse. 4. It is only the dialectic speculative question of action's beginning, not the metaphysical question of origin, that is compatible with the reality of history and human activity. Practical, poetic, social beginnings are historical, origins are not. This point has important bearings on the further discussion of the status and validity of Hegel's logic. But before getting to this discussion, we have to look more closely at different figures of the logical beginning. The text of the absolute method analyzed in the second chapter tells us what the action of beginning as such is. As moment of the method, the beginning is neither specifically the beginning of being nor of essence nor the beginning of the concept, and yet, in its universality, it is the action with which all these spheres being as well as essence and the concept actually do begin. As we have seen, the action of beginning formally or methodologically considered, the content may be one of being, of essence, or the concept. 10 is as such immediate, indeterminate, expresses a unilateral position or gesture, is inherently deficient whereby it necessarily leads on to something else meant to complete it, namely, an advancement, and, as a discursive beginning, as thinking's action of beginning, is endowed with the immanent dynamic drive to carry on, the dialectical beginning. As such is no dead end. If it were one, it would not be a beginning. TW 6, 553 to 555. 11. The discursive beginning is the beginning of the advancement. Or, to put it differently, a beginning is already a project underway. 12. This is what all the actions of beginning in the succession of logical spheres Senwesenbegriff have in common. Now the question is, in what way do these multiple beginnings differ? Or, what is it that throughout the logic differentiates the methodologically unique beginning in its successive forms or figures? What is it that enacts the beginning differently? For, it is precisely this difference that accounts for the specificity that separates the successive logical spheres, hence for the new movement that arises in each one of them, and ultimately for the very transformation that the logic stages across the different figures of one and the same action. It is this difference first of all among the beginnings that produces the turns of events in the logical action and ultimately contributes to the articulation of the discrete story staged by the logic. Thus, we must ascertain, first, what constitutes the immediacy and indeterminacy, respectively, of the beginning action of being, of the beginning in essence, and what characterizes the immediacy and indeterminacy of the concept. But, furthermore, the successive beginnings must be compared precisely in their specificity, and the dynamic trajectory that connects them must be brought to the fore. This will give us the first line of the story articulated in the logic. If, for example, the beginning action, in order to be such, must be utterly immediate, namely, count only on itself and not be based on biases or presuppositions, how does the beginning of essence differ from and improve on the absolute beginning of being, and what accounts for the beginning of the concept, that is, the beginning of subjectivity, appearing the most advanced? How is complexity generated in this succession of beginnings? These questions can be answered only by endorsing the synchronic perspective suggested by the method and by reading this back into the immanent development of the logical action. In other words, by attempting a second reading of the logic on the basis of what is disclosed in its conclusion. I have argued earlier that in the first, immanent development of the process, the points of stability or crystallization of action that are beginning, advancing, and ending cannot be indicated as such. This is the task of the synchronic reading that I will presently offer. Hegel himself guides us in this retroactive reading of the logic by signaling the places on which we should dwell with crucial passages that do not indeed belong to the immanent unfolding of the process but betray the methodological perspective of the end, a perspective that Hegel himself does de facto endorse. These passages are indeed written from this standpoint. Here is an example relevant to the discussion that I shall thereby begin. In the sphere of being, in front of being as immediate non-being arises equally as immediate, and their truth is becoming. In the sphere of essence, it is first essence and the inessential, then essence and the shine that face each other, the inessential and the shine as residue of being. But both of them, along with the difference that essence has from them, consist in nothing else than this, that essence initially is taken as an immediate, not as it is in itself, namely, as the immediacy that immediacy is as pure mediation or absolute negativity. TW 6, 23. This passage offers Hegel's methodological reflection on the just accomplished beginning of essence. Herein we have a first comparative or synoptic account of the two beginnings of being and essence with regard to the different conclusions yielded by those two different actions performed by pure thinking. At stake, in particular, are the different results to which the immediacy that qualifies the general action of beginning leads respectively in being and essence. The immediacy of being, Hegel tells us, once the action of its beginning is consummated, hence its results have become apparent, is twofold. First, it is the immediacy of the movement with which something apparently other than being arises, which is non-being. This immediate movement is Entstehen, non-being arises in front of being. But the immediacy of being's beginning is also the immediacy with which the two terms confront each other, Gegenüber. The truth of all this, or the figure in which these aspects of being's immediacy are expressed and enacted, is becoming. Quite obviously, this is not the immanent description of the famous action with which the logic does begin. 13. It is instead the first beginning reconsidered or retrospectively described from the standpoint of the beginning again of essence. Or, it is the account of what the action of beginning was, gewesen, in the logical past with no time in which Hegel's logic progresses. It is precisely this account that leads to the beginning of the sphere of essence. Here again, the immediacy belongs to structures that face each other, Gegenüber. This, however, implies a more complex triangulation that describes the movement of the incipient essence that begins by finding itself in its looking back to being. And the movement is double, first essence facing the unwesent like, then essence facing shine. What essence immediately confronts in this movement backward is the inessential, which immediately mutes into shine, in which essence finally seems to reach its incipient true being. It is with shine that essence specifically begins, or rather has begun. It begins insofar as it produces or makes a difference from being. Essence is a new, different beginning, or a beginning again, a beginning from another place and another time, clearly in no real space and time, yet constituting the logical space-time of the logical action proper to essence, the space-time in which the story of the logic is articulated. What is this difference then? It is a difference in the way in which the immediacy that characterizes the beginning action is taken, genomen word, not as what immediacy is in itself, namely, in its absolute negativity, which entails mediation, but as the simple immediacy of the beginning action as such. This is precisely the problem that the beginning of essence faces, how to differentiate itself from being, maintaining, and properly first defining, its own immediacy. I shall now work my way backward from this passage, in which it is Hegel himself who frames the problem of the different figures of the beginning in being and essence to the very opening of being, and then come back to essence again. This passage confirms an important point about the development of Hegel's logic. The advancement of the process is never a linear movement forward, but is the interactive work in which different levels of movement are co-implicated and thereby necessarily transformed. The beginning action of essence is a transformation of the beginning taking place in being. It is a new beginning that arises from the immanent revisitation and appropriation of the preceding way of making the beginning, and from the attempt to draw a necessary difference from it. This is the way in which essence constitutes the figures of its beginning. While the immanent movement, what I previously called the first perspective on the logic, draws attention to the linear succession being essence, the second methodological perspective that I am now endorsing, and find confirmed by Hegel himself, draws attention to the transformation of the action of beginning that takes place in the movement from being to essence. This is how essence begins, by showing that the action of beginning has always already taken place, hence that all beginning is a beginning again. Such is the figure of the beginning in essence. 1.1. Enacting the absolute beginning, the figure of beginning in being. In the overview that Hegel offers of the development of being, presenting sen as the figure in which the very first beginning of the logic takes shape, the comparative and synoptic relation to essence is proposed right at the outset, even though only to be negated. Thus, the opening of the logic of being is construed in parallel with the passage just analyzed from the logic of essence. Thereby Hegel signals the methodological importance of this passage. With regard to the action of beginning, being, and essence are adjacent to each other and synchronic, not successive. The first thing that Hegel says of being as the indeterminate immediate, das unbestimmt unmittelbar, is that it is free from the determinateness against essence. TW 5, 82. 14. This is indeed a difference from the beginning of essence, which by contrast does not enjoy that freedom essence has always to position itself in relation to being. But this is also a difference that has meaning only for essence, only after the first beginning of being has been made. In the action of beginning there is no essence, indeed there is nothing. For, in the position of radical indeterminateness and immediacy in which thinking begins to think, its action simply and immediately is, there is no question yet of what it is, which would give determinateness to such a beginning. Hence it is here, with this lack of any difference and determinateness, with this utter immediacy, that thinking begins. Being is the absolute inception of thinking's pure activity, that is, it is the action with which thinking first draws the horizon of all possible signification and places itself within it. But this is also the action whereby thinking begins to be thinking. Being is nothing more than this action, anything more than this is not a beginning action. However, due to the utter immediacy and indeterminateness of this action, sen merges here with nix, and vice versa. The action of beginning is a back and forth between being and nothing, an indistinct merging and disappearing of one into the other in a whirlwind that has no direction and no distinct meaning. 15. Being transitions or has immediately transitioned into nothing and vice versa. 16. In a movement so elusive as to defy the linguistic characterization through verbs that necessarily have to choose a tense. It is action that simply and immediately happens, it is and is not at the same time. This indistinct flux of immediate vanishing, unmittelbares verschwinden, TW 5, 83, describes or better, directly is the action of the first beginning. The horizon of possible signification that herein begins is no clear-cut line, it is only the beginning of the possibility of meaning, no determinate meaning at all, only a tentative, unstable muddle from which meaning begins to take shape only as the movement of becoming, werden. Werden is the truth of the first logical beginning, neither of being nor of nothing alone but of the vanishing, unstable action that encompasses them both. Their truth is this movement, bewegen, of the immediate vanishing of the one into the other, becoming, a movement in which both are distinguished, unterschieden, but through a difference, Unterschied, that has dissolved itself in the same immediate way, TW 5, 83. 17. In the movement of becoming, the vanishing movement of being into nothing and vice versa is reinforced by the vanishing of their difference. This is how difference first appears, just to be dissolved in the very moment in which it arises. Such is the absolute freedom of thinking, its beginning out of itself, out of nothing, as it were, because thinking itself is nothing. But this very action of beginning. In this sense, the freedom of thinking is the beginning that immediately is, the action that is thanks to nothing but itself, but that is really nothing until it develops, until it advances, until it performs a determinate action and makes itself into something determinate, until it produces a difference that somehow remains. The freedom of the absolute beginning action is vanishing, it is a vanishing freedom, as it were. The freedom of the beginning is the absolute lack of all presuppositions, the freedom that arises when there is no essence, and no determinate being, against which thinking defines and positions itself, which ultimately is the freedom, or the vertigo, of the void, TW 5, 82f. 18. This is one of the meanings of the term absolute, absolutus, from any possible relation and connection. 19. Not much value should be placed in such freedom, only the value of the absolute and absolutely necessary action of beginning, the unconditioned first condition of all development. Kant's praise of thinking's spontaneity, which transcendentally moves from characterizing the understanding's cognitive activity to designating reason's practical freedom, and from the psychological and cosmological realms to the practical, as the capacity to begin a state of affairs out of itself, is certainly justified. 20. But it is only the praise of a mere beginning. It is by no means an accomplishment and has no value in itself, only in relation to the process that such action begins. In this respect, the beginning action is indeed an intention, the very first intention, and a mere intention. but it is an empty intention, or better, paradoxically, it is pure intentionality lacking all definite intention and content, only the bare form or the gesture of intending, so to speak, an intending projected toward the void of nothing or suspended over it on the force of its intangible immediate being, an intending unable to give thinking any determinateness and certainly no identity, an intending dangerously hinting at nothing, daring to be the intention of nothing. And yet, in its indeterminacy it displays the broadest inclusiveness possible within which all meaning further develops. This is pure being nothing as logical figure of the beginning action, the figure that the action of beginning presents in the logic of being. What we have in the opening of the logic is the absolute beginning as such, the initial action that inaugurates the entire logic in general as well as, more particularly, the beginning action of being, the first figure of the beginning. It is an absolute beginning because it brings to the fore in the most exemplary way what the action of beginning is. It is an intransitive beginning, pure intentionality devoid of intention and devoid of meaning, for it is the action that first produces and establishes the development of all meaning. Henceforth the logical process unfolds as a determination process. Out of the radical indeterminateness of the first beginning, out of the lack of meaning that characterizes the logical space of all meaning reigns sen that is nix, das rein nix, tw5, 82, 83, respectively. In the figure of being, the action of beginning is the beginning of a determination that is itself utterly indeterminate and immediate, is the beginning of a difference that because of its immediacy is an immediately vanishing difference, a difference that is, and makes, no difference. Significantly, being is not for Hegel, as it was for the metaphysical tradition, the utterly determinable, bestimbar, the pure passivity of a substrate, but the beginning of the action of progressively determining, bestimmen. Thus, the movement of vanishing between being and nothing is the figure that characterizes the very first, most immediate, and indeterminate activity. In its immediacy, the first beginning entails the intuitive moment of discursive thinking. The flux of being and nothing with which thinking begins is the point in which all thinking activity, discursive thinking and intuiting, is one and the same or better, is reduced to nothing, for no difference is yet drawn. As discursive thinking begins, its activity has the immediacy of intuiting but is properly qualified neither as a thinking nor as an intuiting, and yet it is the inception of a process, it is indeed the beginning in the most proper sense. There is nothing in it to intuit, granted that one could speak here of intuiting, or it is only this pure, empty intuiting itself, tw5, 82. This is the convergence of being and nothing as the activity of pure thinking. It is no ontological categorization of the beginning, as an origin would be. It is the account of the action that takes place and of how it takes place. For this is the action that begins the entire logical process. Being, and nothing, is neither a metaphysical ens nor an object of thought or representation, neither an intended content nor something posited by thought. It is, directly and immediately, the action of beginning absolutely thinking's very first action that makes thinking into the activity that it is. This explains Hegel's need to append a series of remarks to the opening of the logic in which the difference is discussed that separates such opening from traditional ontological and theological issues such as God's creation from nothing and the metaphysics of being and existence. What we have here is something much simpler, hence much more difficult to accept and grasp. At stake is the form of the very first action of beginning, the pure form and the first figure of such action. And absolutely nothing more than this. Just as the action of beginning in its utter immediacy and indeterminacy is not distinctively discursive, but is rather the point of indeterminate convergence of intuition and discursivity, although it is the beginning of discursive, objective thinking, it is also non-propositional, although it is the beginning of logical discourse that is articulated in propositional language. The language of the beginning action in its immediacy is neither descriptive nor propositional, it is immediately identical with the action itself, not distinct from it as a particular action. Sen, reigns sen that is nix, das rein nix is the broken, stuttering language of immediacy, tw5, 82, 83, respectively. It becomes a proposition only through the movement that the action itself entails, leading on to the two parallel claims: being is in fact nothing and nothing is the same as being, TW 5, 82, 83, respectively. Both propositions lead to the claim of becoming. Pure being and pure nothing are the same, TW 5, 83. 21. This language, in the moment in which it lets a vanishing difference separate it from the action, as it is with becoming, seems unable to keep pace with what thinking does. Sen niks nik du berget, zonder nu berggangen ist, TW 5, 83. The first figure of the beginning is definitely a beginning in the performative mode of action, not in the mode of narration. Also in this respect, we can ascertain the crucial transformation that Hegel operates with regard to the tradition. The metaphysical theological position in the beginning was the word is transformed into the radical immediacy of the action of beginning, in which no discursive or propositional distinction is yet drawn. The question does no longer regard what is placed as the origin of all, but rather what is the structure of the action that absolutely begins, and in order to begin absolutely. From the latter the articulation of logical language depends. Indeed, Goethe's Faust already shows that Im Anfang war das word leads nowhere, as it is really no beginning of a process but a dead end. Hier stock ich schon. Wer hilft mir weiter fort. Faust I, v 1224-1225. For Faust, as for Hegel's dialectic speculative logic, the word has no metaphysical preeminence or originality. Yet Hegel significantly modifies Faust's translation of the evangelical beginning as well. For even though Im Anfang war die Tat, Faust I, v 1237, may be accepted as a true statement, the metaphysical question, which Hegel rejects, remains herein unaltered. Moreover, for action to be placed Im Anfang is hardly a sign of distinction. It is not its position that makes the action a first, but its unique structure as a beginning action. And crucially, action does not stop short at the beginning. For Hegel the real issue regards the very structure of the beginning action as the beginning of an immanent process. How does action begin absolutely? The question of origin disappears here entirely. As I often remarked, in Hegel's logic the beginning, as well as the advancement and the end, is devoid of temporal connotation. It is neither a beginning in the order of time, just as for Kant practical reason's spontaneity is not in time, nor is it the beginning of a process as the first term of a temporal succession. What is at stake is the logical structure of the action that begins as the necessary condition for an ensuing process. The beginning, underscores Hegel in presenting the structure of the absolute method, is the beginning of the advancement and development. TW 6, 556. 1.2. The memory of the beginning or beginning again, the figure of beginning in essence. The beginning of essence is the action of beginning again, of beginning anew after the conclusion of the entire sphere of being, but also, in particular, after the absolute beginning that is made in and with being. To this extent, the beginning of essence does not enjoy the freedom that made of the very first inception of thinking an unconditioned, presuppositionless action. In order to begin again, thinking must take position with regard to what has happened and has been performed, what is gewesen in being. And in particular, it must differentiate itself from it. For, the beginning again of essence is also a more advanced beginning, or, better, is the beginning of a different advancement, is a new beginning. On the other hand, the beginning of essence is the action of beginning while in the middle of the overall logical action. Stepping back from the immanent unfolding of the movement, Hegel notices, essence is placed between being and the concept and constitutes the middle between the two, and its movement is the transition, Übergang, from being into the concept. TW 6, 15f. My emphasis. The beginning of essence is inscribed in this intermediary and mediating position, which this entire sphere occupies in the overall plot of the logic. While the modality of movement proper to being and first established by the figure of its beginning is the instability and immediacy of Verschwinden, the modality of movement proper to essence and established by the figure of its beginning is the intermediacy of Übergang. These are the general features that characterize the figure of the beginning action in essence to be the action of beginning again or beginning anew, and to be the action of beginning while in the middle. We have now to see how these characters inform the dynamic structure of this new beginning. How does essence or essential thinking begin? Essence begins from something other, namely, being, in order to find itself, hence to be able to properly begin, acting, as essence, TW 6, 13. This is the initial mediation embedded in essence. To be sure, its beginning is mediated by a tortuous path with which essence has to find itself, that is, has to find the specific figure or form of its beginning. Thus, essence begins by going back to being, or by going back from whence it came. Being is now Joas, and this is the Irinarum through which essence first comes to be, the action that constitutes essence or thinking that acts as essence, TW 6, 13. Things and events acquire a meaning only after they no longer are as memory recalls them in the figure of their having been, or as memory lends them the figure of having been. Thus, the beginning of essence takes place, at first, in the figure of logical memory. This memory, however, reveals itself an illusion, shine, the production of the empty immediacy of shine. 22. For one thing, the return to being is not properly essence's action but being's own action. Indeterminate essence is truly the result of the movement of being's complete return in itself, TW 6, 14f. This is how being concludes its movement. That thereby essence also begins is certainly true, but it is not essence's but being's truth, it is being's end not essence's beginning. For another thing, in order to begin on its own, essence must distance itself from being. Thus, essence is presented as das Aufgehoben Sein, the negation of the sphere of being in general, TW 6, 18. Yet, Aufheben is a tricky operation, as much as it negates, and represses, the immediacy of being, it also preserves it in essence. Such immediacy is Aufbewahrheit und behalten. Thereby the immediacy of being's action is, at least, a distant memory. The logical memory of essence destroys as much as it preserves. It does first furnish a standpoint on which essence starts building a possible beginning, being as Ge Wesen, yet this turns out to be, dialectically, only the attempt to push being back to its sphere, negating it. This double, conflicted relationship with being recollecting, distancing, negating defines precisely how essence is or behaves in its action from the very outset. Although it immediately gives the being of essence, it also expresses essence's claim to be utterly other than being, TW 6, 18, als and ihr Überhaupt. All this has to be proven in action, that is, by the action of beginning. The action of beginning is immediate action. As much as it tries to shake off the memory of being by distinguishing itself from it, essence is still bound to it. But immediacy is no longer, directly, the very action that beginning is in being, entirely indeterminate, free with the freedom of the absolute void, totally daring in its coming from nothing and vanishing into nothing, a mere point of convergence between thinking's intuition and discursivity. Now immediacy is essence's position in relation, Beziehung, to being. For all its initial immediacy, to begin in essence, to begin after being, is a more circumspect kind of action. Unmistakably discursive and confrontational, it implies taking position, distinguishing the essential from the inessential. 23. Indeed, although the two sides being and essence face each other indifferently, displaying the same value, 24. Essence raises a higher claim, assigning to itself the side of the essential while the overcome being is reduced to the inessential. To begin again is to draw this preliminary distinction, in fact an arbitrary one in its immediacy, thereby cutting out the space of an alleged essential action in which such beginning is seen as necessarily inscribed. The beginning of essence is a beginning in itself double, is an action in itself split. In it, being and essence dialectically or negatively relate to each other, the essential is separated from the inessential. While the first absolute beginning has no true direction but in its utter indeterminacy fluctuates between being and nothing, the beginning of essence is two-faced, looking backward and forward at the same time, yet with an asymmetrical, and arbitrary, privilege for the essential, for the direction away from being. Such doubleness reflects essence's middle position between sen and begriff. This figure of the beginning impresses a crucial character on the entire movement of essence that follows, on its advancement, as it were. However, if the task is to gain the specific figure of the action of essence as a new beginning, that is, as the beginning of a new process, we must recognize that as much as the distinction between the essential and the inessential allows essence to stand out as other against being, it is not sufficient to characterize its first action as a truly new beginning. Rather, essence is thereby thrown back to the sphere of being, specifically, to the sphere of Dasein, TW 6, 18. Essence cannot declare itself more essential than being without falling back into the movement of being. For nothing has been accomplished yet to substantiate such a claim put forth by essence. Essence has not yet begun its action. It has only positioned itself so as to be able to do so, a gesture that being did not need to perform. Consequently, such a distinction is merely external, it falls in a third term, in an external tribunal whose decision can only be arbitrary and abstract because no deed has been accomplished yet. There is nothing, really, on the side of essence on which to pass judgment, essence is but has not yet acted. Thus, it remains here indeterminate what belongs to the essential and what to the inessential, TW 6, 18f. To be sure, the distinction between the essential and the inessential is not thereby repealed, it is rather declared in need of further specification in order to effectively characterize the beginning of essence. Another way to put this point is to say that by simply advocating to itself the part of the essential, declaring being merely the inessential, essence is still not bold enough in its action, it is not radical enough in its distancing itself from being. In fact, in order to make a new beginning, the action of essence must be characterized by a far more radical, or absolute, negation of being. Accordingly, being is declared the immediate that is nothing in and for itself, that is nur ein Unwesen, der Schein, TW 6, 19. This stronger negation of immediacy, of being, is the proper beginning action of essence. And this is, at the same time, the production of Schein, of a reflected immediacy, TW 6, 20. The logical memory of being turns out to be the necessity of its radical elimination, the reduction of being to its absolute Nichtigkeit. This is the act of freedom displayed by the beginning of essence. Yet, in turn, this liberation from the memory of being is an illusion, is, only, the beginning of essence. This is the lack that, as the absolute method makes clear, leads the beginning necessarily on to the advancement of the process, TW 6, 555. Schein is the radical nullity, Nichtigkeit, of being. No aspect of being is spared from this condemnation. Schein is the entire residue, der ganz Rest, that still remains from the sphere of being, TW 6, 19. Yet, essence's Schein is not being's Nichts. As radical as the negation of being allegedly is, which essence commits in its beginning action, the production of Schein perpetuates the virtual presence of being within essence, a presence independent of essence and still immediate. 25 Logical memory cannot be utterly and definitively erased, once appeal to it is made, it cannot be retracted, the inner duplicity of the figure of the beginning will characterize the entire movement of essence. But since memory is itself a practice of erasure, it can be used to appropriate and thereby transform and make its contents new again. Although the immediacy of being cannot be eliminated, neither by declaring it inessential, nor by reducing it to Unwesen or nonsense, nor by making Nichtigkeit out of it, it can be transformed into reflected immediacy, TW 6, 20. Now this transformation becomes the distinctive initial action of essence. Schein is what remains of being in the immediate first action of radical negation committed by essence, of being it remains only the pure determination of the immediate, it is as reflected immediacy, i.e., immediacy which is only by means, vermittels, of its negation, TW 6, 20. In this way, essence's immediate beginning is truly a first act of mediation. What we have is the immediate beginning that is itself mediation and radical negation at the same time. This is the production of shine, of immediacy reflected. The beginning of essence, which immediately reduces all worldly content, all concrete being, to illusion, is the skeptic beginning. It is, Hegel observes, the phenomenon of skepticism. I shall return to this claim at the end of the chapter, when the issue will be to show the type of reality proper to the logical figures successively developed. The unfolding of the structure of shine radicalizes the immediacy of essence's initial action. If the beginning as such must be immediate, as the absolute method claims, the beginning of essence is not yet immediate enough. Essence is still holding back, is still investing only being with the negativity proper to reflected immediacy, is still unable to accept immediacy as the beginning as its own beginning. But the immediacy of shine is the immediacy of essence itself, not just the negativity of being. Shine is not separate from essence, it is not simply being, only, this time, in essence, it is, immediately, essence itself, the very determinateness, Bestimtheit, of essence, TW 6, 21. The immediacy that seems to separate shine from essence is the immediacy proper to essence itself, TW 6, 22. Thus, the beginning of essence produces essence itself as the negativity and reflected immediacy of the illusion. Shine as such, even the shine that being now is essence, TW 6, 23. But in this way, the action of essence immediate, negative, and yet reflected is properly the movement of schenen seiner in sich selbst, TW 6, 23. The reflected immediacy, which is shine, becomes immediate reflection. Thus, the figure of essence's beginning is das schenen seiner in sich selbst. Now this alienated, in Frampton, shine, the illusion that has penetrated everything, is the activity of reflection, TW 6, 24. This is properly the beginning of the advancement of essence, the becoming in essence, which Hegel presents, in a famous formulation, as the reflected movement. From nothing to nothing and through nothing back to itself, TW 6, 24. 26. Let me now sum up these considerations. The figure of the beginning action in essence is internally dual, which reflects the intermediary and mediating position of the sphere in the development of the logical action as a whole. The action of beginning is, methodologically, utterly immediate. Yet essence hesitates to perform a radically immediate beginning and relegates immediacy and its negativity first to being as the inessential, then to being as shine, but finally has to accept that its own action is nothing but the production of illusionskenen, reflection in their immediacy and negativity. The second figure of the beginning is the action that produces essence itself as mere illusion, and self-illusion. Moreover, the action of essence is framed by its memory of being. Dialectically, however, this memory must be radically negated for the action of essence to begin freely. Ultimately, the beginning of essence is the movement in which logical memory yields to reflection. This polarity defines the figure of the beginning in essence. 1.3. The beginning of freedom, the figure of beginning in the concept. Immediacy and indeterminateness in their uncompromised absoluteness and abstractness are the cipher of the figure of beginning in being. They qualify the freedom of the incipient action of the sphere as a lack of anything with which being ought to confront itself or measure up to, be it a presupposition, a rule or law, a criterion or a precedent. The freedom of being is the thoughtlessness that belongs to the action that initiates something radically new and incomparable. This, however, is also its limitation, the abstraction and lack that force the beginning to advance and to prove itself something more consistent and permanent than that ephemeral, vanishing thoughtlessness. The freedom disclosed by the figure of essence's beginning is more laboriously obtained and derives from uncovering the illusory character of being's freedom. Freedom is always constrained and always constrains. Mediation, in the unavoidable confrontational relation with being and in the duality that this implies, is the character of this figure. This is always the freedom of one at the expense of the other, the freedom that knows in the other its limit, it is still arbitrary freedom, in search of its own rule. The third figure of the beginning emerges in the initial action that introduces the concept. The beginning of the advancement, which is made in essence, yields to the beginning of the end, to the conclusive beginning of the logic. While the former is characterized by the duality proper to essence's intermediary position, the middle between being and the concept, the latter develops the structure of unity proper to the concluding mediation that is the concept. But here we are still only at the beginning of such a development. Accordingly, immediacy is present again but is embodied in a more advanced figure of immediate action. The concept reveals itself as the unity, Einheit, of being and essence, TW 6, 269. This is the unity of the action on which the logical movement ultimately rests. It is the unity of the action that both produces a Grundlage and shows what it means to be the foundation, neither the metaphysical foundation, substance, God, the absolute, nor the transcendental foundation, Kant's unity of apperception, but the very movement or action of laying the foundation that is itself the basis of the dialectic speculative process of pure thinking. How, then, does thinking's grounding action begin? The answer to such a question is offered by the beginning of the concept, by the beginning that posits what the concept initially is, der Begriff im Anfang, TW 6, 272, and thereby determines what the concept is bound to accomplish in this last logical sphere. While the figure of the beginning in being is absolutely presuppositionless, which makes for the distinctive immediacy of its action, the beginning of essence is informed by the reflective memory of its coming from being, a memory that negatively weighs on essence's beginning as a foreign presupposition from which it needs to liberate itself. The beginning of the concept, by contrast, is the action that shows how the concept is itself the underlying, subjective as well as objective presupposition of all thinking activity as such, TW 6, 245. To this extent, the concept provides the true figure of the logical beginning and is itself the true beginning of thinking. And yet, the concept is also the result of the logical movement that has led up to it, a movement that is now retrospectively construed as the concept's immediate genesis or genetic exposition, TW 6, 246, 245, respectively. 27. While the beginning of essence constitutes essence by looking back to being with the two-faced act of logical memory, two-faced because it relates to being as much as it suppresses it, the third beginning constitutes the concept by reconstructing the mediated, fully discursive path of its genesis. It is its logical history or genesis that fully justifies the concept's grounding action, providing the quid juris that Kant sought in his transcendental deduction. Thus, the sphere of the concept opens by positioning this beginning as both the foundation of the preceding logical movement and as its result. These two standpoints, Grundlage and Genesis, are dialectically connected in the action that makes the Begriff into the final beginning of the logical movement. Hegel argues that although the concept must be seen as the absolute foundation, absolute Grundlage, it cannot be seen as such except insofar as the concept makes itself into the foundation, TW 6, 245 emphasis in original. To be the foundation is the concept's own first and foremost action, it is its beginning or grounding action. Here again, Hegel transforms the metaphysical issue of a fixed foundational origin into the dynamic of a movement in which action constitutes the agent and is imputed to it, in which what happens is brought back to its responsible source. To be the concept is the action of making oneself into the foundation of a dynamic process of self-constitution, into the logical basis that confers unitary meaning to the action of both being and essence, the very action that has produced the concept as its result. This is the sense of their incipient unity. But this is also the meaning of the true freedom and independence that belongs to the concept. Hegel recapitulates the succession of the three logical figures of the beginning, and of the three successive logical spheres that thereby begin, as follows. The abstract immediate is indeed the first, abstract beginning of being. As such an abstraction, however, it is something mediated, the second, mediated beginning of essence. but if such a vermittels must be grasped in its truth, then its foundation must be brought to light. Hence, such foundation must indeed be an immediate, but such one that it has made itself into an immediate by overcoming the mediation, TW6, 245 my emphasis. This is the general figure of the beginning action of the concept as the third to being an essence and their Grundlage und Wahrheit, TW6, 245. It is the action whereby the concept makes itself into an immediate through the Aufhebung of the mediation of essence and thereby becomes the very basis of the entire process, the process that leads to the concept as a result and a new beginning. The concept's immediacy is neither the inconsistent abstractness of being's action nor the illusory immediacy of essence's action, but the consciously produced immediacy that sustains both and gives meaning to the unfolding of their succession. Indeed, their succession is maintained in the concept's action and therein finds its truth, TW6, 269, but is also an immediacy that develops and realizes itself in entirely new directions. Freedom qualifies the action of the concept from the outset, TW6, 246. This is, first, the modality according to which thinking organizes the relationship between being and essence, that is the concept what merely happens and has happened is now imputed to the concept, finding in it its generative center, its basis and truth. This is, second, the freedom and self-assurance of a fully justified beginning, of a beginning that recognizes its root in a logical history, a genesis, as it were, of which the concept that therein begins is, in turn, the legitimate and true subject. The truly free beginning is the beginning that looks back, yet again, to its own genesis, TW6, 274, not in a distancing recollection that disavows its provenance in the moment in which it evokes it, as essence does, but in a responsible act of self-ascription. The result is truly the foundation from which the result itself issues. Herein lies Hegel's reformulation of both Spinoza's causa sui and Kant's idea of autonomy. The concept is the act of making oneself into what one is, in the sense of being an essence, but also in a further sense that exceeds them both, the concept's new immediacy. 28 The beginning is now the circular beginning that grants the concept's true independence and freedom. Neither the abruptness of being's beginning nor the one-sided arbitrary self-positioning of essence with regard to being are truly independent and free actions. Only the freedom that characterizes the beginning action of the concept is the independence that comes from a grounded, justified, self-ascribed beginning, from the consciousness that the action has its ground only in itself and, in its realization, remains with the concept itself, ends. 158. Significantly, with regard to the third figure of the beginning, Hegel does indeed say that the concept is the original being, ursprünglich Essen, TW6, 274. The originality of the concept's beginning is precisely its coming third and last. Original is the beginning that displays a recognized history, and is, at the same time, the basis of such history, not the beginning that lacks one or represses it. This is also the truth displayed by the concept as true beginning. The figure of the concept's beginning, the truth and freedom that characterize it, tells us that to look for the conceptual beginning of a state of affairs, the present crisis in its many manifestations, is not the same as to look for its beginning in the figures of being or essence, is neither a merely natural, immediate, intuitive beginning nor a merely historical and indeed arbitrary beginning in the sense of history, a beginning mediated by appearances and scattered representations of what happens, TW6, 260. These are indeed indispensable conditions for all that develops. All that occurs has indeed a natural as well as a causal, phenomenological and phenomenological beginning. However, these beginnings do not contain the truth, which comes only from the recognition of a circular beginning, from the self-ascribed free action whereby reality is brought back to its grounded genesis, whereby the way in which reality, in the sense of Wirklichkeit, is given by that which has made it be the way it is. The third, most advanced figure of the beginning action constitutes the concept as the identity that immanently differentiates itself. This is der Begriff im Anfang, TW6, 272 my emphasis. Such self-constituted plural identity now develops by taking up within itself the general modality of being and essence an Unversachsein and Gesetzsein, TW 6, 251, 270. The constitution of the concept's absolute identity with itself is neither vanishing, indistinct self-sameness nor position of substantial identity but is the beginning of the identity of thinking. In the beginning, such self-differentiating identity is only immediate, hence formal. It is the figure of subjective thinking, the merely formal concept, TW 6, 274. The concept begins by instituting the logical space of thinking's formal, self-differentiating identity. In its initial immediacy this is subjective, formal thinking, and is also the thinking proper of the understanding and its logic. 29. In the immediate unity of the concept, the action of differentiating or the positing of differences is only a semblance, shine. Not, however, in the sense that such differences are not real differences, but in the sense that they are themselves nothing but the very unity and totality of the concept, they are the concept as such, TW 6, 272. Different determinations, as produced by the concept and proper to its very identity, are equal among themselves and equal to the concept itself. This is the egalitarian universality of the concept's beginning action, a merely formal universality that posits both identity and differences as what they are, Gesetzsein and an Unversachsein, namely, universal in the unity of their concept. Such an action introduces to the logical scene the universal concept, TW 6, 273, that is, the concept in the beginning, TW 6, 272. Unlike the indistinct vanishing that characterizes the first figure of the beginning in the to and fro between being and nothing, and unlike the tense duality that informs the negative relation to being in the second figure, the beginning of the concept is the unitary action of self-differentiation, the complexity of which is given by its three moments, universality, particularity, and individuality. The beginning action of Unterscheiden is here the production of determinations that are equal not because they are indistinct and indeterminate in their vanishing, as in being, or because they are all negatively opposed to one another, as in essence. The moments that are posited, Gesetzsein, as moments of the concept are equal because they are, each of them, the entire concept as well as the determinate concept as well as a determination of the concept, TW 6, 273. This is the action that from the outset knows of no indeterminacy, is always already inscribed in a context, and informs with the awareness of such a context each and every action that it recognizes as its own. This is the structure of the speculative concept, the structure of thinking's properly discursive activity. Thus, the pure concept begins as a universal concept, its action is in the determination of universality, which, however, does not exclude but implies particularity. While being's beginning action is lawless in its absolute lack of presuppositions and essences is biased in its proclaimed essentiality against the inessential being, the concept's initial action in its universality is the determining and differentiating that has in itself its own criterion, and this is what confers to the concept the formal, yet absolute identity with itself. 30. But as the concept, in its totality, embraces in itself the differences that are its moments, its determination is only to be the universal set against the differentiation of the moments, TW 6, 274. In fact, the egalitarian universalism of the concept's initial action is also its limit, the lack that pushes the beginning on to the advancement of the movement. 4. As determinate as the beginning action claims to be, it is also immediate. 8. So that, if it is to preserve its egalitarian universalism, its determination must remain a very poor one. It cannot be more than mere formal universality in front of the difference that divides its moments. Although the concept, owing to its very genesis, is entitled to and perfectly justified in its action, although it acts freely following the justified criterion that it bears within itself, it still cannot take a determinate position with regard to its moments without betraying itself. It must maintain a delicate balance in front of the distinctness, Unterscheidenheit, that divides its moments and can be only the universal, TW6, 274 emphasis in original, in front of them, no hierarchy or ranking or preference is allowed. This is the uneasy predicament of the concept's action in the beginning, the precariousness of its initial immediate and abstract universality. This is, in fact, the beginning of the advancement of the concept's movement. Herein we find the peculiar indeterminateness that characterizes the figure of the beginning in the concept. It is the neutrality of universalism, its impartiality with regard to all particular causes that requires its not being committed to any cause, not even to the cause of universalism. This is the all-embracing and all-pervasive impartiality of absolute toleration. 31 We have seen how the pure concept begins by looking back to its own genesis, TW6, 274. Methodologically, universality in its simplicity is the character of all beginning action as such. 32 Defying all explanation, the simplicity of the universal is the self-contained action that suffices to itself but is also the action carried out by its inner negativity, TW6, 275. The simplicity of being is given by its immediacy. This expresses a mere opinion or belief, it is a gemmanes. Its reasons cannot be articulated for what they are, there are most likely no reasons, for nothing matters as a reason. Thinking's discursivity has not yet emerged in its fundamental difference from intuition. Action itself is properly an inconsistent vanishing that is and is not at the same time. This is now the very concept of the beginning action of being, that is, the way in which the beginning of being constitutes the logical history and thereby informs the very beginning of the concept in its formal universality. However, as the beginning of the concept, the universal is the action that is the simple which is at the same time the richest in itself. The immediacy of opinion yields to the grounded discursivity of reason. On the other hand, the mediation that the concept inherits from essence is the pure activity of mediating, not of being mediated. 33 The concept's very identity is to be the mediation among its immanent moments and nothing but this mediating activity. To this extent, the concept's activity displays a negative character, it is negation. Of negation, TW6, 275. The universal activity of the concept negates the determinateness, which is, itself, negation or limitation of indeterminacy, of its differences. The richness of the concept's universality is now in the form of such double negation. Empirical differences are not simply left aside or ignored. They are leveled within the conceptual universal and maintained in the common form of their negation. To sum up, with the third figure of the beginning that introduces the concept and the conceptual activity of thinking in its inception, we reach the freedom of an action that in its beginning is both the recognition and appropriation of its own genesis, in being and essence, and the conscious making itself into the basis of such genetic development. Conceptual beginnings imply returns and repetitions. The concept goes back to being and essence, appropriates them and fundamentally transforms them. What we have reached is the self-produced origin of thinking itself. This is the universal activity of the concept in the beginning, the egalitarian position of an identity achieved through the contemplation of equal differences. 2 Violence in the beginning, Melville's Billy Budd. Asked by the officer, as it chanced among other questions, his place of birth, he replied, "Please, sir, I don't know." Struck by the straightforward simplicity of these replies, the officer next asked, "Do you know anything about your beginning?" "No, sir. But I have heard that I was found." Found, say you? 34 This exchange stands out almost by chance among other, unmentioned questions in Billy Budd's first interview on board the man-of-war Bellipotent. The matter-of-fact exchange dissipates all the mysteriousness, or makes it at least less mysterious, surrounding Billy's origin, on which Herman Melville speculates in the first 2 chapters of his last novella, Billy Budd, Sailor, an inside narrative. 35 Indeed, with this dialogue the unfathomable issue of the origin of the handsome sailor yields to the factual beginning of Billy Budd's story, to the beginning of the action that introduces the protagonist Billy Budd. The issue of origin is indeed mysterious and conjectural. Apollo's beauty and the strong virility of Hercules, sculpted by some ancient Greek artist, project the character back to some mythical time, while the impossibility of grasping the individuality of a trait, be it a moral connotation or the inclination of his wisdom, suggests the proximity to a sort of upright barbarian, much such perhaps as Adam presumably might have been ere the urbane serpent wriggled himself into his company. Chapter 2, 301, a pre-human, prehistorical, pre-moral origin. But these conjectures surrounding the origin, mythological and biblical at the same time, are not the true beginning of the action. The action begins with the issue of the beginning human, biographical, localized in time and space. Properly, the action begins with the utter indeterminateness surrounding Billy Budd's beginning. Nothing is known of his birthplace, nothing of his father and family, nothing of the time and circumstances. The action begins with the immediacy, innocence, and indeterminateness of Billy Budd's simple, pure being. From these conditions the action departs, both the story's action and Melville's reflection on the structure of human action and agency. The young sailor is characterized from the outset by the immediacy of his mere presence, sen, reigns sen, a pre-discursive being, that is, we soon find out, immediately one with his action. 36. His beauty is a vague halo surrounding his very being, and this is indeed no more than a presence. If he brings peace aboard the ship among his quarrelsome mates, he is the peacemaker. Chapter 1, 296, Chapter 11, 323, it is not through intentional efforts, particular deeds, or pointed speeches. Not that he preached to them or said or did anything in particular, but a virtue went out of him, sugaring the sour ones. Chapter 1, 295. Beauty and peace simply and immediately emanate from his being wherever and with whomever he finds himself. They are intangible qualities that accompany the indeterminateness of his presence and set him apart from all others. They are not, however, properly attributes of an individual, real character yet. Billy Budd is not yet an individual human agent, he is only a vague and vaguely beautiful presence or being. Even his beauty is striking for its indeterminateness. Although masculine, it has something feminine in the complexion, something of the beautiful woman in one of Hawthorne's minor tales, Chapter 2, 299 and 302. Moreover, Billy is also like an animal. Like the animals, he is a fatalist. Chapter 1, 298-37. He does not anxiously anticipate the future, nor are his moods affected by remembering a past family life, for he has none. His entire family was practically invested in himself. Chapter 1, 298. His life, his being is entirely in the present. Unaware of good and evil, with no knowledge of things, no self-consciousness, unable to read, he knows how to sing. His way of expression is closer to the musical language of the nightingale than to the discursive articulation of human language, so capable of double meanings, insinuations, and intrigue. 38. And here we meet the first individual trait of this indeterminate being, a cross between the animal, the mythological god, and a biblical character, namely, the vocal defect that makes him stutter when in distress or under sudden provocation of strong heart feeling. This is, most properly, the mark of Billy Budd's humanity. Chapter 2, 302. The turbulent history of a time of revolt, war, and crisis for the British Empire, the Noer Mutiny, also known as the Great Mutiny in the aftermath of the French Revolution during the Napoleonic Wars, frames the narrative of the novella, which bears the precise date of the summer of 1797, Chapter 3, 303. 39. Melville's oblique meditation on the method and significance of historical narrative, in particular in times of war and political emergency, as well as on the possibility of historical analogy, stands between the sequence of historical events with their implications for law and life aboard the man of war Bellipotent and Billy Budd's inside narrative. Furthermore, both are reflected in the juxtaposition that seals the narrative of the baffling authorized account allegedly taken from a contemporary naval report of the time and the touching poetic ballad Billy in the Darbies, composed by one of Billy's companion foretopmen and expressing the feeling of the entire crew. 40. If Melville is no historian of war, in the end he becomes its poet. The inside narrative, however, is explicitly presented not as pure fiction or fable but as fact, even as truth uncompromisingly told, chapter 28, 381. The underlying questions are close to the one that interest us here. What is the best entry point for an understanding of times of transition, crisis, war, and unrest? How can we understand the people that live through such times and are shaped by them? How shall we judge their deeds? For, men are as the time is. 41. War and its law have the power of compromising the humanity in ourselves. To what extent is it possible to understand the very events in the flux of which we find ourselves acting as protagonists? And what is the use of historical analogy for the comprehension of the present, in particular of a present of war? Melville suggests that the events of 1797 aboard the Bellipotent may indeed be read in light of the events of 1842 on the U.S. brig of war Somers. 42. The unrest of the age frames the imminent unfolding of Billy's action but does not determine it directly. This is self-contained, or presuppositionless, also with regard to the historical context. Such history, however, does influence all the other figures of the story and deeply shapes its development. 43. The story begins with the abrupt transition, chapter 1, 297, that divides the rights of man from the bellipotent, peace and commerce from war, natural law from martial law, and the rights of man from the Mutiny Act. Drafted almost by chance by Lieutenant Ratcliffe, who contents himself with his 139 beginnings. First spontaneous choice among the crew of the merchant ship. Rights of man, without demurring but in uncomplaining acquiescence, Billy leaves the rights of man and boards the warship Bellipotent. The action is from now on proclaimed outside of the social, juridical, and moral space of the rights of man, outside of the intellectual tradition that bears the memory of Thomas Paine, the Enlightenment and the Revolution. In Billy's words, "Goodbye to you too, old rights of man." 44. Unlike Billy, all the other characters of the story are introduced by a biographical background. They do not begin abruptly in the action of the story, nor do they begin such action. They are not pure, immediate, and indeterminate being, with no beginning outside of the narrative. Instead, they are preceded either by a biographical sketch or by more or less founded rumors, the function of which is to root the characters in a specific social and historical milieu. The former is the case of Captain Vere, the commander of the Bellipotent, and of the old Dansker, Billy's experienced and oracular confidant. The latter is the case of Billy's opponent, the master-at-arms John Claggart. 45. Significantly, Melville makes a point of bringing Claggart's figure close to the indeterminateness of Billy's beginnings, thereby positioning the two men one in front of the other from the outset. Nothing was known of his former life, Melville declares, about as much was really known. Of the master-at-arms career before entering the service as an astronomer knows about a comet's travels prior to its first observable appearance in the sky, and Claggart himself never made allusion to his previous life ashore, chapter 8, respectively, 314, 316. However, while in Billy's case absolutely nothing precedes the immediacy of his utterly indeterminate presence on the narrative scene, Claggart is introduced by speculations and rumors that are not conjectures regarding a mythical or biblical origin but concrete possibilities concerning his very human and indeed very common beginnings. The vagueness that surrounds Claggart is the result of his own deceitful hiding, of his scheming and not showing himself for who he is. It issues from the negativity of his being. Yet, his speech betrays him. It might be that he was an Englishman, and yet there lurked a bit of accent in his speech suggesting that possibly he was not such by birth but through naturalization in early childhood, chapter 8, 314, and his physique and even his phrenological traits give out information regarding possible education and previous social and professional functions. And there are, in addition, facts, not just gossip, that explain Claggart's position as master-at-arms, chapter 8, 316f. The action takes place aboard the self-contained world of the warship Bellipotent. This is the not too grand stage on which the action plays out, exploring the separated world of the sailor's peculiar humanity and the juridical framework and conduct that regulates their lives in times of war, Chapter 14, Chapter 17. In this world the phenomenology and the rules of common human action, i.e., landsman's humanity and the law valid in times of peace, are suspended. Action is the catalyst for the characters on this stage, it is that which makes them into the individual agents they are. Melville's art does not aim primarily at showing who they are but at presenting what they do in the different modalities in which they do it. The novella stages a central, unique action that begins and ends in its absolute immediacy. This, I suggest, is the literary fulfillment of the logical figure of the absolutely immediate and indeterminate beginning of pure being in Hegel's science of logic. Intertwined with pure being's action in its punctual and instantaneous beginning is the oblique and reflected, negative and deceitful action of essence, on the one hand, and the problematic mediating action of the concept, on the other, that with its claim of universality and neutrality aims at unifying the conflict of being and essence, upholds the universality of the law, and passes over to judgment. Although nothing truly precedes the novella's unique central action in its instantaneous, unforeseeable punctuality, Melville weaves around it the atmosphere that prepares its execution, on the one hand, and its consequence and aftermath, on the other. A gap, however, divides the central action from its preparation and aftermath. The preparation is not its logical or moral ground, the aftermath is not its intended consequence or necessary outcome. Melville introduces the central action by first creating the mysterious, enigmatic, utterly indeterminate framework in which it will display its peculiar nature of absolute beginning. In the narrative, the features of the action about to be staged precede its very happening as if to habituate us to grasping an event that defies usual constructions of human agency. In fact, at stake is an act that is unintentional, not purposive, impossible to reconstruct and explain through certain, imputable causes, rationally incomprehensible, but rational nonetheless. It is action caught in the abruptness of absolute immediacy, it is the display of the indeterminateness and immediacy of pure being's beginning that plays out in the dynamic tension connecting and confounding being and not being. This, we will see, is violence caught in its most original form and in the dynamic of its inner logic, violence as a real figure of the beginning action that produces change. Innocence, pure innocence, is what makes absolute immediacy possible in its lack of intentionality, predetermination, or ground of any kind. The central action is prepared by significant signs, which convey no precise meaning but only the utter mystery, the groundless void, as it were surrounding what is to follow. First, the spilled soup episode, a trivial event rife with presentiments in which aftermath the negativity of Claggart's character is disclosed. Second, Billy's incident with the afterguardsman, the enigmatic event that reveals Billy's absolute innocence. 46. These two scenes prepare the opposition between being and not being staged in the central action of the story. Claggart's comment in the spilled soup episode underscores the fundamental premise that identifies being with action, what one is with what one does. Billy Budd's being is immediately, and ironically, one with his action, handsomely done, my lad. And handsome is as handsome did it too. Chapter 10, 322. Claggart's mysterious reaction, the ironic comment further amplified by his bizarre behavior toward an immediate accidental encounter, leads to the introduction of his character as the real antagonist to Billy Budd. Such presentation, however, brings out the negative indeterminateness of this figure rather than his positive features. Claggart's hidden nature, Chapter 11, 326, is, Melville comments, natural depravity, a depravity that being so absolute and pervasive does not allow for many examples or notable instances. In fact, more than an example of depravity, Claggart is such depravity, literarily, personified. 47. His being is an utterly negative being, not negative in some respect or determination, in his intention, motive, aim, passions, or the like. He is rather the negative as such, natural depravity, whatever the aim may be, For the aim is never declared, chapter 11, 325f, invests Claggart's whole being. Melville makes it clear from the outset that if the action taking place between Billy Budd and Claggart, starting with the forewarning episode of the spilled soup and the subtle persecution of Billy that arises from it up to the main action to come, between pure innocence and natural depravity, being and not being, involves a question of moral responsibility, such a question must be construed in a peculiar way. We can neither look for antecedent determinations as reasons, personal circumstances or events in the master-at-arms career, for example, nor for univocal causes necessarily informing the course of events, neither facts nor even evil intentions. 48 At stake is the issue of moral responsibility in actions that begin absolutely with no previous intention, aim, or ground. Although these actions necessarily bear consequences, the beginning is, as such, the beginning of an advancement. The consequences do not themselves determine the beginning and are not analytically contained in it. This is the moral problem of Melville's last novella. It is the moral problem of the figure of being's absolute beginning, the moral problem of violence. Although the two characters are presented through a marked contrast of opposites, they are opposites that merge and attract each other. Rather than a clear-cut Manichaeism, a complex dialectical relation connects the figures of the story. 49 Claggart's envy and antipathy for Billy Budd's beauty and innocence, beauty being but the immediate outer manifestation of innocence, is no common envy. It struck deeper, chapter 12, 327. Indeed, with the exception of Captain Vere, Claggart is declared perhaps the only man in the ship intellectually capable of appreciating the moral phenomenon presented in Billy Budd. His cynic disdain and the destructiveness of his irony arise from the intellectual comprehension of an aesthetic attraction to Billy Budd's moral phenomenon. Moreover, Claggart's susceptibility to the aesthetic charm of Billy's innocence is an attraction that may even blur the distinction between love and hate. 50 Billy's innocence, by contrast, is so complete and untouched even by the suspicion of evil as to make him blind to all that happens around him and closely involves him. Indeed, innocence was his blinder, chapter 17, 338. This becomes clear in the early incident with the afterguardsman, who approaches him at night, setting him up with an enigmatic, seditious proposal, chapter 14. The entirely new experience, chapter 15, 333, 51 that this encounter represents for Billy, without really teaching or revealing anything, highlights the implications of his innocence for his action. For one thing, Melville notices that when provocatively approached in the dark by the unrecognizable conspirator, Billy immediately, and mechanically, follows him, incapable of saying no. Even though he does not understand anything of the situation he is in, he had not the phlegm tacitly to negative any proposition by unresponsive inaction, chapter 14, 331, yet, he is prompt enough to abruptly end the interview. The point is that Billy's thoroughly affirmative and immediate being is pure action from which neither inaction, even a simple no nor reflection, can issue. His action, however, in its utter immediacy, will reveal itself indistinguishable from the negative, destructive action of nothing. Herein lies the dialectical twist of Billy's predicament, and the heart of the moral problem that Melville thereby presents us with. For another thing, the aftermath of this incident brings to light the uncompromised nature of Billy's innocence. It is innocence as absolute as Claggart's natural depravity. Yet, unlike Claggart, who intellectually understands, and therefore envies, Billy's innocence, Billy lacks that intuitive knowledge of the bad which in nature's not good or incompletely so foreruns experience, chapter 16, 336. His nature is hardly compatible with that sort of sensitive spiritual organization which in some cases instinctively conveys to ignorant innocence. An admonition of the proximity of the malign, chapter 17, 338. Blindness follows from the absolute indeterminateness of Billy's innocence, an innocence that has neither presentiment, nor intuition, nor cognition of its other, but is entirely free from the determination against its other, TW 5, 82. This is the asymmetry between being and nothing, whereby the action that absolutely begins necessarily lays on being's side. The beginning is being's action, not nothing's action. The scene that now introduces the central event of the story turns to the mediation of Captain Vere so as to reveal that the negativity that Claggart represents is truly not the indeterminate and immediate, hence innocent, negativity of nothing but the reflected negativity of shine. It is essence's negative stance toward being. Claggart's false testimony and charge against Billy Budd, whereby he reports to Captain Vere his suspicions that Billy has been plotting mutiny aboard the Bellipotent, is the action with which essence invests pure being with the negativity of shine. In Claggart's confrontation with Captain Vere, which is significantly narrated from Vere's standpoint, as seen through his eye, his feelings, and his grasp of the situation, we follow the initial movement of essence. The negativity of shine, with which essence intends to invest being, ultimately becomes the action that thoroughly defines essence itself. Vere's true presentiment or intuition is that negativity and falsity shine lies not in Billy Budd but in Claggart, is not the action of being but the grounding, defining action of essence. He suspects that the negative, incriminating action stems from the accuser not from the accused, arguably betraying the former as a false witness, chapter 18, 347. The action of essence immediate, negative, and yet reflected is properly the movement of Skeen and Saner in sich selbst, TW 6, 23. The incriminating accusation against Billy Budd backfires, is reflected, as it were, thereby revealing to Vere's moral intuition Claggart's own negative, conspiring nature his absolute depravity. At this point, the scene shifts, from the openness of the broad quarterdeck it moves to a place less exposed to observation, chapter 18, 347, to Captain Vere's private cabin. In fact, the scene has already shifted, from the sphere of being we have moved behind being to the sphere of essence. This has proved to be the realm of shine, the space of an action that is negative, double, indirect, and ultimately self-destructive. Such is the action that Melville summarized in the figure of Claggart. However, the movement in which the narrative is caught is double or rather circular. 52. While being was invested by essence's deceitful action, essence's action requires unmasking the truth of being. Now the self-consuming, all-pervasive negativity of shine 53 refers essence back to the beginning of being. Accordingly, Billy Budd, indirectly identified and openly named by Claggart as the accused, is brought to the scene, summoned in the commander's cabin for a direct confrontation with his accuser. The action that betrays essence as shine leads back to the truth of being. This time, however, not to being as shine, to being as essence construes it, but to being itself in its immediate, utterly indeterminate purity, to being as it is insofar as it acts, to being in its very beginning, to the pure immediate action that simply begins. Claggart's false testimony brings us for the first, and only, time to Billy Budd, to who he is insofar as he acts, not just to his aborted reactions and interactions, and not to the impressions that others have of him. We have now reached the center of the novella. After the instantaneous action therein staged, only the issue of the advancement can be raised, what can and should be done after the absolute beginning, which cannot be undone, from which there is no going back but only a way forward, after which the immediacy of pure being is compromised once and for all, consigned as it is to the determinateness of its consequences and to the finality of judgment. 54. Truly, however, after Billy Budd's action the narrative is in pursuit only of the end. Through Captain Vere's mediation, the direct confrontation between Claggart and the summoned Billy Budd ensues. Pressed with the Masteratom's false accusations, Billy is baffled, paralyzed, transfixed. Captain Vere addresses him directly to elicit from him an answer: "Speak, man. Speak. Defend yourself," chapter 19, 349. However, neither this forceful appeal nor the more fatherly, softer one that follows is able to get Billy to react, to shake him out the mental and physical state of paralysis that the accusations have brought upon him. It is his very nature channeled through his vocal impediment that now renders him utterly unable to react. Being, pure being, in its absolute immediacy and innocence, cannot react because there is nothing to react to, nothing precedes it and nothing can determine it. It can only act with an action that is an absolute, ungrounded, not determined, instantaneous beginning, a beginning out of nothing, as it were. Billy Budd cannot speak in his own defense. He cannot even think of what is happening to him. He is transfixed, the paralysis giving his face an expression which was as a crucifixion to behold. It is from this unmoved point that movement begins, that being purely and immediately and simply is, the next instant, quick as the flame from a discharged cannon at night, his right arm shot out, and Claggart dropped to the deck, chapter 19, 350. This is being that is insofar as it immediately passes over into nothing. This is innocence's immediate contact with death, life's abrupt transition into death, freedom with no ground. Being, pure being, is violence. The action that absolutely and immediately begins is violence. 55. What is presented here is indeed action that takes place not only without previous determination, ground or intention, not only without an aim, but also without an agent. It is not Billy himself who acts here but his right arm that shoots out and mortally hits Claggart. The hand of innocence turns the vicious serpent attempting to corrupt the innocence of man into a dead snake, chapter 19, 350. Indeed, as Billy states later on during his interrogation in front of the drumhead court, I am sorry he is dead. I did not mean to kill him. Could I have used my tongue I would not have struck him, chapter 21, 357. In a curious substitution of body parts, had action been channeled through the tongue and not through the right arm, the consequence would have been different. And perhaps the nature of the action would have been different as well. 56. To be sure, Melville had anticipated this action already in the opening of the novella, where the best introduction of Billy Budd is through the action that defines him for the captain of the rights of man. As the latter recounts, facing Red Whiskers, who viciously and insultingly gave him a dig under the ribs, quick as lightning Billy let fly his arm. I dare say he never meant to do quite as much as he did, but anyhow he gave the burly fool a terrible drubbing, chapter 1, 295. 57. Even in this occurrence Billy Budd's action is no reaction but original, instantaneous, immediate action that is not premeditated and not even intentional. It is action that simply and immediately is. Such is the logic and the dynamic of pure violence. After the beginning is made, we are left with the problem of the advancement, and with the end of the novella. The consequences of Billy Budd's action must stand judgment, chaps 20 to 21. And the first, immediate consequence of such action is Claggart's death. The second consequence will be Billy's own death. What we have now, however, is a new beginning, the beginning of the concept. After indeterminateness has been consumed by being's immediate action, at issue can only be determinateness and difference. But, who in the rainbow can draw the line where the violet tint ends and the orange tint begins? Distinctly we see the difference of the colors, but where exactly does the one first blindingly enter into the other? Chapter 21, 353. Action shifts at this point to Captain Vere. What is the truth or indeed the concept of being's beginning action? Being is not the deceitful shine that essence wanted it to be. Shine is essence itself, and this is now G.E. Wesson, consummated by the abruptness of being's action. The concept of being's beginning is rather to be the simple that immediately vanishes in its opposite, TW 6, 275. Being is that which being has done. To this extent, however, being is no longer immediate, pure being. Being is as past as essence is. Billy will soon be dead just as Claggart is. Yet, although Billy Budd has lost the immediacy and indeterminateness of his innocence, he is still, to the end, the childlike man that he was, with no fear of death and no feelings for it. 58. Along with essence, being is now taken up in the unity of the concept. Innocence confronts the world of war and its law. Captain Vere's first task is to decide, with rigor and prudence but also with a sense of urgency, what to do in front of what has been done. Herein lies the difficult predicament of the concept, the place in which the alternative between power and violence resides. The concept must only begin its action without carrying judgment through, it must unify or reconcile being and essence before, and without, judging. For judgment is not in the beginning, it is already the advancement. But this Vere proves unable to do. The surgeon, called in to confirm Claggart's death, provides us at this point with the alternative course of action, with the alternative to violence. And it is significant that, unlike being and essence, the concept does have an alternative to violence in beginning its action. The surgeon construes the situation differently than Captain Vere does, negatively reacting to his intention to call a drumhead court. Judgment should be deferred. The thing to do, he thought, was to place Billy Budd in confinement and in a way dictated by usage, and postpone further action in so extraordinary a case to such time as they should rejoin the squadron, and then refer to the admiral. Considering the captain's decision, the surgeon even suspects that he may be unhinged, not quite unaffected in his intellect. Yet action is not up to him. To argue his order to him would be insolence. To resist him would be mutiny. Chapter 20, 352f. Captain Vere appoints a drumhead court. Billy Budd is arraigned and is now a convict who awaits judgment from the improvised court. Opposite to him, in a separate cabin in the quarter-deck, is Claggart's lifeless body, the fact that attests to the consequence of his deed. As the sole witness to the case, Captain Vere begins the trial by recounting the genesis or giving the genetic exposition of the incident. Concisely he narrated all that had led up to the catastrophe, omitting nothing in Claggart's accusation and deposing as to the manner in which the prisoner had received it. Chapter 21, 356. 59. This is the beginning of the concept. Being and essence are its imminent genesis. Billy Budd confirms Captain Vere's testimony as the truth, and when during the interrogation he does not quite understand the questions posed to him or their implications, he turns, trustful, to Vere as to the truth. Indeed, the concept is the foundation and truth of both being and essence. It is their unity, that which gives sense, retrospectively, to their action. 60. Vere's task is to accomplish the mediation between being and essence, thereby setting the balance right between the deed and its consequence. Herein the problem to be decided is truly a mystery of iniquity. Chapter 21, 359, Vere suggests, appealing to a scriptural expression. As such, however, it escapes both Captain Vere's and the drumhead court's competence. While this should be a sign that judgment cannot be pronounced yet, Vere disregards it. Herein lies the violence of his action. 61. Hence, to solve the problem, and dissolve the mystery, he construes it in the different form of a moral dilemma. Chapter 21, 356, where at stake is not the intention but the consequence of the deed, the bare fact of the mortal blow. The tragic dilemma plays itself out in the irreconcilable tension between military duty and moral scruple vitalized by compassion, the military code and natural justice, the king and nature, the masculine observance of duty and the feminine sensitivity of private conscience and the heart. Chapter 21, 361. At this juncture, Captain Vere articulates to the drumhead court the necessity that lies at the heart of their action. We must do, and one of two things must we do: condemn or let go. Chapter 21, 363. The beginning of such action, however, Vere's defining action, is the speech to the court, the speech that indirectly determines the outcome of the process. 62. Decision and judgment become the concept's own action. The court is only its instrument. This is its violence. The beginning of such action, however, is in the alleged neutrality of the witness-judge who upholds the universal of the law in front of its differences that, in turn, are deemed equal in their standing to the universal. And this is indeed the substance of Captain Vere's speech to the members of the drumhead court, the speech that is intended to be neutral but turns out to implicitly influence the final decision. The deceitful negativity of Shine, the illusion advanced by essence but truly proper of war, insinuates itself in the concept's alleged neutrality as a subtle doubt. Is the law martial law, the mutiny act justice? War looks but to the frontage, the appearance. And the mutiny act, war's child, takes after the father. Bud's intent or non-intent is nothing to the purpose, chapter 21, 363. Is the action that discloses the concept as the truth of being and essence really universal action, neutral and equal to its differences? Can the concept really maintain the position of being only the universal in relation to the particulars that it embraces? TW 6, 274 emphasis in original? How does Captain Vere reconcile in himself an exterior stoical and indifferent with the possibility of a primeval fatherly emotion that connects him to Billy? Chapter 22, 367. This is indeed the difficult balance that animates the concept's pure universality, the limit of the concept in the beginning, TW 6, 272. Failure to maintain such balance, slipping rashly into judgment, is violence. Melville masterfully leaves these troubling questions problematically suspended in bringing the novella to its conclusion. 63. After Billy Budd's momentous action, Melville's narrative is in pursuit of the end. Claggart's end comes immediately one with Billy's mortal blow. Billy's end is Captain Vere's own doing. It follows the sentence pronounced by the court but truly, determined by the commander's speech, chaps 25 to 27. Billy's end is the alleged truth of his action. Once this action is taken up in the sphere of the concept, it is his reckoning with the consequences under the necessity of martial law or the law of war. Herein lies the problematic character of this truth, the limit of the concept in its mere inception. The concept has usurped the right of judgment. Vere's drumhead court has rashly, under fear and threat of the emergency of war, taken upon itself what belongs to the development of the concept. Judgment should have been deferred to the admiral upon rejoining the squadron, chaps 20 to 21. This relation is underscored by Billy's touching pronouncement at the very end, "God bless Captain Vere." The extreme manifestation of his pure innocence, this time, however, delivered by fluent speech, or more precisely, in the clear melody of a singing bird on the point of launching from the twig, and even echoed by the unison of the entire ship's crew, chapter 25, 375. The fact that the sentence is accepted and recognized, and blessed, as the truth makes it only more problematic. Separated by narrative and emotional distance from Billy's end is Captain Vere's death. With a remarkable circularity, Melville reports Vere's last words, significantly pronounced under the influence of a drug. Billy Budd, chapter 28, 382. The end goes back to the beginning just as the beginning leads to the end. 2.1. The logic of violence, the violence of pure immediacy being. In the preceding discussion I have offered a reading of Melville's last novella in the light of my analysis of the three figures of the beginning action presented in Hegel's logic. The general point of this reading was to show the import of Hegel's logical figures for an understanding of concrete, individualized human action. I have suggested that Melville's poetic figures Billy Budd, Claggart, and Captain Vere fulfill Hegel's logical figures of the beginning action respectively in being, essence, and the concept. They show how different logical ways to articulate the structure of the action that begins, the logical figures successively assumed by the methodological beginning, concretely translate into different human, social, poetic situations and developments, producing different literary characters and allowing us to grasp different aspects and implications of a broader, often only latent, historical and social background. Just as the logical figures of the beginning bring to light different ways in which thinking structures action at the moment of its inception, so the poetic real figures of Melville's novella instantiate and illustrate different ways in which the beginning can be made in concrete human circumstances. Moreover, although these figures coexist in the unfolding of Melville's narrative, their difference can be assessed in terms of a progress measured by moral, pragmatic, juridical values. The more particular point of my reading of Melville's Billy Budd in light of Hegel's dialectic speculative logic was to argue that the action that begins is the action of violence. 64 Violence is one of the real figures assumed by the action that begins processes of change. Unlike so many interpretations of this work that see a Manichean opposition between good and evil, peace and war at play between Billy and Claggart, and remain ambiguous toward Captain Vere, I have insisted on the deeply dialectical relation that connects them. The dynamic that Melville develops among these characters articulates the concept of violence in its different manifestations, the original violence of innocent action, pre-social and prehistorical. Billy, is opposed to the scheming, deceitful, reflected, and ultimately self-destructive violence of individuals supported by institutions. Claggart, both forms of violence, in turn, come to terms with their logic in the action of the higher universal power, in which the violence of judgment exploited in times of war is exposed, the violence of martial law. Now, while Melville's text allows us to distinguish in the characters of the novella these three particular forms of violence, the inner logic of these figures' action suggests the possibility of returning to Hegel's text, spelling out in its development the logical structure of violence as well as the logic of other concrete forms of beginning action. In the preceding section I have shown through Melville's novella that violence is one of the real implications of the logical figure of the beginning, and that violence assumes different forms in relation to different modalities in which the action of beginning is performed, whereby the corresponding agents also display different characters. 65 Now I shall turn again to Hegel's logic and examine the structure of violence as it emerges in the figures of the beginning in being, essence, and the concept. I will argue, however, that violence is only one of the possible implications of the logical figure of the beginning, and I will show that the text of the logic hints at other real fulfillments as well. My task now is to assess the progress made in the overall transformation process staged by Hegel's logic. I take violence, its concrete figures and its inner logic as my guiding thread and show what kind of transformation connects the three figures at stake in this discussion: Melville's three literary figures, the three logical figures of the beginning, and the respective three manifestations of violence. I have argued extensively that Billy Budd's action in the utter immediacy and indeterminateness of his pure and absolute innocence is the action with which being, pure being, simply and immediately begins precisely as being. I have suggested that such action is violence, the most original and pure form of violence. It is the violence of Billy's right arm's blow that unannounced instantaneously kills Claggart. Logically, immediacy implies violence. Immediacy is the logical cipher of violence. The absolute immediacy and indeterminateness of being's beginning characterize a violence that is utterly blind because it is innocent, a violence that proceeds neither out of an intention, to harm, to defend oneself, etc., nor out of a given cause or antecedent determination, nor is cognizant of the consequences. Indeed, this is absolutely indeterminate violence, indeterminate not only with regard to its cause but also with regard to its target and effects. It is violence not instrumental to any goal. Its indeterminateness invests the direction in which it strikes. It is violence done as much as violence suffered, the to and fro in which being and nothing merge or vanish into each other. It is original insofar as it does not depend on a context but first institutes the context in which all following action takes place. The violence of the beginning becomes the tragedy of innocence in the world, the tragedy of immediacy in mediation. Innocence, though blind, cannot avoid being responsible. Thus, the violence that immediately constitutes Billy's character, the innocence of pure being, is the action that brings innocence to martial trial. And yet, this is not gratuitous, random, or merely irrational violence. Its necessity, and rationality, yet neither its justification nor legitimization. 66 is in being, in the beginning of being, in the necessity for being to begin. Such violence is being in the purity of its very beginning. Innocent violence is the defining action of Billy Budd's character, is that which defines him as an agent and as the protagonist of Melville's novella. Billy is nobody before that action, nobody independently of it. His action is spontaneous and not reactive, devoid of intentionality and thereby closer to nature's violence. This is the violence that Kant recognizes as capable of arousing in us the feeling of the sublime, in natural occurrences that do indeed violence to the imagination, thereby revealing the presence of the moral law in ourselves, and that Melville sees connected to the beauty of the handsome sailor that accompanies and defines his moral phenomenon. 67 In her essay on violence, Hannah Arendt reads Melville's novella as a classic example of the violence that acting without argument or speech and without counting the consequences is the only way to set the scales of justice right again. The notion of violence to which Arendt herein appeals, however, although declared anti-political, 68 implies a much more complex and advanced logic than the one that guides Billy Budd's action. For one thing, his violence is still entirely outside of the instrumental logic of mean-sense relations, which rather characterizes essence and its reflection or, on a more advanced level, the concept and its teleology, and does not refer to the mediating category of implements. 69 For another, as previously suggested, the problem of justice is not Billy's problem but Captain Vere's is an issue that violence raises at the level of the concept's action, not of being's action. Arendt correctly refers to the French Revolution and the Reign of Terror as the historical moment in which violence becomes the chief means to fight bourgeois hypocrisy, even before fighting injustice. Violence is the means to tear the mask of hypocrisy from the face of the enemy, to unmask him and the devious machinations and manipulations that permit him to rule without using violent means, that is, to provoke action even at the risk of annihilation so that the truth may come out. 70 This, however, is not an imminent account of the violence of Billy Budd's immediate action against Claggart, that is, of being's absolute and immediate beginning. It may be taken, however, as an accurate rendition of the confrontation between Billy Budd and Claggart from Captain Vere's considered standpoint immediately after such confrontation has ensued, hence before institutional pressure obfuscates Vere's moral conscience. 71 Arendt's characterization is a good reconstruction of the action of being in relation to essence's shine or hypocrisy from the perspective of the concept's achieved unity of being and essence, a perspective that is highly mediated as well as genetic. For it is only at this level that the violence of innocence can be viewed as the means to unmask the hypocrisy that has denounced it at the price of its own annihilation. In other words, what Arendt offers is a reflection on revolutionary violence apart post, in a perspective that is historically much more advanced but that, precisely for this reason, does not acknowledge the utter immediacy and lack of intentionality of the action that begins, hence the distinct nature of the violence that brings about revolutionary change. There is, however, one important aspect in which the terror of the later phase of the French Revolution does indeed follow the logic of being's immediate and violent beginning. It is, as it were, its very historical present. We need compare Hegel's own rendition of the events of the 1790s in the Phenomenology of Spirit with the beginning of the logic of being. 72 The action whereby being begins, indistinguishable from nothing in its immediacy, leads to the first truth of the logic, namely, to the movement of becoming. This is the action in which being and nothing are not separate and inseparable, and each immediately disappears in its opposite, TW 5, 83. 73 Becoming is the movement of immediate disappearing, on Middlebury's Verschwinden, of being and nothing into each other, and this is the truth of the beginning action of the logic. Indeed, the movement of Verschwinden, of disappearing and vanishing, characterizes the dynamic of this entire logical sphere. But what is Verschwinden? The movement of disappearing is immediate and utterly indeterminate destruction, that is destruction non-mediated, blind destruction that indiscriminately invests everything that is being vanishing into nothing. But it is also, at the exact same time, nothing disappearing into being destruction, this time, of nothing, which is swallowed up into the indeterminateness and immediacy of being. Logically, however, such destruction vanishing is neither the intentional activity of a subject nor something that extrinsically happens to things or substrates. It is the very activity that belongs to being and nothing as such. Vanishing, immediate destruction, and impermanence is that which being/nothing immediately is. Within the dynamic of such movement, being is nothing and nothing is being. To this extent, there is an innocence and a fundamental fragility built into this movement. Verschwinden does not discriminate. And this, I suggested, is the logical figure that describes Billy Budd's innocent violence. But this is also, on Hegel's own account, the logical structure that describes the extreme implication of what he calls absolute freedom, namely, the peculiar destruction brought forth by the terror of the French Revolution. In the Phenomenology chapter Absolute Freedom and Terror, in his philosophical account of the transition from the National Assembly of 1789 to the Jacobin dictatorship of 1793, Hegel brings to light the extreme contradiction of Rousseau's general will, namely, the contradiction of a will that cannot bear any determination but must remain entirely indeterminate, hence, ultimately ineffectual. Its reality and substance, the reality of its action, is just being, simple, indeterminate being that truly is nothing. As such it accomplishes no positive work, neither the work of language nor laws nor determinate institutions. TW 3, 434. Ultimately, the ineffectual indeterminateness of being is the price that absolute freedom has to pay for its absoluteness. Under this condition, however, all that absolute freedom can accomplish is the negative action and the indiscriminate destruction of Verschwinden, an action in which all individual volition and particular aims are erased. Being immediately disappears into nothing. Such freedom is indeed the only action possible to immediate, indeterminate being. It is die Fury de Verschwindens, TW 3, 435, 436. My emphasis. 74. Absolute freedom is both vanishing freedom and the freedom of absolute destruction. This is Hegel's rendering of the nature of revolutionary violence in the very moment in which such violence happens. The sole work and deed of universal freedom is death, TW 3, 436. Thereby Hegel captures not only the negativity of revolutionary violence but also its suddenness and impermanence. Nothing prepares it, nothing is saved from it, and nothing remains. While Billy Budd's action displays the violence of absolute innocence, the revolutionary terror is the theater of the violence of absolute freedom. In both cases, violence displays a dynamic that is logically accounted for by the figure of being's immediate and indeterminate action, namely, by structures that do not appeal to intentions, means-ends relations, or higher purposes, political, religious, etc. The general point of this analysis is to insist on the need to logically qualify the type of violence at play in historical events and in human agency. 75. Hegel's logic provides an excellent tool to accomplish this. The lesson that we draw from the construction of these two episodes, literary and historical, in light of Hegel's logic of being is, briefly, the following one. In Billy Budd's case, my conclusion was that violence is not excluded from his innocent action, hence is not relegated only to Clagert's and perhaps to Vere's action, but ultimately defines the very nature of Billy's absolute innocence. Violence is not alien to peace and is not the sole province of war. I stressed, however, that the violence implicit in Billy's action is logically distinct and radically different from the violence that characterizes the other figures of Melville's story. Accordingly, it should also be judged and evaluated differently. The crucial point is to acknowledge that violence is here the beginning of deep processes of change. The case of the French Revolution during the Terror confirms that violence is all but alien to the ideal of Rousseauian direct democracy. Now, construing the violence of absolute freedom specifically in terms of the Verschwinden of pure being/nothing implies that its action is viewed as the action of a radically new historical beginning, which creates a radical historical discontinuity, and suggests that the way out of it rests on the task of determining the space of that freedom. If it wants to achieve results more permanent than mere Verschwinden, freedom cannot remain indeterminate and cannot raise its claims through immediate action. This is indeed the sense of Hegel's historical philosophical narrative in 1807. The fundamental logical difference that separates the respective forms of violence enacted by the characters of Melville's novella is now important if we look yet again at Arendt's reading of Melville's text. Arendt considers the novella as an allegory of the failure of the politics of the French Revolution, whereby natural goodness, Billy Budd, is equally capable of violence, or is capable of the same violence, as is pure evil, Claggart. Whereas Arendt's reading holds the opposite than the Manichean separation between good and evil, it is utterly undialectical in its identification of the two positions. My claim, by contrast, is that Billy's violence is logically different from Claggart's. It is another violence that yields different results and should be evaluated differently. The former is the violence of pure being's initial action, the latter is the violence that pushing away being posits essence as shine. The violence of the revolutionary terror is close to the violence of Billy's action. Between Billy and Claggart, instead, a logical transformation has taken place, which regards the way in which the beginning is made. To recognize this difference is to devise different categories for the reconstruction of historical events, but also for understanding the difference between agents in their respective actions. Thus, I now turn to the beginning of essence. 2.2. The logic of violence, violence reflected. In the sphere of essence, the action that begins is mediated through being. Although being is a constant presence in the background of essence's action, this, as the beginning action, also displays its own immediacy. For it is the beginning of a new development. It is the action of beginning again. The violence of essence is lodged in the ambivalent, indeed properly dialectical relation that essence entertains with being. Whatever Claggart's biographical story entails before his becoming the master-at-arms on the Bellipotent, what he does in Melville's narrative, hence who he is defined by his relationship with Billy Budd, that is, by the way in which he construes such relationship and himself in and through this relationship. Herein lies his beginning on the narrative scene, as well as his end. His action, however, is informed by the mediated, institutional function assigned to him aboard the warship. The violence of essence is the violence of institutions, and of individuals within institutions, against that which lies before and outside of them. It is the violence implicit in Claggart's dialectical stance toward Billy's innocence and beauty. Envy and antipathy, passions irreconcilable in reason, chapter 12, 327, create the dialectical tension from which Claggart's action begins. It is the same tension that emerges in essence's logical memory of being. Just as in envy and antipathy, in which the relation to the other is as appropriative as it is negatively distancing, there is a fundamental violence embedded in the activity of memory. Such violence is formalized in Hegel's logic at the beginning of essence. In calling back what being has been, G. E. Wesson logical memory fundamentally changes and manipulates it. Being is now transformed into essence. To this extent, memory maintains as much as suppresses the relation to being on the basis of which essence's own action properly begins. Wesson is being as G. E. Wesson. Such is the violence of memory. In essence, being is no longer what it is but what it was. And this is another beginning, the beginning again of essence. Revenge can be seen as yet another concrete instance of the initial violence of essence. It implies memory, it is truly slave of and obsessed by memory, it is retrospective and reflective insofar as it inflicts suffering to the other as much as to oneself. As we have seen, essence first reduces being to the inessential, then to pure shine. This is essence's immediate negation of being. The violence of this action, however, does not lie in negativity as such but in the reflected, indirect, circumventing way in which the negation of being is carried out and made instrumental to what essence itself is. For it is the violent action toward being that first institutes what essence properly is. Shine is reflected immediacy, reflected violence. As such, however, the action of essence, its reduction of being to falsity and illusion, strikes back and becomes the defining character of essence itself. This is clear to Captain Vere at the end of his interview with Claggart. The master-at-arms' denunciation of Billy is ultimately self-accusing. By charging Billy of plotting mutiny, he achieves the opposite of what he plans. Innocence remains what it is, untouched, and ends as such, but Claggart has become to Vere a false witness. Presenting being as shine, thereby distancing itself from immediacy, essence shows that shine is its own nature because it is its own doing. Shine is a posited, a construction. Unlike the violence of pure being's action, which is innocent violence, unqualified and pre-human, the reflected violence of envy, memory, and revenge is human violence. Reflected violence is, more generally, the beginning of human action, or how human action begins. It is the violence present in every act of beginning again or in every beginning mediation, which in order to find its own way to be and to act must reject the givenness of being while still remaining inescapably bound to it. Although the beginning of human self-production still depends on natural being, it must fundamentally transform it, indeed do violence to it, in order to begin being what it, essentially, is, namely, human action. This, however, is neither intentional nor instrumental violence yet. Reflected violence is in itself double. It must deflect the trajectory of the initial action to eventually find its own course. 76. In presenting the structure of Schein as essence's ambivalent way of relating to being, Hegel maintains that Schein is the phenomenon of skepticism, TW 6, 20. 77. It is the skeptical action of beginning. Herein we have an action that shares the same logical structure with the devious indictment of pure being that is Clagert's action, yet seems to proceed from the opposite attitude, namely, from utter immediacy or indifference, TW 6, 21, toward it. The immediacy of the skeptical position, hence the reflected violence implicit therein, consists in its not allowing any being, anything or content of cognition, any practical rule or value, to be valid independently of the subject or, simply, to be. Such self-centered position, however, is neutralized by the seeming indifference maintained toward all content. In relation to the subject, nothing displays objective value, everything is invested with the illusory character of Schein and is, in this regard, utterly indifferent. Although the skeptic never allows herself to say, it is, the line between non-committal, indifferent attitude and deceitful manipulation is a thin one. While she claims neutrality, indifferent to all contents, isosthenia with its practical pendant, adiaphoria, she does assume particular contents. Such content is even the entire manifold richness of the world. Yet, what allegedly saves such content from being, and from implying a commitment to objectivity, truth, or determinate values, is only the fact that it is taken up in its mere givenness and immediacy, TW 6, 20. Ultimately the skeptic's strategy is circular and fundamentally hypocritical. The claim is that nothing has objective validity, but then this very claim makes it impossible to discriminate, among the manifold giveness, a possibly valid content. The negative immediacy with which the skeptic relates to being to the manifold worldly content that it takes as merely given and indifferent, TW 6, 20f, has a negative import both with regard to the content, which is reduced to illusion with no objectivity and value, and with regard to itself. The skeptic's position is self-defeating, since she cannot uphold what she claims, or since her claim can have no validity because nothing has one. The skeptical strategy of investing everything with the negativity of Schein reveals that Schein is the illusory action of the skeptic herself. 78. Isosthenia and adiaphoria are unsustainable, illusory positions, that is, they are only the beginning of action. Although the skeptical position appears, subjectively, to be an invincible one, it truly amounts to the paralysis of truth if one holds onto it and does not follow the movement imposed by the logic of Schein, the transition to reflection, TW 19, 358-359. While in the sphere of being becoming is characterized by the movement of Verschwinden, in the sphere of essence the movement that the beginning initiates is Die Bewegung von nix zu nix und die durch sich selbst zurück, TW 6, 24. This is the action of reflection. Beginning again is the beginning of mediation. The movement does not take place as an indistinct to and fro between being and nothing/not being, but as a movement from nothing to nothing. Significantly, the relation from nothing to nothing is indeed a movement. It is not a remaining where one is, namely, to nothing. The identity of essence is determined by the capacity to withstand the movement through nothing, by the capacity to eventually come back to itself or to first institute itself or its own being through the negation of the nothingness of Schein, TW 6, 25. To this extent, skepticism as well as all the figures that fulfill the logical structure of the beginning of essence, is, for Hegel, a fundamental moment of philosophical thinking as such. The phenomenology of spirit is Hegel's own attempt to incorporate the strategy of skepticism right at the beginning or in the very genesis of the dialectic speculative thinking of the logic. In the philosophy of right, in the third and last section of the first division, abstract right, dealing with unrecht, Hegel offers yet another concrete case that fulfills the logical structure of Schein as the initial action of essence. In the development of this logic at the level of objective spirit, the juridical wrong assumes three forms: non-malicious wrong or civil offense, fraud, and crime, R82. Right is posited, first, in the contract. This manifestation of right, in which the principle of right and its essential form of existence, i.e., the particular will immediately, i.e., contingently correspond, turns into the Schein of Unrecht, the injustice of wrong, R82. My emphasis. Herein we have the opposition, Entgegensetzung, between what is right in itself and the particular will that upholds a particular right. While right is first posited with the contract, or is in itself, it becomes really valid and effectual, wirkliches und geltens, only once it meets its Schein, clashes with its opposite, and is mediated in the process of such opposition. It is with Unrecht that Recht properly begins to be valid and effectual right. The truth of this Schein is that this Schein is nothing, and that right reasserts itself by negating this negation of itself, through which process of mediation, returning to itself from its negation, right is determined as effectual and valid while it initially was only in itself and something immediate, R82. This is Essence's movement von nix zio nix und durch zio sich selbst zurück. Right begins as immediate, and it is precisely such immediacy that plunges the principle of right into the Schein of the juridical wrong. But it is only from this immediate beginning that right proves itself as something that has objective and effectual validity. Once again, the skeptical stance or the reflected violence of essence is needed in order to accomplish exactly the opposite than what it sets out to achieve. The beginning of right, not of its immediate being or in itself concept, but the beginning of the action through which right asserts itself in its real validity, das sich gelten machen directs and sich, R82, handwritten remark, R82z, 79 is its Schein, the juridical wrong action. Just as Essence's first action is the relation to the sphere of being that declares being inessential, so the principle of right receives its essential determination in relation to the inessential, which is the particular will. 80. This relation is deepened further with that Schein that is the wrong. Schein is the action that reveals the discrepancy between being and essence, the existence of right and the principle of right. To this extent, wrong is the Unwahr. Unsurprisingly, the movement that characterizes the Schein of wrong is Verschwinden. In asserting itself, the wrong action shows itself as wrong, whereby the wrong disappears and the principle of right asserts itself as the power over the negativity of wrong, as Macht des Scheins. Right affirms itself in the act of dismantling the wrong, of cancelling or making wrong disappear. 81. If, as I have claimed, reflected violence is embedded in the structure of Schein, the movement that through the juridical wrong affirms the efficacy and the Macht of right shows that ultimately violence is connected to power. Gewalt is connected to Macht not only in the sense that it proceeds from it, but also in the sense that its logical necessity is the necessity of being overcome by it. This may indeed provide further elements for a reflection on the case offered by Melville's narrative, except that at stake here is the affirmation of martial law and its recognized exceptionalism within a much more advanced social context than the one presented in Hegel's abstract right. Captain Vere, one may argue, could have considered Billy Budd's mortal blow as the way in which right is affirmed and made valid and effectual against Claggart's wrongful accusation against the Schein created by him. This seems to be Arendt's line of argument. Yet the emergency of war and the strictures of martial law block this development, and what is ultimately affirmed is the reality of the wrong. 2.3. The logic of violence, the violence of power and the power of love. I have insisted that in both logical figures of the beginning in being and essence, the violence of the beginning action, the violence of innocence and that of reflection, is neither intentional nor causally determined or determining, nor does it involve the means-ends relation but is simply implied by the immediacy that characterizes such action. In fact, the causal structure intervenes in the further development of the logic of essence, while the means-ends relation appears later on in the logic of the concept. Violence emerges as qualifying the action of causality at the end of the development of the sphere of essence, within the absolute relation, the second moment of which is the causal relation. This establishes an important moment in the genesis of the concept. The process that Hegel herein outlines is the move from the asymmetry of the causal relation to the reciprocity of reciprocal action, in the conclusion of which the transition to the Begriff takes place. At stake is the role that violence plays in the development of an action that is utterly necessitated. The intervention of violence in the internal dialectic of the causal relation and in its connection with power exposes the flaws of causal necessitation and the need for it to be overcome in the structure of free action. Herein lies, I suggest, Hegel's logical critique of violence. This is the realm of the concept, the point in which the concept begins its properly free action. Thus, responding to the concept's request that its very genesis be brought to light, I shall briefly dwell on this concluding passage of the logic of essence. The causal relation arises out of the relation of substance, in which substance has proved itself mocked. Substance is now power in itself reflected and in itself doubled as cause and effect. It is here that the original, das Ursprüngliche, and the infinite regress that the idea of origin, or first cause, implies, comes to light. 82. The cause is the original against the effect. In this relation, the substance as power, mocked, is das Schienen. The power of substance consists in the action of Schienen, whereby both the originality of the cause and its accidentality, Accidentalität, with regard to the effect become manifest. The power of substance is its original causality, yet the action of Schienen in the effect betrays its having an accidental character. In relation to the cause, the effect is merely accidental, and yet, precisely in its determination as posited Schein, it is also essential to the cause. It becomes essential in its Verschwinden as Schein, TW 6, 223. Eventually, the causal relation develops into the reciprocity of the structure of action and reaction. 83. Herein the power of substance splits into a passive and an active substance, the former immediate and self-identical, pure being, or the essence that is only in this determination of the abstract identity with itself, the latter active in its efficacy and in its negative relation to itself, TW 6, 233f. The development of this relation will show that both, however, are causes. The active substance as cause appears as the side of power. It negates itself but immediately reinstates or reaffirms itself in the passive substance as in its other. The latter appears instead as powerless, a mere posited by the active substance, TW 6, 234, 247. Thereby substance as cause reaches the full mediation with itself. Substance is causality, is the very action of the cause and nothing but this action. Causality no longer needs to presuppose a substrate in which causality inheres and is no longer mere form determination against the identity with substance. In this last development the causal relation shows that its dialectic is yet another, more advanced form of the dialectic of identity and difference. While the action of the acting cause depends on the passive substance as its presupposition and its other, in passing over into the passive substance all difference between them is erased and the two substances become truly one, a doubled one or ein gedoppeltes, as it were, TW 6, 234, in the mediation brought forth by the causal action. Now, however, the always resurgent effort to preserve a difference, a duality, in the causal structure opens up the space for violence. The vanishing distinction between power and powerlessness is resisted by an exteriority that becomes manifest as violence. Where power becomes powerless, violence emerges as power's last claim. Violence is proper of the causal relation between two terms that start on a level of parity. Active and passive substance are both substances and are distinct only for their role within the relation itself, are identified despite their difference precisely in the mediation of the causal action, and yet resists such identification insofar as one still preserves an exteriority over and above the other, an exteriority allegedly not reduced to the causal relation itself. Violence is the power that grows from the excess of one term against the other, thereby manifesting the resistance to and ultimately the radicalization of the result of the dialectic of causality. Violence, Schwalt, is the appearance of power, Macht, or power as external, TW 6, 235. Violence is the power that appears as external as it seemingly exceeds the immanent power immediately expressed in the causal relation between two substances that are ultimately one. Violence is the effort to maintain the imbalance of the power structure against the result of the dialectic of causality, which shows its necessary Aufhebung. Ultimately, however, violence only delays such Aufhebung and thereby makes it even more radical. Violence is itself power, it takes place only because the agent, or the active cause, somehow puts itself in the position of allowing and facing the exteriority of a distinct effect. The active cause is presupposing the passive substance. The action of violence is the action of power. Violence is proper to the causal relation to the extent that such relation is an act of power. Violence emphasizes and radicalizes the power exercised in the causal relation. What acts is a violent cause, as it were, TW 6, 235. The relation of violence and power transforms the codependency of passive and active substance in the following way: to that which suffers violence is not only possible to do violence, but it must be done violence. That which can do violence to the other can do it because it is the power over this other, the power that in the act of violence manifests itself and the other. This is the inexorable causal logic of power relations. Take, for example, gender or race relations. 84. The gender or race that is considered passive or inferior not only may be subject to violence but must suffer violence to confirm or prove that it is indeed passive or inferior. The presupposition must be posited. This is the task of the violent cause. The active substance, on its part, can do violence because it defines itself and its very activity as the power over the other gender or race. Ultimately, both sides of the relation are trapped in the necessity that governs the causal action by which they are themselves defined. What violence does to the passive substance is what is right for it. Because, if the causal relation, whereby active and passive substances are eventually identified, must keep, instead, the passive substance separate from the active in its declared passivity, so that the active can manifest its action on it, then the cause must be able to show its power as violence over its other. If the passive substance is indeed framed, then it deserves only violence. The problem is that the other is alien only because it is presupposed and then posited as alien. But because of the very causal nature of its action, violence also mediates the immediacy of the passive substance, dispels the shine of passivity that surrounds it, and overcomes its alien substantiality, integrating it into a reciprocal relation of power. The determination that the substance displays, namely, that of being the passive substance, is now a self-produced determination, is not an effect of the active substance's power manifested as external violence over it, but is a determination traced back to its own originality, to that which put the substance in the position of passivity in the first place, TW 6, 235f. The passive substance is itself cause, and first of all, it is cause of its own determination. The process that Hegel thereby outlines is the move from the asymmetry of causal relations to the reciprocity of reciprocal action, in which the notion of self-determination starts to emerge. At the end of this movement, substance yields to the concept. And with the concept the realm of freedom is disclosed, TW 6, 251. What happens now to the power of substance and to the violence with which power appears in its exteriority in the beginning action of the concept, given that substance constitutes the genesis of the concept? 85. And what constitutes the freedom of the concept's beginning action? The logical figure of the beginning in the concept has shown that the concept's initial action is the action of self-grounding, that is, of laying a foundation for the movement that has led to it as its genesis. Herein is the beginning of the concept's freedom and truth. But the action of going back that lays the foundation is also the action that establishes the context in which all successive development takes place. The position of originality belongs neither to the beginning of being nor to the beginning of essence, and not even to the alleged originality of the cause in relation to the effect. It is rather the mark of the concept. As such, however, the concept's foundation is not original in the common sense of the term, or is not originalist, but progressive and contextual. Captain Vere's first action is to determine the context in which to reframe the central incident of the story. He appoints the drumhead court. Rather than waiting for a regular trial, he brings the framework of martial law to the forefront. The beginning of the concept der Begriff im Anfang, TW 6, 272. My emphasis, constitutes the concept as the identity that immanently differentiates itself. The universal differentiates itself in particularity and individuality. As the formal universal, the concept draws differences, is the action of Unterscheiden, that are equal because they are all internal determinations or particularizations of the same abstract universal. Each and every moment of the concept is itself the entire concept as well as a determination of the concept. There is no distinction and imbalance of cause and effect, passive and active substance. There is no exteriority sustaining violent action in this relation. The power relations leading to violence, which are proper to substance and its causality, have been, at this stage, left behind, aufgehoben. To be the concept in the beginning, however, is a precarious and difficult position. The universal must remain universal, fair and neutral toward the particulars. It must be the universal and act as the universal only. TW 6, 274. It cannot judge, yet. Judgment is the advancement from this beginning. It is that which follows this beginning, because of its intrinsic deficiency, and by exposing such deficiency. The figure of Captain Vere in the speech to the drumhead court embodies the precariousness of this predicament, which is the precarious character of all free action in its very inception. The risk of a rush judgment 86 exposes the temptation of overstepping the beginning. It leads back into the strictures of causal relations, into the separation of passive and active substance/agent, and thereby to the violence that sustains it. Instead of beginning by a free action, maintaining his universality, withholding judgment, and treating all parties as equal, Captain Vere embodies the incapacity of making such a beginning, falling back into the logic of essence and its violence. While Hegel presents the beginning of essence as the position of the skeptic who suspends judgment, showing the self-defeating character of such a beginning, at the level of the concept such a suspension of judgment is required as that which constitutes the nature of the concept. Properly, however, what makes the concept's free action in the beginning is not so much a suspension of judgment. Logically, judgment presupposes the concept whose original diremption or first realization it is. TW 6, 302. Logically, the concept is in the beginning. And there is no, free and true, action without such a beginning. We have seen that the concept of the beginning of being is that being is a simple that immediately vanishes into nothing, and that essence begins with an attempt to restrain such vanishing through memory. But then no permanence is reached through a memory that only creates shine. Now the task of giving permanence to the beginning pertains to the concept, which is bound to learn from this development since it constitutes its immanent genesis. The universal that the concept is in the beginning is the simple that is at the same time the richest in itself. How does this richness inform the concept initial action? In particular, what kind of power does it lend to it, and does such power need violence to assert the concept's universality over and above particularity and individuality? In its inception, the universal is the abstract, das Abstract, which implies that in it the determinations of the concrete must be left aside. Such leaving aside is the action of a double negation. It is a negation of the negation that all determination as such is. Although this action initially appears to be external to the universal and to arbitrarily discriminate among the determinations assumed as conceptual content and those left aside, even in its abstractness the speculative universal is internal self-differentiation, the negation of negation is the action of mediation, TW 6, 275, whereby the universal maintains itself, TW 6, 276, in its determinations. There is no external leaving aside in the action of the dialectic speculative concept as there is for the undialectic concept of general logic. Herein is indeed the place where the concept may fall prey to yet another temptation of violence, thereby falling back into the sphere of essence or falling out of dialectic speculative logic altogether. While the universality of the concept of general logic excludes richness of content, indeed leaves it aside, abstract and concrete are incompatible conceptual features, the universality of the speculative concept includes it and yet still makes abstraction from it. The universal is abstract as universal and yet is concrete because full of determinations. The universal remains universal even though it posits itself in a particular determination. Such determination does not destroy the universal, does not negate it, does not particularize it in a way that is incompatible with universality. This is indeed the neutrality of the concept's position. It is not a blind neutrality consisting of leaving difference aside or ignoring it. It is the considered neutrality that derives from attending to the differences, from making them internal to one's own position but maintaining one's universal stance throughout this process. In sum, the concept's stance is closer to the sympathetic position of Adam Smith's impartial spectator than to John Rawls's veil of ignorance or original position. The power or Macht of the concept in its beginning consists in the capacity of self-preservation, Selbsterhaltung, the capacity of maintaining universality in the engagement with the manifold differences of the world, TW 6, 276. Universality is not a making abstraction from all contents, it is rather the attitude of not being swayed by determinations and biases but remaining impartial in attending to them. Such attitude is the beginning or the condition of free judgment, a condition that can by no means be sidestepped. It is clear now in what sense Captain Vere fails to fulfill the promise of the concept's beginning. Not only does he pass judgment, predetermining the court's outcome, hence undermining the fairness of the trial, he is also unable to maintain the position of universality in an active, open, and public engagement with the case at hand. And Melville stresses this point, the error of Vere's secrecy, with particular emphasis in framing the case. 87. The nonviolent power of the concept manifests itself in the different relation that it entertains with its other if compared to essence. The fundamental relationality, Verhalten, proper to essence appears in its beginning in the action of investing the other with the negativity of Schein, and it appears in its end in the violence exerted on it in the causal relation. This now yields to the action whereby the universal makes itself into the very essence or positive nature of its determinations. The task is not to suppress them, reducing them to the illusion of Schein and subjugating them with violence, but to maintain them, revealing their truth, that is, their conceptual, universal validity. To this extent, the concept shows the inheritance of substance. The concept may indeed be considered the substance of its determinations, although the contingency and arbitrariness, as well as the necessity that affected substance and causality relations leading to violence, are now entirely overcome. The concept's proper action is that of mediation, the action of immanent reflection, TW 6, 276f. In its other the concept finds itself. And this is the first act of freedom. Hegel suggests that the action that fulfills this logic of the beginning concept is the action of formation and creation. Determination is no longer a limit, terminus, for the concept, a stubborn other to be reduced to Schein or to do violence to, but is a necessary, internal moment of one's own identity, TW 6, 277. Formation and creation are the actions that first institute the agent as subject. The beginning of the concept is the true beginning of subjectivity. The universal, Hegel declares on this basis, is the free power, freie Macht, it is itself and embraces its other, greift über sein anderes über. Yet, it does not do this as something violent, but rather as something that is calm and at peace with itself. Just as it was called free power, it can also be called free love and boundless beatitude, TW 6, 277 My emphasis. 88 Once the concept has gained its concrete universality, the power of the substance, still infected and internally undermined by violence, finally yields to the free power of the universal concept. And this is the power and freedom of love and beatitude. I shall not dwell here on the exact meaning that Hegel assigns to these notions. I have argued elsewhere that he is thereby referring to and transforming the very end of Spinoza's Ethic of E to the notion of amor dei intellectualis and the beatitudo connected to it. The action of free love is the action with which the dialectic speculative concept makes the beginning. This is the beginning of subjectivity in which the power of Spinoza's substance, still affected with violence in its necessity and causality, is finally overcome in the power of free love. In fact, the possibility that Captain Vere may have loved Billy Budd as a son is a missed possibility that Melville adumbrates more than once in the course of his narrative. 89 Such missed possibility results from the failure to make the conceptual beginning that the story assigns to Vere. Moreover, Vere is all but someone at peace with himself. The conclusion of the entire narrative, his last words pronounced under the pacifying effects of drugs, expresses, yet again, the consequence of Vere's failed action, of his not living up to the conceptual beginning he should have fulfilled. 3. Transforming the beginning. To conclude this chapter, I want to summarize its results in a brief consideration aimed at assessing the progress made and the transformation that occurs in the logical process as its dynamism is captured by attending to the three figures of the beginning action in being, essence, and the concept. I suggested in the previous chapters that my strategy for proving that Hegel's dialectic speculative logic is a logic of transformative processes, or the logic of the process of immanent transformation of thinking and reality, is to offer a synchronic reading of the logic in which the succession of logical forms is disassembled and reconstructed according to the three different figures of the beginning action, respectively in being, essence, and the concept. In so doing, I follow the indication of the absolute method. We have seen in this chapter what the three different figures of the beginning action are and what the different logic that they display implies with regard to concrete human action. Now we have to briefly consider the transformation that has taken place with regard to the logic of the beginning. First, the progress and transformation can be measured with regard to the level and degree of permanence and complexity of the movement introduced by the beginning action. The beginning made in being is instantaneous and utterly impermanent. Verschwinden describes the fleeting action that is caught in a to and fro with no direction between being and nothing. The absolute immediacy of such action, even the pure innocence expressed therein, is ultimately unsustainable as it ends in the very moment in which it begins. The evanescent character of being's beginning gains some permanence in essence's beginning. Herein Verschwinden is halted in the act with which memory calls essence into being. And yet, even this memory proves impermanent, or better illusory, as it produces being as a mere shine that penetrates into essence itself, turning it into an illusory movement from nothing to nothing. And yet, in this case, advancement is indeed made as the movement through nothing leads essence back, reflectively, to itself. Reflection, albeit in its initial immediacy, is the step forward that the second beginning makes over the first. To begin again presents us with an action that has greater complexity than the action of beginning absolutely, although the latter may indeed appear, subjectively, more difficult, since to begin again without falling back in the sphere of being presents an amount of risk that the first beginning in its immediacy did not know. It is, however, only the beginning of the concept that establishes the highest level of permanence for the beginning action. Now the genesis of the concept is fully integrated in what the concept is. It is only at this level that action gains a contextual dimension. The beginning action is the recontextualization of all that has led to it as well as of all successive development. Between the first and the last figure of the beginning, Hegel's logic achieves the full transformation of the metaphysical problem of origin into the historical foundation or beginning of action. While in being there is still the risk of theologizing in looking for origins, essence's memory yields to the stronger, more permanent mediation of history in the concept. Second, we can observe that the immediate and unqualified simplicity of being's beginning innocence that kills leads to the more convoluted attitude of the skeptic, who does not commit herself to anything in particular and yet ends up being nonetheless a citizen of the world, assuming, even though as merely given, the entire content of the world. This negative, indeed hypocritical attitude, for all its negativity, is still considered by Hegel a necessary moment internal to philosophy itself. Moreover, I have also argued that the skeptical suspension of judgment is taken up in the concept's beginning, in its separation from judgment. Captain Vere's failure to act at the level of the concept's beginning betrays, perhaps, his incapacity of making the skeptic's lesson his own. Third, the transformation at play in the movement that connects the three beginnings can be ascertained with regard to the issue of difference. There is no difference in the beginning of being. Difference is a limit for essence, maintained in a relation that grounds the use of violence from the beginning to the end. In the concept, differences are taken up as such and maintained in the embrace of the universal. They are based on the act of love, not violence. Fourth, I suggested that while the beginning in being, in its absolute indeterminateness, is unqualified and not qualifiable, is unintentional, possibly merely natural, Billy is not properly human. He is a cross between a god, a work of art, and an animal. The beginning of essence should be seen as the structure of the beginning of human action, the action caught in the bind of depending on, natural, being and yet attempting to distance or liberate itself from it, finding its own new beginning. The beginning of being is free only in a negative, very poor sense, namely, in the sense of not depending on any presupposition or law or criterion that precedes it. This is also its limit, and is indeed Hegel's critique to Kant's idea of spontaneity. The spontaneous action of being is free in a very minimal sense. True freedom, however, is gained only by capitalizing on one's logical past. And for this the memory of essence is not sufficient. The true step forward belongs to the concept's beginning action. This is indeed the beginning of freedom. Chapter 5. Advancing. Transformations. Janie stood where he left her for unmeasured time and thought. She stood there until something fell off the shelf inside her. Then she went inside there to see what it was. It was her image of Jody tumbled down and shattered. But looking at it she saw that it never was the flesh and blood figure of her dreams. Just something she had grabbed up to drape her dreams over. In a way she turned her back upon the image where it lay and looked further. She found that she had a host of thoughts she had never expressed to him, and numerous emotions she had never let Jody know about. She had an inside and an outside now, and suddenly she knew how not to mix them. Zora Neale Hurston, Their Eyes Were Watching God, Chapter 6. Am I a fanatic? The opposite. And where would I like to be? Sitting under Plato's olive tree or propped against its thick old trunk. Away from controversy or anyone choleric. If you would see stones set right, unthreatened by mortar, masons say mud, squared and smooth, let them rise as they should, Ben Jonson said, or he implied. In Discoveries he then said, stand for truth. It's enough. Marianne Moore, Enough, 1969. Pensa, letter, s equal che essenizia non proceed, come to avresti de piu savra angasiasa carizia, e per te vidre I cum de questi mera indicio deoder lorcandiziani, s I cum aliaci me for manifesti. 1 Dante and Beatrice are in paradise, arriving on Mercury from the sphere of the moon. As Beatrice becomes radiant with joy, Dante reveals his natura trasmutabile, the human predicament, which is significantly expressed by his mutable and changeable nature. 2 Dante describes the souls he meets on Mercury in the likeness of a school of fish streaming toward him. But at the point in which everything indicates that the poet is going to inform us of their condition and of his conversation with them, the narration stops abruptly. Thereby the focus turns from the unfolding action to the anxious lack of information and to our desire to hear more. The vacuum in the narration produces a radical shift. By halting the story so abruptly, not only is Dante leaving the paradisiac scene of the commedia, but he exits the story altogether. Accordingly, he now addresses the reader directly. This switch interrupts the narration, seems to kill its imminent advancement, and leaves us stranded with a vague sense that the poet is teasing us, although we do not know exactly how or why. A suspicion, however, insinuates itself, perhaps that artful pause whereby we are kept from proceeding any further, perhaps that pause is itself the advancement. Maybe the advancement is properly an absence, charizia, or a vacuum. It is the feeling of expectation that arises when there is no apparent advancement. Perhaps it is the pause in the advancement that makes the story go on. A dialectical situation seems to emerge. Just as the beginning has in itself the seed of or the drive to move forward, that is more than just the beginning or is the beginning of the advancement, TW 6, 556, the advancement seems to announce itself as the opposite of what we expect it to be. It is the gesture that instead of taking us somewhere else, halts the movement and tells us to just stay put where we are, not to ask for more. What it means to advance and the importance of the action of advancing in thinking and acting, in telling and hearing a story can be clearly understood once the advance is blocked just after the beginning. We expect to hear more but nothing comes, and this signals that the advancement is not given automatically with the beginning, is not a mere continuation of it. This is Dante's suggestion. Hegel makes the same point by claiming that, methodologically, the moment of the advancement is both synthetic and analytic. The pause in the movement makes us realize what the issue of the advancement properly is, in contrast with the issue of the beginning, or makes us realize that to advance is indeed an issue, and is an issue in its own right, independently of the beginning. We feel as if we were holding our breath, we are suspended in a contradictory predicament, ready to move forward, we are, instead, pulled back to where we are. To be sure, what we are left with in this case is not just the beginning and the impetus or the trieb and drive proper to the movement of beginning, but the desire to hear more, the need to move on and to get to something else and new. And yet, the real problem of the advancement after and beyond the beginning but also from the beginning is not in the first place the problem of achieving some new content or a new destination. It is instead the much more basic problem of moving on from where we presently stand, of taking the next step wherever such step will take us, of uttering the next word whatever that word may be. For only the action of taking a step or uttering another word will take us out of the paralysis in which the beginning remains suspended and unresolved as a mere instantaneous beginning. Only such action will lead us on toward a more developed unity of meaning. The action of taking that step signals that the process is ongoing, or that it is, indeed, a true and real process, that thinking is in motion. Advancing is yet again an issue that regards the very structure of action. Advancing is the properly transformative moment of action, it is the current that leads us on in a transformative way by changing the way we think and act, by generating a difference within the dynamic of the movement in which we are implicated. As such it is the defining issue proper to a logic of movement and transformation such as Hegel's dialectic speculative logic. Advancing the question. Taking our cue from the lines cited in the opening of this chapter, we can take Dante the person, the poet, and the protagonist of the Commedia to be revealing to us that to advance is to be in transformation or in translation, that is, to fully display one's transmutabile natura. But to advance is also to be right in the middle of the process and of the story indeed, nel mezzo del cammin. Once the entire process that is the action of thinking in its pure logical activity is taken into account, and once the beginning is connected to the end in order to form a unitary story, it becomes clear that the issue disclosed by the moment of the advancement concerns the predicament of being in the middle of a process of inner transformation neither at the beginning nor at the end but after the beginning has taken place and cannot be revoked or undone, and on the way to the end even. Though of the latter we have as yet no certainty or presentiment. This is indeed a peculiar predicament. As Dante's Commedia teaches, nel mezzo del cammin a crisis occurs, a biographical, poetical, historical, and political crisis which changes everything that is to follow. Being in the middle connects the crisis to its resolution. And this is the advancement. It is the condition of living in the interregnum, in a period of historical transition in which old institutions are no longer present or no longer display inner validity and recognition, but nothing new has yet replaced them. It is the stasis of the revolution or intestine war described by Thucydides. 3. The point of stillness in the whirlwind that investing everything yields radical change. In the middle we encounter a crisis, and the advancement is the turning point that will either lead us out of it if we consent to change our ways, the ways in which we think, live, and act, or make us perish if we resist change and remain stuck in the present condition, holding on to dead institutions and practices. This is an important point. To say that the advancement is not automatically given, with and in the beginning, means that attitudes or figures of thinking and acting are possible that do not advance the action of the story. The advancement as a problem for thinking in the process of transformation is the predicament of finitude in connection with the infinite. It is the problem of what Hegel calls the true infinite. It is the moment in which the individual is confronted with the much larger story of which she is part and in which she must earn her place lest she perishes, overwhelmed by vaster forces. And finally, the advancement as a problem sums up the difficulties and the contradictions encountered by an action that wants to proceed and claim its absoluteness but cannot proceed by claiming its absoluteness, or cannot proceed until it keeps claiming its absoluteness. For the reverse is rather the case. If a sense can be given to the absoluteness reclaimed by thinking, this is rather to be the result or the reward of having advanced. In fact, the moment of the advancement is the crucial and defining character of discursive thinking, that is, of an action that, unlike intuition, both sensible and intellectual, is not burnt out in an instantaneous, beginning. This, in effect, absolute, but must take on itself the sustained movement of advancing. Only that which is discursive, hence not absolutus, and not the intuitive absolute, knows the problem of the advancement. Indeed, as we have seen in the previous chapter, discursive thinking makes a beginning that is always already the beginning of the advancement. Hegel's account of the advancement fortgang as the second moment of the absolute method makes it clear that the successful or true advancement of speculative thinking is the action that imminently pushes on the determination process, structures action in increasingly complex ways, and sustains the thread of a unitary story that, as such, eventually reaches a conclusive and meaningful end. Now, by confronting the different figures that the advancing action can take, assessing failed and more or less successful ways of structuring the action that advances, we can ascertain the transformation in the way in which thinking shapes its advancements, as well as the possibility of changing the way in which we think of the ongoing process of reality. This is the overall task and the itinerary of the present chapter. Drawing to the center the moment of the advancement, I start by showing the difference between the two perspectives that Hegel's logic discloses on this issue. On the one hand, the advancement is a moment of the absolute method, the methodological perspective that positions the advancement as the middle moment of the story of the logic, or the methodological standpoint from which such story is told. On the other hand, once the unitary plot has been established by the method, at stake is a synchronic confrontation of the different ways or logical figures in which thinking shapes the action of the advancement, respectively, in being, essence, the concept. Or, alternatively, at stake is a confrontation of the different figures taken by thinking's action in the middle of the process of its transformation. As in the previous chapter, I discuss a number of figures of the advancement from the three different spheres of the logic. I consider these figures to be paradigmatic cases or examples for different strategies of advancing action. It is only a synchronic confrontation of various modes of advancing that can disclose the transformation that thinking undergoes across the different spheres, thereby revealing the transformative character of the logic as a whole. The further task then is to point to the real figures in concrete human action or artistic production that fulfill those logical forms, and to measure and bring to consciousness both the transformation that thinking has undergone by experimenting with those different ways of advancing, and the ways in which real transformation processes advance in reality and in history. 1. Logical advancements, the two perspectives. As a moment of the absolute method, and the advancement fortgang is a merely formal consideration of what all the specific, discrete actions that advance, respectively, the movement of being, essence, the concept, and all the middle stages within these spheres have in common. Accordingly, it does not indicate a particular logical content but the shared form of a mode of action. For as is the case of the other moments of the method, the advancement indicates the immanent dynamism of the process, that is, it is not produced by the external intervention of a deus ex machina, external reflection, extraneous presuppositions, interests, goals, values, called in to put in motion what otherwise cannot carry on by itself. The analogy with the life process is here important. The source of life is internal and can only be internal. Once the movement is brought to the halt of death, it cannot be reignited by an external intervention. In this case, only a second beginning can save the process. But since a second beginning, which for Hegel is represented by the Fichtean way of the two principles, the I and not I, for example, is no immanent advancement, the development that thereby obtains is not a living, self-maintaining process. In fact, the advancement is the inner self-movement of life itself. It is the energy of the soul, that soul which is the method, considered with regard to the process to which the soul infuses life, TW 6, 551. However, since the advancement lies in the middle, and a middle, as Aristotle puts it, is that which both follows a preceding event and has further consequences, the action that advances does have a presupposition, an internal and necessary presupposition which is the beginning, while it is also connected to what follows by a relation that ties the movement of advancing to the process that eventually reaches the end. As mentioned earlier, Hegel underscores that the relation between the beginning and the advancement is both analytic, since the advancement results immanently from the beginning, and the beginning is the beginning of the advancement, and synthetic, since the advancement is not contained or preformed in the beginning but is something utterly different. It is a different problem and a different action. 5. The advancement is the negation of the beginning, it is other than the beginning. But it is also that which turns the beginning into something else, that is, into the other of itself, TW 6, 557, 562. And yet the advancement is, at the same time, the mediation and truth of the beginning, as it discloses the true significance of that which in its incipient immediacy is only partial, deficient, and one-sided. On the other hand, the relation that connects the middle to the end or leads the advancement on to the end is also both synthetic and analytic. While the movement of the middle advances toward the end, there is nothing in the middle that prefigures the end, neither the end as an already set goal to be attained, nor as an intention to be fulfilled, nor as the certainty of a more or less meaningful conclusion. And yet, on this side as well, the advancement is the presupposition of the end, or, at least, of a certain way of ending. Finally, it should be noted that methodologically I take the advancement to be a movement devoid of evaluative connotation. The advancement is the action that progresses and proceeds and simply carries on, but there is nothing in such a movement that suggests a direction toward the better, or alternatively the worse, nothing that requires the reference to an axiological scale or a value judgment. For the advancement is successful not because it attains a certain preordained, desired goal. Since in it there is no axiologically higher goal to be achieved, the advancement is successful only insofar as it simply is the action that moves imminently on, leading to the next step, and does not bring back to already explored positions, for example, nor gets trapped in an unsolvable stalemate, nor results in an infinite and fruitless repetition of the same. Success is simply the actual attainment of the next step, the occurrence of the action that keeps the process going, or advancing, as it were, instead of bringing it to its premature end. The advancement is the negative and properly transformative moment of action. It marks the action's encounter with a crisis and a stasis, but also entails the Wendungspunkt or metaboly of its course. The resolution of the crisis and the radical change in the course of the action characterize all successful advancement and all true transformation. 6. Methodologically, then, to advance is not simply to proceed in a continuous straight line. The advancement combines continuity and discontinuity and has a more complex geometry, the circle being famously Hegel's favorite way of describing it. The crucial point for the advancement, however, is to pinpoint the moment in which the linear trajectory encounters discontinuity, thereby curving reflexively onto itself on the way to the resolution of the crisis, that is, in order to return full circle onto itself. For, it is here, in the moment of discontinuity, that the true advancement is made. Properly, advancing is the negation of the act of beginning. It is the action that overcomes the beginning, leaves it behind, and transforms it or translates it into something utterly different. This is the structure common to two logical movements, on the one hand, to the movement of making, or being made into, the other of oneself. On the other hand, it is the structure of what Hegel generally designates as Aufhebung or dialectical overcoming. But the advancement is not only the transformation of the beginning. It is also self-transformation in relation to the beginning. Formally, negativity and contradiction, difference and relation to otherness characterize the action of advancing. This is an action that has a fundamentally relational structure, the very structure proper of the predicament of being in the middle, connected as it is on both sides with a beginning that no longer is and with an end that is not yet. Advancing is the movement of a relation without relata and before the relata. The advancing action is marked by the relativity that defies the claim of absoluteness. Its fundamentally relational character is the opposite of being absolutus of all relations. This not only means that advancement can be made only at the condition that thinking abandons, or negates, the claim of absoluteness inherent in the beginning, setting itself rather in relation, whereby the beginning is redefined or turned into something other. It also means that in the moment in which thinking is forced by an inner contradiction to abandon the claim of absoluteness, only then advancement is made. The advancement defies the claim of absoluteness in two respects. For, in order to advance, a double dependency must be acknowledged. For Ken is conditioned apart ante by the beginning, while is set apart post in relation to the end, which is to follow. Hegel expresses this idea with the notions of Ausführung, Durchführung, and Vollendung. 7. In this respect, the middle is an open-ended position that must accept such open-endedness as constitutive of its own predicament, but must not turn it into the inconclusive reiteration of the bad infinite or Solon, for, in this case, the advancement would be no advancement but the end of the process or its static repetitive impasse. The advancement is open to an end, to a formal end, whatever the content may be, that makes it, retrospectively, into the advancement that the middle moment properly is. Without the end, the advancement would not be true advancement but sheer repetition of the same. However, true advancement is made only if neither the beginning nor the end is presupposed as fixed points to be instrumentally connected by the middle. It is instead the middle that first generates the transformed beginning and the instance of the end. In other words, the action of advancing proves that relation comes before that which stands in relation, and in order for something to stand in relation. In addressing the second moment of the method, Hegel makes it clear that advancement is achieved, dialectically, neither by searching for something new nor by a willful stance to get somewhere. In these cases, the middle is truly irrelevant, because merely instrumental. It is not advancing that is at issue but arriving, that is, the goal of the movement that ultimately erases the relevance of the movement itself. In order to advance, the story must pause and even entirely break and disrupt the line of its narrative, as Dante suggests in the passage quoted in the opening of the chapter. Or better, the story advances as it pauses and refuses to go on, thereby producing a reflective acknowledgement of what it means to move on, albeit only negatively, only in the raising need or unfulfilled desire for it. 8. Perhaps the advancement always and necessarily displays a negative structure, is always the movement of a void and through a void. Hegel contends that in order for the advancement to be made, thinking should not aim at anything else and look for anything else besides attending to a firm consideration of the determinations in and for themselves. 9. Thinking must remain where it is and dwell in its current predicament. It must think through its present position, exhaust it in all its implications, fulfill the potential of what is at hand, and take full responsibility for what it stands for. In so doing, thinking is inevitably put in touch with the lack, the contradiction, and the one-sidedness that its present position necessarily entails. Thinking only has to dwell enough in such a position, instead of rushing ahead to something else, and its insufficiency and defectiveness will become undeniable. This is, to be sure, the imminent way in which thinking is compelled to relinquish the claim of absoluteness, a claim that is proper of all determinations. This also explains Hegel's appeal to the virtue of patience when at stake is the work of the negative that characterizes dialectic, TW 3:24, and it explains his opposing dialectical thinking to the impatience of intellectual intuition, content only with results, satisfied only with an unmoved absolute, which it handles all too swiftly in the hope of avoiding contradiction. Patience is needed in order to dwell within the problem at hand, an act that is crucial to the dialectical advancement. For the solution is always nested within the problem, although is not automatically or analytically given with it. One should only learn how to find it by patiently attending to the problem itself, not by attempting to escape it. This is the true advancement. In attending to things in their actual presence, in thinking them through completely, their soul, which is their inner movement and internal contradiction, is first brought to light. But what then is the difference between the blocked movement of death that cannot advance and the action that dialectically advances to completion by pausing and staying put where it is? If the pause and even the stasis in the movement is essential to the true advancement, what is the opposite of the action that advances? I shall return to this question in the following considerations. Once the story of the logic is told and the moments of the method have come to constitute its internal structure, we are led to a new reading of the logical process. This requires endorsing the different perspective on the issue of the advancement, whereby the overall linear narrative of the logic is disrupted and its manifold partial second moments, the different advancements and transitions, are reorganized synchronically and comparatively so as to form a sort of typology of the action that advances. Now the first question is, what is it that specifically distinguishes from each other the different actions that throughout the logic can now, and now for the first time, be identified as middle moments or moments of advancement and transition to another course of events? In what do the different logical advancements properly differ from each other, despite their being all forms of the advancement? On the basis of the answer to these questions it becomes possible, second, to ascertain how thinking, moving through the different spheres of the logic, transforms itself or changes the way in which it advances as thinking process. As I claimed in the previous chapter with regard to the moment of the beginning, what needs to be undertaken is a synchronic confrontation of the different figures of logical advancement, the synchronic reading that allows us to bring to light the dynamic of internal transformation that thinking undergoes in the logical process as a whole. In fact, this dynamic is undetectable until the process is taken in its imminent unfolding, step by step. In other words, at issue now is first the task of differentiating the various figures or modes of action that one and the same methodological form of the advancement displays in the logical process, and then to compare these figures in order to bring to the fore how, in fact, thinking does change and advance the strategy of making its transitions throughout the logic. At issue, more generally, are both the transformation of the action of advancing and the ways in which transformation itself can be advanced and carried on. Moreover, once we leave the methodological description of Forkhahn, advancing no longer concerns the form of the movement. It now becomes a problem of content, which can be summarized in the simple question, now what? What, concretely, is the next step and how can we undertake it? 10. Again, the fruitfulness of this second perspective on the logical movement, that is, of the view that coming after the thematization of the method reenacts it by offering a new run through the entire logic, this time as a complete story, or after its conclusion, is confirmed by Hegel himself in those crucial passages that seem to interrupt the imminent development of the text in order to offer a synchronic and comparative reflection on select episodes of its story. 11. In the logic of the concept, introducing the general structure of judgment das Urteil that results from the movement of the Begriff as its original partition, Ursprüngliche TW 6, 301, Hegel offers an insight into the difference that separates the various ways that pure thinking has of articulating the crucial action of Übergang or logical transition. Hegel sums up the movement of judgment by claiming that in judgment the subject as the individual appears first as that which is or is for itself das Sind or Versuchseind in the determination of individuality, as a real object on which judgment is pronounced, TW 6, 306. The predicate as the universal, by contrast, appears as the movement of reflection on the subject, a movement, however, that is properly the subject's own reflection in itself. Through the self reflection taking place in judgment, the subject sheds its immediacy and overcomes the character of being that belongs to its determinations, as the mere Ansichtssein of the subject. Through the judgment, the individual as a first, immediate from which one begins and takes departure is raised to universality, and, reciprocally, through the judgment the universal, which is only the universal that is in itself, descends in the individual to its concrete existence and thereby acquires a being for itself, TW 6, 307. Thus, the true significance of judgment lies in its making the double transition whereby what is a mere first is overcome in its immediate being and being in itself, and is shown to be something else, something higher or lower, but in any case something mediated, different, and more complex and rich, either because more universal, in the case of the individual, which is raised to universality, or because more concrete, in the case of the universal, which descends to the individual. Instead of fixating things in what they allegedly are, the simplicity of their sheer being TW 6, 303, instead of holding fast to a given static point, the subject, the dialectical movement of judgment scrambles hierarchies and values, thereby bringing fluidity to their relations, making things other than what they appear to be, mediating them with each other, putting them in touch with their transmutable nature, which is their truth. 12. After having made this general point on the nature of judgment insofar as it results from the movement of the concept, Hegel brings the immanent narrative to a halt, and observes: this meaning of judgment should be taken as its objective sense and at the same time as the true form of all the preceding forms of transition, formende Übergangs. What is becomes and changes itself, word und verandert sich, the finite goes untergeht, into the infinite, what exists emerges, hervergeht, from its ground in appearance and goes to the ground, jetzugrund, the accident manifests, manifestiert, the richness of substance as well as its power, mocked, in being is transition into other, Übergang. In anders, in essence appearing in another, schenen in einem anderen, through which the necessary relation reveals itself. This transition and appearing has now itself transitioned into the original dividing, in das Ursprunglichteilen, of the concept. TW 6, 307. The movement of judgment, of pure thinking, which is identical with the activity of judging, is here considered as one way of advancing the logical process and heretofore as the highest and the true way of advancing. This insight, however, is possible only because judgment is not viewed in the immanent perspective from which it arises but is instead set synchronically in relation to and in its difference from other analogous ways of making the transition from one determination to another, ways that have been explored respectively in the spheres of being and essence. Thereby judgment is not considered as the successor of the concept, as is the case in the account of judgment given before this passage, at the beginning of the chapter Das Urteil. In the perspective of this passage, judgment is placed instead in line with the other modalities of being in the middle of a process of inner transformation presented in being and essence. This latter is the perspective of the method, which offers an account of the logical story according to the second moment of the absolute method. As I suggested earlier, after the method, the logical movement is reconsidered and reenacted in a disjointed perspective, out of sequence, as it were. It is no longer viewed in a line of succession but is reconstructed by offering a vertical slice in which a comparative account is given of different ways of performing the same type of action, namely, the formal action of advancing or transitioning. It is only in this perspective that it becomes possible to mark the differences in the modes of transition and ultimately to claim that judgment is the true form of all the preceding forms of transition. True here must be taken as meaning more advanced, higher, more complex, and more successful in the sense I previously indicated. Moreover, Hegel's claim is that both the Übergehen that characterizes the way of advancing proper to the determinations of being and the Schienen that characterizes the way of advancing proper to the determinations of essence ultimately themselves make the transition, ist Übergang, to the activity of judgment. This is how the way of advancing proper specifically to the sphere of the concept is now obtained. In the methodological perspective, the middle is not taken as a fixed and particular content but as the dynamic form of an action that is either determined reflexively in itself. Being changes itself, or transitively, the accident manifests the substance, and it is conditioned in its flow either apart ante, what exists emerges from, or apart post, the finite goes under into. Worden, sich verandern, Untergehen, Hervergehen, Zugrundigehen are different forms or modes of the same methodological activity that is the movement of advancing, transitioning, transforming that is constitutive of the logical process as process. What we have, in all these cases, is the activity through which the movement of thinking is pushed forward, and the terms that enclose the movement are distinctively shaped as what they are in their logical determinateness, as the finite and the infinite, as what exists and its ground, as accident and substance, by the distinctive character assumed by the action of moving on. In other words, what Hegel is interested in describing and comparing by bringing the methodological perspective of the advancement to the forefront is not the content determination of the finite, which is at issue instead in the immanent development, in the sphere of being, but the way in which the finite is determined as what it is by the act of its transitioning into its other, that is, the infinite. What makes the finite what it properly is precisely its action of going under into the infinite. In this perspective, that which is transformed is determined on the basis of the modality of the action of transforming and not vice versa. The way in which thinking makes the advancement determines the content of the determinations into which it advances. The general point here is that action constitutes the character, and the agent, not vice versa. Whatever transforms itself in the modality of becoming or going under into the infinite is finite, that is a determination of the advancement in the sphere of being. That is, if one's relation to the other takes on the form of Untergehen, then this modality of action betrays the way in which only the finite can and does indeed act. The finite sets a barrier against its other but is also compelled to go beyond it and is then entirely transformed by its going under into the infinite. 13. The finite becomes its other. The concept, by contrast, relates to its other through the activity of judging, whereby self-reflectively both the subject and the predicate transform themselves as they are mediated and thereby connected with their other. At stake in all these cases are different ways of acting toward otherness, ways that transform the self and shape what is viewed or construed as the other. This, I submit, is a new and fruitful way of reading Hegel's logical dialectic. The starting point is the way in which determinations behave or act, not the specific content of those determinations. 14. What the logic as a whole offers, in its three spheres, is a set of alternative ways of acting when put in a similar situation or under similar conditions, since being, essence, the concept act differently moving out of the self into a confrontation with the other. A comparative study of those different actions can be undertaken. Thus, at this point, we have to turn to the examination of the way in which being, essence, the concept, respectively, make the advancement. I shall do so by selecting some paradigmatic cases. On this basis I will then show the relevance that the comparison of these different ways of carrying the process on has for thinking of concrete human action in the world. 1.1. Advancing being, acting in search of determination, or Dasein. After the absolute beginning is made, thinking must prove itself discursive thinking. For only discursive thinking is in need to advance and can in effect advance beyond the beginning. Intuition is all contained in an act that, as we have seen, precisely because it is entirely exhausted in its uniqueness and self-sufficiency is also no true beginning. Intuition is the position of indifference, and in indifference there is no progress. To prove itself discursive, thinking must show that it is capable of generating a sustained movement, capable of leaving a trace, of making a difference away from and other than the vanishing of the beginning, which erases everything that is and is not at the same time. The action of advancing is, accordingly, the action of searching for and attempting to gain a first form of determination in which being can coalesce and properly be, come to a standstill instead of simply vanishing. Thus, determination sanctions a pause in and consequently a transformation of the movement of vanishing. This is the central issue that defines finitude, characterizing the modality in which the finite asserts itself for what it is, and eventually transforms itself by overcoming precisely whatever it is that it takes as constitutive of its being. In the sphere of being, the problem of the advancement out of and from the absolute beginning is the problem of breaking the precarious equilibrium, Gleichgewicht, TW 5, 113, of the absolute immediacy with which being and nothing merge into each other in the indistinct flux of becoming, with no direction. In fact, the advancement is made precisely by bringing the whirlwind of becoming to a seeming halt. This is the action of the overcoming of becoming, Aufhebende Werdens, TW 5, 113, that leads to the relatively more solid and consistent footing that thinking gains in descent. Herein we have the first pause that thinking seems able to make in its incipient activity. Its action thereby coalesces in the of descent. And with such a pause the advancement is first made. Indeed, in the pause of the emerging Dasein the action of being finds its properly dynamic cipher as the movement of being pushes on away from the immediacy and indeterminateness of Sennix and crystallizes into the search for determinateness that Hegel indicates as the sphere of Dasein. Being becomes and changes itself, TW 6, 307, Hegel claims in the passage analyzed earlier from the logic of the concept. This is the general character displayed by the advancement in being. For, in the beginning, being does not properly become, in its identity with nothing, being is immediately becoming. That being becomes and changes itself, that Werden is properly Veränderung or the becoming other a being is the claim of the advancement, a claim that can take place only within the apparent fixity and solidity of Dasein. Thus, the first step out of the beginning is the resolution of the movement of vanishing into the quiet unity and the quiet simplicity that the unity of being and nothing has now become, TW 5, 113. This is the vanishing of the vanishing that becoming is in the beginning. However, once thinking pauses in the quiet unity in which the beginning collapses, becoming is transformed. It is no longer the action that begins but is, this time, the action that advances. Becoming is not simply the ceaseless unrest, Haltungslos Unruhe, that made the beginning. It is, more precisely, a ceaseless unrest that collapses into a quiet result, TW 5, 113 my emphasis. Advancing is the action that goes somewhere or achieves something, a quiet result, or so it seems. This completion or fulfillment of the beginning is the advancement. In other words, thinking advances as it completes the claim of the beginning, but in so doing the beginning is fundamentally transformed, is made into its other and even into its contradictory opposite. Restless movement is turned into a quiet result. Becoming is now, in a contradictory and dialectical way, both restless movement and quiet result at the same time. Thus, as thinking advances by the action of carrying becoming through, becoming contradicts itself in itself, TW 5, 113. Becoming advances as it contradicts its own being a mere beginning. Becoming is not a mere beginning because it continues beyond the beginning as it carries the logical process onto Dasein as its result. And yet, by contradicting the beginning, the action that advances shows the first truth of the beginning. Such truth is a result, it is a result that now is, or is first posited as seeing instead of vanishing. Becoming is truly the self-contradictory action whereby what is in flux precisely by being in flux is brought to a halt in a unity that has the consistency and the solidity, albeit a tenuous and unilateral solidity, of being that simply is there, although not in real space but only in logical space. TW 5, 116. Assuming the figure, Gestalt, of Dasein, TW 5, 113. Dasein is the first and most elementary modality of the action that advances, it is the logical space within which the search for determinateness that characterizes the figure of the advancement in the sphere of being takes place. 15. The action that advances is the action that immanently articulates the apparent solidity of the logical space that is Dasein, thereby showing, with yet another contradictory turn of events, that what Dasein properly is the movement of becoming other Verandran. While searching for determination seems the action that establishes one's first identity, that is, that establishes what one is, the movement of Dasein attains rather the opposite result or shows that the opposite is instead the truth. In the process of determination advancement is made by one's becoming other than what one is, and this even before being is able to be anything, or before there even is such a thing as what one is. In other words, advancement is made by showing that what one is the other of oneself. Dasein is determinate being, its determinateness is a determinateness that is, a determination that remains despite its immediacy and does not immediately vanish. This is quality, TW 5, 115. Every action that advances beyond the immediate beginning entails a first mediation, implies taking a position, being entirely that position, or being defined or completely determined by it, and defending such position against whatever else, against what is taken, generically and simply, as the other. Such action has a presupposed negative bias against the other, although, at first, it may simply be indifferent, gleichgültig, TW 5, 125, to whatever else is not itself but, generically, just other. At this stage, being qualified in its determinateness, the action is something set against an other, etwas gegen ein anderes, TW 5, 115. Thereby it is also transmutable or alterable, veranderlich. And this is what makes it finite. The action that is, or is there Dasein, in its qualified, and more or less firm, position is characterized by a negative attitude not only in relation to the other but also absolutely within itself, TW 5, 115. The action that advances out of the utter indeterminacy of the absolute beginning is an action that in order to move on beyond such beginning must gain a consistency of its own. It must be something and not just an indistinct vanishing flux. To be something, however, is to set oneself in opposition to or even just in a relation of mere indifferent coordination with the other, to distinguish oneself from the other, etwas gegen ein anderes, etwas und ein anderes. 16. But Hegel shows that eventually to be something is to become that very other, and this is what to truly become or to alter one self properly is. The point, however, is that to become other is to be, and become, oneself. Hegel's point, paradoxically, is that changing oneself is precisely what constitutes one's identity. One does not own a preconstituted substantial identity or determination, which is then transformed, allegedly in relation to a similarly fixed other. To be able to change, transform oneself, move on is, instead, precisely what makes one into who one is. Herein we find Hegel's true dissolution of the metaphysical and substantialist view of identity. The action of becoming other not only precedes one's substantial identity but utterly replaces it. Thus, the immanent articulation of the action that is Dasein shows that true advancement is made not by holding on to the absolutist claim that allegedly makes the action something determinate and qualified against the other. True advancement is made by changing that claim and accepting the non-absoluteness of each quality, hence by making oneself into the other, and ultimately into one's other and into the other of oneself. The advancement is the contradictory predicament whereby taking a stance that is claimed fixed and set in stone descent turns out to be exactly the opposite, namely, turns out to be the movement of a first, still elementary way of transmutation. And yet, in this first figure of the advancement, transformation happens precisely as action resists transformation so radically that the position of resisting transformation turns out to be the very determinateness or quality or description of the action itself. What we have here is the fanatic stubbornness that by insisting on the absoluteness of its own claim against the rest of the world shows precisely that such a claim has a limited value, hence is all but absolute, that it is only the claim of the finite, the action that defines the finite. Dasein, Hegel contends, proceeds from becoming, leaving the mediation of becoming behind and displaying only immediacy in its form. Thereby the action that Dasein is claims to be a first, ein erstes, from which departure is made, TW 5, 116. This is how the action advances in the sphere of being. The advancement is a Hervergehen, an emerging and coming forth that, I, is now mediated and, 2, takes a position with regard to such mediation by leaving it behind. The advancement of being does not revisit the beginning but leaves it behind and is rather projected forward, or better, it simply stays there, where it is Dasein. The advancement is a second that emerges from that first, which is the beginning. And yet, since the advancement is truly the first step beyond the beginning, it rightly claims to be the first, or rather a first, step forward. This confirms what Hegel maintains with regard to the method: the advancement is both analytic and synthetic. In relation to the beginning, it does result from the beginning but is also an utterly new step in relation to it. While Dasein is in itself sen, it is not the same immediate being with which the beginning is made. It is instead a determinate being, a concrete being, TW 5, 117, it is sen carried a step forward to the da of Dasein. Accordingly, it is a manifold of determinations crystallized in the action that now takes a determined logical stand. Dasein names the action that, for the first time, takes a position. Thus, in this sphere, the overall action of advancing consists in progressively developing the multiplicity of determinations of which Dasein consists. The way in which Dasein moves the logical action on is by searching for determinateness. This is the search for a first, vestigial form of identity. It is the action that identifies itself as something that is, seiend, through its quality. Quality is the position in which determinateness becomes visible and imposes itself. As quality, determinateness first attempts to impose itself in its isolation and in its sheer unilateral character. 17. However, given the way in which Dasein obtains from the overcoming of becoming, which is itself the unity of being and nothing, its action, searching for a qualifying determinateness but constantly affected by its isolationist and unilateral bias, will display two sides. The quality that it reclaims as making it what it is as a distinguishing quality valid in its affirmed being is reality. The quality affected by the gesture that negates, Vernianung, is still a quality, but one that counts as a lack. 18. This doubleness affecting the quality of the action that pushes the process on by lending to it a first form of developed existence, Dasein, a doubleness inherited by the unity of being and nothing, is hidden, Vestect, TW 5, 118, in Dasein's first claim, which is a fundamentally unilateral claim of utter absoluteness. The first positive attempt to an advance is the action whereby thinking posits realitat as the totalizing sum total, inbegriff, of all affirmation and perfection with the exclusion of all negation, lack, and limitation. With this position, thinking claims to advance beyond the absolutely indeterminate being of the beginning, taking a stance that is itself absolute, allegedly unassailable by negation, and yet also completely determined. Furthermore, it claims that in positing such a totalizing affirmative whole as reality, the step is the only unmatched advance possible beyond the beginning. In this way, the absolutist posture of the second moment of the process strikes back against the beginning, which itself wanted to be the absolute but could not, for the absolute is no beginning. Unable to be a first, the absolute now attempts to be a second. But it fails just as well. The traditional metaphysical concept of God as ens realissimum and totum realitatis, but also Spinoza's idea of a unique substance with no real differences and no real determination, TW 5, 119, 121, respectively, corresponds to this attempt of thinking to move on beyond the beginning with an absolutist gesture that pretends to defy all negation and contradiction. However, Hegel shows that this position is untenable if taken as the advancement of the process. For, if reality is indeed an advancement or the advancement beyond the beginning, it cannot be the utter indeterminacy of the pure being of the beginning. But if it is not, then reality entails determination, hence negation, which is precisely the quality that makes it into Dasein, away from and beyond mere sen, but also away from the empty, indistinct and unmoved absolute, TW 5, 119f. In other words, if reality is an advancement, it is not absolute but entails determination and negation. Dasein is the sphere of finitude. If instead it is taken as absolute or as the sum total of all reality, then it is not an advancement but is ultimately indistinguishable from the indeterminateness of pure being. The opposite unilateral claim or the opposite Einzigartigkeit to the position of absolute reality is as dangerous as it is absolutistic. This is the claim that swallows all determination in the absolute power, absolute Macht, of a totalizing negation that renders all further advance or real determination impossible, TW 5, 120f. Both absolutistic positions, totalizing affirmation and all destructive negation, signal the risk that the advancement of being has constantly to counter the temptation of an absoluteness that, while claiming to be the decisive and indeed conclusive step forward, brings instead the process back to the indistinctness of the beginning, since it is unable to come to terms with its own unilateral character. This predicament, however, dialectically shows that the advancement is not made by the absolute but by the finite, or rather, it shows that in attempting to advance through its absolutist claim, thinking proves its action to be the action of the finite, not an allegedly absolute action. Advancement belongs to the finite, or, the action that advances is a necessarily finite action. And yet, importantly, it still belongs to the advancement to reach the infinite, to be truly infinite. This, however, is not a naive claim of absoluteness but is rather the result of the finite's inner transformation, of its becoming other, of its yielding to otherness instead of stubbornly resisting it. Indeed, true advancement is made in the figure of becoming the other of oneself. Hegel maintains that only in engaging in external relation, Außerlichbeziehung, is the determination revealed as the immanent determination, immanent Bestimmung, of the action, TW 5, 122. It follows that true advance is made not by closing oneself up in a claim of totalizing absoluteness but rather in accepting the inevitable, and transforming, connection to the other, a connection that is there just by the fact of simply denying the other. Thus, dialectically, Hegel's logic of being shows that the absolutist claim, be it the claim of reality or that of negation, unable to avoid the relation to the other, turns out to be the immanent and true determination of the finite, of that which is always and necessarily defined in relation to the other. This is the action that, maintains itself or holds its own at all cost in its specific ways in relation to the other so as not to let the other exercise any influence on it, and it is the action that, 2, affirms its own value and determination by imposing them on the other, TW 5, 122. Thus, the action of finitude, Endlichkeit, is the second moment of the process of Dasein. This action is internally split by the duality of something and other, something and an other. 19. The connection to other is not properly a relation but rather a juxtaposition, the extrinsic and indifferent conjunction of an and. At stake is an action that by gaining determinateness, hence the consistency of being there, Dasein, acquires a first form of individuality, is something, as it were, and it is something distinct from and in connection with another set against the other or simply indifferent toward the other, TW 5, 125. Hegel underscores that the type of determinateness that confers reality to being is not just any determination, merely empirical extrinsic features, for example, that may be contingently attached to being such as skin color, sex, or age, but is rather a conceptual reality that, logically, can claim a certain defining value, TW 5, 119, in relation to something else, or, it claims that what counts as determining are those same empirical features but only when they are made into alleged absolute values of their own. Thereby, the issue of the limit, Grens, and its relation to individuality comes already to the fore, TW 5, 121. Beyond the traditional logical problem of individuation and beyond Spinoza's ontological principle of omnis determinatio est negatio, at stake, for Hegel, is the question of what guarantees the substantiality in the sense of the Latin subsistere as the survival of the individual. What is the action that constitutes individuality in its individual identity, allowing it to subsist or to survive as the trace of a being there, Dasein, conferring to it a permanence, Dasein, that resists the indistinctness of becoming? The task is to determine where something ends, what its limit is, whereby such limit ultimately retains a privilege over any other defining mark that something may display. Indeed, the advancement is the middle between the beginning and the end. The action that advances carries the beginning on and develops up to the point in which something else, something truly different and other, takes place, namely, the end. And yet, neither the beginning, as beginning, nor the end, as end, constitutes the advance properly. Similarly to the limit, the action that advances is the action of being in the middle. The advancement is the predicament of being in the middle between the vanishing that makes the beginning and the becoming other that seem to sanction the end. The individual, Hegel contends, is relation to itself insofar as it imposes limits on everything else, but thereby these limits are also its own limits, they are relations to other. This means that the individual does not have its own Dasein in itself, TW 5, 121, but rather in those relations to the other against which it sets its limits. Paradoxically, the strategy of gaining identity by drawing limits leads to a sort of eccentric identity, that is, an identity that is not placed in oneself but is always somewhere else, namely, in the difference, in the different other defined precisely by the limit. At this point, however, hinting at the more advanced modality of action proper to the concept, Hegel recognizes that the strategy of gaining determination enacted by being does not get to the heart of the problem of asserting the individual's identity. The individual is indeed more than that which is enclosed on every side, but this more belongs to another sphere, the sphere of the concept. The strategy proper to the action taking place in the logic and metaphysics of being, TW 5, 121, goes only as far as construing individual identity as a fortress completely enclosed by limits and defended on all sides against the different other. The problem with such an identity, however, is immediately clear. It is, for one thing, an eccentric, always displaced, or negative identity or identifying action, and it is, for another, a reductive identity that is unable to express what identity is properly meant to express, namely, true individuality. In both regards, the advance this action makes over and beyond the beginning is only a blocked advance. Hence the merely negative, utterly destructive action, which Hegel indicates as the negative movement of the understanding, that ultimately erases all determination and difference and sinks into the abstract identity of substance, into the sheer formality of an empty tautology, the abstract A equals A, the principle of identity that comes to the fore in the logic of essence, TW 5, 121. 1.2. Advancing essence, acting in / as the middle by returning back to oneself, or Gesetzsein. In the movement of shine that opens the second sphere of the logic, the activity of reflection marks the first advancement of essence. Moving in search of determination beyond and behind the illusion of shine, reflection crystallizes its activity in the reflection's Bestimiengen identity, difference, and contradiction. In essence, determination is reflected, and it is reflecting determination. As in the sphere of being, and consistently with the methodological description of the structure of the advancing action, essence advances as thinking institutes a pause in the movement whereby a different course of action than the one opened up by the beginning takes place. The advancement is made, dialectically, by landing to a position that is an apparently or relatively fixed point in the ongoing immanent movement of determination, a position that allows thinking to pause and take stock of where it is. This was Dasein in the sphere of being, in the sphere of essence, it is Gesetzsinn, the action that crystallizes the activity of reflection in the form of its being posited. This constitutes the basis from which the determinations of reflection obtain, the basis from which essence advances through its essential determinations or essential